can never give them.
You can only see, but you can never get them. You can only see, but you can never get them.
You can only see, but you can never give them. You can only see, but you can never give them.
Listen, you can only see, but you will never want them. You can only see, but you will never get them.
You can only see, but you can never give them. You can only see, but you can never give them.
Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see what I want to do when you forget me.
Okay.
Papa, you look at you. And then you get out. Mama, say, I want me to go. I got no one to tell them, but we're good again. I got you to put it on them. I don't know what they are doing. Why I don't want.
Obono gini kama chozuno imana chukwa kosi womo onyele miu nyelu yumi. What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, oh. He give you me, give me you. Obono kife la chasha so, obono kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me.
Sílẹ̀, ọkùnrin bẹ̀rù ní, ọjọ́ tí aláàbà wà dábìlà. fẹ́ kọ orin àyájọ́ ni. Orin àyájọ́ ni. Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo ní ká bá mi wá yẹn dà. Ká ní kó bá mi wá.
That traditionally would land on my face, but then of course I had to click myself to art before that does that. So good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? So we are fast in the throes of yet another weekend, only really to look into another week. That's the cycle of life. You know, the Gregorian calendar, I can't talk. You know, the Gregorian calendar that we used to count the days and the months. You know, that is just really to break up time so that it's not endless and you are able to document periods. I think you already know that anyway, so I'm not quite sure why they say that. But good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, and hopefully the excitement now starts now. You're in the company of that your favorite or your laughing man. One man went to mow. You know that funny guy that talks in a peculiar voice? That's me. So that funny guy that talks in a peculiar voice. The news cycle is slim pickings. This seems to be a recurring decimal over the last few however long. So we'll start with what we have, and then in the course of the session, we'll as people come in, whatever is added on. People usually send me things on Instagram in the course of session. So we will just revolve around that. But we're also going to be highlighting public personalities within the Nigerian, especially political space, and we'll have conversations around them. So we're going to be highlighting Omoyele Sowore today. And pardon me. We're going to be highlighting Omoyele Sowore today. And the reason is I was watching back, because I often watch back the actually I listened to it to get me to sleep. I was watching back the after our session yesterday, and there was a particular conversation that was taking place. I think it was between Mike and somebody else. And Mike was trying to describe that Omoyele Sowore is playing a long-term game to succeed that power space once these old cargoes that are holding us to hostage have been and gone. So that's what Mike's argument was. And the counter argument was that Omoyele Sowore is... Anyway, we get into that because that somewhat triggered a thought. And I thought we'd have conversations around Omoyele Sowore. So we'll play a clip around Omoyele Sowore and have conversations around that. So we do that. Yeah, but then first, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. So when I'm saying click on the like button, commensurately, we should be seeing the number of likes go up on the stream. And if you're watching in playback, please do that as well. So everything I require you to do now, if you're apart from clicking on the hyperlink to bring you into the studio, so everything I'm requiring you to do now in the live stream, you can also do them in the playbacks. So click on the like button, click on them in the live stream now, and then in the watch back, click on them as well. If you're watching them and you're hearing me say this, then just do that. That does nothing to you personally, but it helps to improve the algorithm placing for the platform on the YouTube space. So do that. Click on the like button. The same arguments apply to the subscription button. So we need to get the subscriber numbers up. We want to get 100,000 by the end of this year. So look at the subscriber numbers and look at the ambition. So the first step towards that ambition is your subscription. So if you're not already subscribed, then subscribe. So that once you subscribe, you set us up then on that journey then to that 100,000 subscribers. We want to achieve that within this year. We're halfway into the year. So we have 6 months essentially to do that. So click on like, click on subscribe. If you want to come and be, an active combatant on the stream, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and the $ at the bottom of the screen. The example being what is on your screen there. So now, we average about 130, 150 thereabout in the course of the live streams. So it cannot be the case that that is to say then we have about 55,000 more One Nigeria, which is easily achievable. You know, they say, just to digress, I was going to push at your wallet, which I will do in a moment, but to address what One Nigeria is saying there. You know, they say if you are doing YouTube and you don't have 100,000 subscribers within 3 to 6 months, then you don't really know what you're doing. So I think we've been going on, maybe going on 3 years now. We must have been. So we did that, and we do know what we're doing. And the people that have passed through this phase, it must be well in excess of 1 million. So a derisory 100,000 subscribers is not an over ambition. Maybe we've not been pushing it as hard as we should, but we're certainly now going to be pushing it now. So we're highlighting that as a target in the course of every stream to hit that 100,000 subscribers before the end of the year. You know, there was a time we were getting 50, 60 subscribers a day. It was just in the first phase of the streamings. It was just, we got about 3,000, 4,000 subscribers within 3-4 weeks. And then I don't know, maybe it was because we started to assault the obedience, and then that seems to, I suspect that might well be the case. But I'll get the numbers up. Click on like, yes, we'll get to the conversation. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. And of course, we don't want just the one name always super chatting. As thankful as we are for all your always holding its own end up. So you hold your own end up as well by clicking on the $ and super chatting to the stream. And as I said, you can do that also in the watch back. So there's no reason why it's not being done. And there is no reason why it's just the one person. If you're not appreciative of it, then you won't be. Anyway, let's leave all that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, click on the $, etc. So we kick off with those. So let's just launch into. Actually, I was going to start you with an Omoyele Sowore clip. So because of course Omoyele Sowore is somewhat of an enigma within the Nigerian political paradigm, and nobody quite knows. No, I could never praise Obi, man. You know my views on Obi now. I think it's just anyway. Omoyele Sowore is somewhat of an enigma within the Nigerian political paradigm. No one quite knows where to place him. You know, he purports to be a politician. He acts like an activist. He's been through 3 cycles of elections, and we've not identified any sort of progression. But the politics that he politics to the Nigerian space is very much the language that we're hearing from the younger generation Nigerian as well. So he preaches the politics of change. He preaches the politics of paradigm shift from status quo. It's preaching the politics of accountability, of using the mass of the numbers of the people to seize back that country. So that's Sowore's politics. The politics of just it's a rescue politics. And the Nigerian space, all of the conversations we have been hearing for the last 3-5 years, especially throughout the Buhari phase, was essentially politics of paradigm shift. So now, if Sowore now represents that image and narrative of paradigm shift, why does it not have the requisite following? Because the followings are there. Go to any social media space, and all of the language you'll be hearing there are the languages that are you hear consistently from Showore. So why is it not them making that leap from that marry from what he preaches to the people that are already converted to that preaching? So what is the missing link? Is Showore too fundamentally, dogmatically an activist for anybody to take seriously? Or is he a futuristic politician that the contemporaneous politics will catch up with in the course of? So that is the dynamism, the mystery of the enigma that is Showore. So let me bring us this clip and hear Showore glorify himself. So let's kick it off with this clip.
My life started very early because when I be 10 years old, police enter my village, scattered place.
To free movement.
Now violation of my right, my arrest, my detention,
Yes.
my restriction.
Now since that night, now I make decision as a 10-year-old say, when I reach time, I will fight to ensure safety.
We still dey under new colonial control. Now we come dey inside internal recolonization by our.
Signals to do it. In the US, Delta Air actually sells you a streaming package so that you can get even better internet and do whatever you want with it. These guys, we should have gotten to a point where local airlines in Nigeria are selling internet, but they refuse. They hate to progress. They prefer to be heard that some people have been tearing our posters in Lagos. If you're doing it, you are tearing a chance. You know how it is. We fight for what we believe in everywhere. So we're in Lagos now. We're going to Ajegunle. I just want to carry everybody along with our way. And this is Lagos. This is Nigeria. You know, there's a public transportation system, the ubiquitous yellow bus, the dehumanizing transportation system in Lagos, known as the yellow bus. This is Lagos, the way you guys probably know it since you were born. Not much improvement. You know, there's a lot of improvement in propaganda. You know, Lagos is divided into two. The ghettoized part of Lagos and the deodorized part of Lagos. So I don't know where we are. I don't know which part of it. Oh, those are our posters on the wall right there. They look cool. And we heard that some people have been tearing our posters in Lagos. If you're doing it, you are tearing it.
All right. So that's a flavor somewhat from Omoyele Sowore. So that's him now. Because Sowore, of course, I think he now is fully on YouTube documenting his journey through whatever is going through in the moment. So here is another clip of Sowore in the fullness of the throes of how we know him. So here is another clip of Sowore, which really goes to the understanding of who of how we know him.
Yele is known as a human rights defender.
We have no hope with our current political leadership in this country.
For almost 30 years now, he has lent his voice and really fought to move Nigeria from military rule to civilian rule.
We have been seated for too long.
In 2006, he founded Sahara Reporters, and he basically revolutionized the way news is reported in Nigeria. He's broken a multitude of stories, and he has made many enemies over the years.
For this work, the government has been critical of Sowore for a very long time. When he returned to Nigeria on this latest business trip this past July, he was also organizing peaceful protests for a more effective and corruption-free Nigeria. The government saw this as a threat.
3 days before the protests happened, the state security service in Nigeria broke into his hotel room and illegally
speak truth to power.
All right, so that's a feel and a texture somewhat of Omoyele Sowore, how we know him. But does all of this activism propel him into mainstream politics? Does it? Because Sowore, he stated his singular ambition, which is to be the Nigerian president. So, are all of these build-ups, are they build-ups to pay off in 10 years' time? When because in 10 years' time, of course, we don't expect Atiku Abubakar to still be carrying any ballot. We don't expect Tinubu to be carrying any ballot. You know, so it to be a new generation of politics. So will Sowore, in the course of the next 10 years, have established sufficiently with all of this activist politics that he plays to be at the topmost table for that battle for Aso Rock? Or is it too embedded in that activism for him to ever really transmute into any politics of threat? And also in yesterday's conversation, somebody was saying age is not on his side, because Sowore, of course, will be run about 52, 54, thereabout. If you add an additional 10 years, I suppose 64 is still a decent enough age to aspire to be president. But that's Omoyele Sowore. So we kick it off with him. Let me play you a couple more clips that people lined up, that people sent in. So the next clip I'm going to play you now, it's very much in Yoruba language, but I'll give you the translation later. So we talk about food scarcity, we talk about the state of the nation, we talk about how now 3 pieces of tomato is now costing 500 naira, etc. So we talk about all that, but why is that? So this next video goes a long way to explain just why there's all the hikes in food prices.
Hello, Nation Boy. 200 naira. Ìdí tí a fi wá lẹ́lẹ́kejì ni pé ṣọ̀mbọ̀tẹ́ lé ní òní 200 naira. Ó jẹ́ ẹyọ 5 báyìí. Ẹyọ kọ̀ọ̀kan múrí méjì ló túmọ̀ sí o. Múrí méjì ló túmọ̀ sí. Bọ̀ lórí Haúsá, eléyìí báyìí 200. Kí ló dé tó fi rí bẹ́ẹ̀? So eléyìí ti yìn ní ọmọ bí sọ̀yà. Ọmọ àdókè. Ìyó. Èyí bẹ́ òní o 200 naira lè yí orí Haúsá èyí 200 naira lè ṣe rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ṣà èyí ti kọ́ ẹlọ́ra ìṣòwò èyí kò lé èyí kò lé ní.
500 naira a ṣe ń bọ̀ láti bẹ̀ ní is 500.
Èyí ẹ̀bá fẹ́ èyí this is 500 èyí tààrà ní 500 ṣé o yàtọ̀ sí ilé bàbá? So nínú Yorùbá ṣe jẹ́ Yorùbá àti Gàmbàrí ẹ̀sẹ̀ fẹ́ gba ọjà ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Bàbá o, èyí ni 500 ìyàgbọ́ rẹ̀ 1000 ní 500.
Èwo? Èlé ní 500.
Ìjàre o, òun kà á ṣe níbi òun kà á jọ mójú rí ni o, àmọ́ àbárò tún dé o. Ìyó, èyí tẹ̀rẹ̀ ní 500 lè yí o, èyí tàúsá lè yí 500. Ṣé Buhari líkọ̀sì yìí kò abẹ́? Àbí Tinubu? Ṣé báwo líkọ̀sì rẹ̀? Ṣé dọ́là ni? Àbí àrò Chairman Council líkọ̀sì yìí bẹ́? So ó yẹ ká lè ran ara lọ́wọ́, ẹ yẹ ká mú ìyà jẹra lórílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà. Lóní bẹ́, gàrí gàríta ní 1-2, wá kìíní aṣọ di 1000, everybody dẹ̀ ta owó pín yan. N kà fẹ́ nìní. Ara ẹ̀fọ́ ẹyọ 3 lọ́jà ní àpò kan. Ẹ̀fọ́ ẹyọ 3 àpò kan. Àdákùn yá àtẹyọ kankan rẹ̀ lápò kan. Kàyájèrè àpò 2 lórí àpò kan. òun la fi sọ ẹ̀fọ́ ń pẹ́ aró jẹjà náà jálé ní 100 naira ní.
50 naira ni.
So àbọ̀tì ewédú wọ́n ta ewédú mẹ́ta wọ́n ta ní 100 naira lórí olóko.
Mẹ́ta 100.
So pààyàn bá ra ewédú mẹ́ta ní 100 naira kó bá ti ta ní 50 naira kó jèrè 50 naira lórí ẹ̀dẹ̀ ṣé àyẹ̀kẹ́ tó. Ìjà ṣàánú rárá lórílẹ̀‐èdè òun ìjàre o.
Ìjàre o, kété ọlọ́jà akọ̀pàdé wà sí.
Ó ṣẹ́kì bá ti ṣe ọlá mèrè sí o.
Lágbára Ọlọ́run
ní àkókò òjijì o.
Bí ti lọ bí ti bọ̀ Ọlọ́run apáyín mọ́. Àsìkò bó ti ṣe rí bá ṣàtúnṣe o. Ọjà ni Ọlọ́run á fèrè sí ṣàtúnṣe o.
Ó wà lọ́wọ́ yẹn lè ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ìbáríkà sí.
All right. So a lot of that was in Yoruba language. So I have no expectation that too many of you would understand it. Certainly not all of you would understand it. That was a committee of elders. That was a committee of. Hold on. Hold on. Yes. Yes, Love Tony, you can come on today if you want to hop on. That was a committee of elders. They were going on some sort of market inspection. So on their way to that market inspection, they had seen that same product with the Hausa people. And the Hausa people were selling a whole bunch of that product for about 500 naira. And these Yoruba market women, they've gone and bought it from these Hausa people. And then they've chopped it into tiny little bits and selling it for 700-800 naira. So that and you see this repeat all over the marketplace. So there's a lot of artificiality to that food pricing. So that's what that video clip was bringing to us. But somebody with a deeper understanding will probably give us a better, clearer understanding of that. But let me take you to this space now. We've often talked about Fulani headsmen within the Nigerian space. So finally, a Fulani headsman comes out to address matters. Watch this.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I go by the name Ibrahim Panyo Fulbe. I am a Fulani by tribe. Apart from following cows, I have no other business. And I know there's many farmers, apart from farming, they don't have any other business. But I know sometimes my cows used to enter their farm and spoil their farm. I know it is very painful as a farmer to see a cow inside your farm. You feel it is very, very painful. Because based on my own, if I see any person that caught my cow or beat my cow, I feel the pain. I feel it like it is very painful in my mind. So I know that farmers they used to feel pain if they see cows enter their farm too. But please believe me, it's not all Fulanis that is used to allow their cows to spoil the other's farm. It's not all Fulanis. I know there's a bad amount of us that used to allow their cows to spoil you guys' farm. It is very, 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 very bad. I know you guys must feel the pain. Because apart from farming, you don't have any other business like us Fulani. Apart from following cows, we don't have any business. But I have one advice to give you guys. Anytime that you catch a Fulani man spoil your farm, please, please, please don't beat him. Just arrest him. Just call him and tell him that so person you don't spoil my farm. On the manner way. Because you know some of our people, you know how some people are. So you must take it easy. Because I know some farmers, the more they catch Fulani spoiling their farm, they'll just carry cutlass or they'll just carry they used to carry gun. They'll say they will shoot their cows. But don't try that way. It will not work. I used to follow cow. Always. If my cow spoiled the farmer's farm, I will find the owner of the farm. I will tell him that my cow don't spoil your farm. If I don't see him, I will come back tomorrow. If I come tomorrow, if I see him, I will say, so person, my cow don't spoil your farm yesterday. But please, 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 I apologize. So many farmers, they used to say, no problem, I should go. But some of them, they will say, no, I must pay. But I will pay. I will pay. Because I know it's only that farm. It's the way that they are surviving with their family. So how can I spoil the farm I run? They have family like me. So I must pay.
So there it is. So there is the voice then of the I was going to say infamous the phantom Fulani headsman. Firstly, we shouldn't really be surprised that it's articulate, but there's a lot of things that strike. What he said struck, but a lot of things strike. If you looked at that guy, I'm not going to put him on the screen again because the clip will play, and I don't want to play the clip again. But I'll put him on the screen again once I've said this, so you can see pretty much what I'm saying. If you look at that guy, it's typically as you'd expect. He has the obligatory radio that he uses to tune into BBC Hausa service. So if you think that your Fulani headsman does not know what is going on in politics, then more fool you. So he knows. And then he has the obligatory dagger as well, which are not only for self-protection, but to cut shrubs to fit to his cattle. So that's the phenotype of the Fulani head. He's tall and lanky and skinny, as is the stereotype of that space, and with the obligatory comb in his head. So typically Fulani, and the stick, of course, that he uses to herd his cattle. So that's the typical Fulani headsman. But what he had to say is also consistent. It's also consistent with what is typical of those people. So traditionally, the Fulani headsman, when their cattle stray into your farm, traditionally they will wait for you, pay for the damage, and move on. So it's a new phenomenon now. People deliberately rolling their cattle into people's farmsteads and ravaging and savaging. That was never the convention. The convention is as this guy just described. If there are cows inadvertently, because they can identify a farm from just shrubbery. So if there are cattle inadvertently stray into your farm, they will make restitution and move on. And that is consistent. But just really to what I said, the archetypal Fulani headsman, in terms of how he presents, this is what this guy is.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I go by the name Ibrahim Upanyo Fulbe Izam. I am a Fulani by tribe, apart from Fulani.
So that's the typical Fulani guy right there. A couple more clips and then a few more readouts.
You got to say lórí stage tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ mí ó máa kú ni nǹkan tó mú alágbára tó kọsẹ̀ tó bá ṣe ọmọ àti èmi ó máa bá bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ni alágbára tó kọsẹ̀ tó ṣubú tó dìde tó bá ṣe ọmọ ẹlòmíì àti èmi tó bá ṣọ̀gá yín bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀gá yín máa kú ni ọ̀gá yín máa wọlé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tó respect ẹja lónìí bú wọ́n fẹ́ kó ṣubú ó ṣubú dẹ̀ tù jí. When Nigeria fall, Nigeria will rise. If God deal with you, let water go full your basket. If God don't bless you, Sherry.
Right, so that was Portable singing his master's voice. So it goes on for another 30 seconds like that, but I think you get the gist of what he's saying. One more.
All right, so this is what Enterprise.
All right, I'll save this last one for later. This last one here is a clip that I took earlier on today. Actually, let me play it for you now. Well, you all know my voice, of course. So this is a clip that I took earlier on today. The moment struck me, and I felt I had to document it. Watch this.
All right. So this is what Enterprise looks like. Sorry, it's raining, so it's a bit grainy. So I'm not leching at this woman or whatever it is. But here is a Nigerian woman. In a car park somewhere in Erith. Let me so you can see. Let me landscape it a little bit. So here is a Nigerian woman in a car park in Erith, selling moi out of the back. As soon as this car moves, so selling moi out of the back of her boot. You know, I just bought from her actually. I didn't actually want the moi, but I saw her there yesterday. And I'm seeing her again today. So I just supported the enterprise, just made a few purchases. And there she is now trying to get somebody to come. So she's well-spoken. This is actually how enterprise starts. You can see a baby buggy just right there. So that tells you that she's somewhat of a mom. and you can see how she's advertising herself as well. So I think she caught me recording her there. So but that's what enterprise looks like. So she starts from this, gathers a whole bunch of money, opens up a shop. Before you know it, she has 2-3 shops. This is, if you've ever wondered what Nigerian enterprise looks like, this is what it looks like.
All right. Like I said, so I recorded that earlier on today. I didn't even have the thought to do it. I saw the lady. I'd seen her there previously, and she pulled me over to say, "Look, I'm selling Mama. Do you want to have a taster?" So she's asked me if I wanted to have a taster, but I refused to have the taster. One, because if you have the taster, you're obliged to buy. And I wasn't even sure how she made it, whatever it is, and whatever it is. So she had pulled me over in a previous day to have a taster. So when I was there earlier on today, I saw her still at it in the rain and all that. You see, she's dressed up to attract the boys, only really to sweat their wallet. So I saw her, so I decided to go over, buy a few, and not that I really wanted it, but just as I said, to support the enterprise. But you'll be surprised just how much money that woman will be making from there. If she's selling, let's say she was selling it at £2 a pop. I think I bought about 3, 4. I just brought a whole bunch anyway. She's selling it about £2 a pop, and the cost of it will be about 40 pence, no more. So if she's selling like about 100, that woman will be walking away with about what £100, £150, £200 every single day. If you multiply that and cascade it as a month's wage, then that is a significant amount of money. But it was the enterprise that really struck me, and I decided to document it. So and she even gave me a business card. So and that's how it starts actually, because she's transmuting now into a caterer. So let me take you on to this actually. More important matters. Oluwo under fire for exposing head in Mecca. So Oluwo of Iwo, of course, the Amugbo in chief of the Yoruba kingship space. Oluwo under fire for exposing head in Mecca. The Oluwo of Iwo, Oba Abdulrashid Akanbi, recently came under fire for opening his head whilst praying for peace of mind, long life, and mercy for himself during his stay in Makkah, Saudi Arabia. In a video he posted on social media, his head was uncovered, and that attracted mixed reactions because it is customary for a Yoruba king always to cover his head, especially when in public. One of his followers, XYZ, wrote, "I thought a king must never open their head in public." Another one wrote, "Kabiyesi, sir, you are not supposed to open your head. You can't be the custodian of Yoruba culture and still worship in the Arab way. This is intriguing. You are demeaning our culture, sir. This is too bad, sir." So this is too bad. Hey, why would you add sir when you're already enigmatic? Hop on, I can't make up the numbers. Meanwhile, some others saw nothing wrong with the Iwo King's action. XYZ wrote, see my hometown king. Everybody is equal in the presence of Almighty Allah. Islam is beautiful. May Almighty Allah accept your worship. Another character wrote, I am moved emotionally by the way he's praying to the King of Kings. May the Almighty Allah answer your prayers. Meanwhile, the Oluwo was also criticized for a particular prayer he said. In another video he posted on social media, he prayed that just as millions of Muslims all over the world visit Mecca on pilgrimage, people should not have rest till they visit Iwo. Some of the people criticized him. Some of the people who criticized him asked. I can't read today. Some of the people who criticized him asked what structures were in place in Iwo that would attract visitors from around the world. So that is the Oluwo of Iwo, of course, the Colorado smoking. You can't call her now Oba Alina, but the Colorado smoking king of Iwo. So let's go on from there to this. On from that, and by the way, we need to be seeing the colors of those supercharts, not just IO. Nigeria successfully repays China, World Bank, others over 2 billion debt, borrows another 2 billion. So this is Nigeria now just rebranding itself into the more comfortable spaces in financing, because of course, if you have a good record of repayment, then you are able to borrow at better rates from premium lenders. Rather than going to places like China and Turkey and these deep water places that will just squeeze the life out of you. The latest data released by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, revealed that the Nigerian government has spent $2.19 billion to repay foreign debts to countries and financial institutions. This amount is 90% higher compared to the $1.12 billion recorded in the same time period in 2023. A breakdown of the data showed that the debt service payments were recorded from January to May 2024. According to the CBN data analyzed by correspondents, the Tinubu-led administration spent $560 million on debt servicing in January, significantly higher than the $112 million spent in January 2023. In February 2024, the amount spent on debt was $283 million, nearly the same as the one spent the previous year. The debt service payment in March, goes on to give us Nigeria has contracted a number of debt obligations from external sources, some of which are China, the World Bank, the African Development Bank, the Islamic Development Bank, Japan, France, etc. A check of the Data Management Office showed that the outstanding total public debt, external and internal, summed up to $108 billion. So that's the totality of Nigeria's debt in 2023. A check of the data of the Debt Management Office data showed that the outstanding total public debt, external and internal, summed up to $108 billion as of December 2023. The external debt makes up $38 billion, domestic debt $59 billion. While Nigeria is repaying some of its old loans, it continues to accumulate new ones. Wale Edun, the Minister of Finance, Coordinating Minister of the Economy, has announced the approval of 2 major financial support packages by the World Bank, valued at $2.25 billion. According to a statement released on Thursday, June the 13th, the new loan is part of President Tinubu's ongoing effort to stabilize the economy, reposition it for sustained and inclusive growth, and provide urgent support to the poor and vulnerable. So there's nothing tangible there in that. We want really those debts to be holding down infrastructures rather than some vague and ambiguous whatever it is. President Tinubu orders Maman Amadu to resign as Procurement Bureau DG, appoints Gbemileyi as new DG. So the swapping round of the guard, we saw a lot of this. I think there's a form of Yorubanization going on here. Unless this guy has, even if it's committed an infraction, it should really be. Remember, we complained a lot about this under Buhari when they would remove anybody. Remember when Kemi Adeosun was removed and they put an Aboki there. So anytime they removed anybody under the Buhari administration, they put an Aboki there. But that now seems to be repeating. President Bola Tinubu has directed Maman Amadu to resign from the office or as the Director General of the Bureau of Public Procurement. In a statement released on Saturday, June the 15th, the Special Advisor to the President on Media and Publicity, Ajuri, said the move was part of a larger reorganization effort in the public procurement system to reposition the agency for greater efficiency and transparency. The presidential spokesman said the Director General is to hand over to the most senior officer in the Bureau, pending the appointment of a new Director General. Ajuri added that the President thanked Ahmadu for his services and wished him success in his future endeavors. It is unclear why Tinubu gave the directive. In another statement, Ajuri announced the appointment of Oyedeji Ariyo Gbeleyi as the Director General of the agency. The statement noted that Gbeleyi is a renowned financial expert and award-winning chartered accountant. It said he was a fellow of both the Chartered Institute of Nigerian of Accountants of Nigeria and Taxation Institutes as well. So there it is, swapping of the guards, the urbanization of the something or the other. This is what's going on. So this is the most trending piece on Twitter today within the Nigerian Twitter space. The obedience, of course, our latest victim, Donyo Okokwe. So he's now lamenting after propelling Obi to the prominence that he has now. He's being rewarded in the manner that only the obedience can. 80% of those who insult, abuse, disparage, and are intolerant of my views on this platform are from one ethnic nationality. This is Donyo Okokwe getting his fair dues from the obedience. Politician Donyo Okokwe is of the view that 80% of those who insult, abuse, disparage, and are intolerant of his views on social media are from one ethnic nationality. Okokwe shared this view on his Twitter handle this afternoon, June the 15th. Okokwe has in recent times received heat on social media after dismissing the credibility of Peter Obi in the 2023 general election. Okokwe, who served as the Director General of the Labour Party Presidential Campaign Organization in the 2023 general election, had on June the 7th appeared on Channels Television where he stated that of all the presidential candidates in the 2023 election, Tinubu was the best. Many felt his comment was treacherous and took to social media to slam him. In the post he shared on his, I struggle to call it X, so let me continue to call it Twitter. In a post he shared on his Twitter today, Okokwe stated that he is a nationalist and that during the general election, he supported a candidate from the Southeast against one of his own region in the Southwest. He said that he supported Obi based only on the principle that a Southerner must succeed Buhari, but sadly Obi lost the election, and God in his wisdom gave victory to another Southerner who is a Yoruba man and a long-standing associate. So this is now, if I did not help him to win, should I join others to pull him down unjustifiably? I think this is referencing Tinubu. So if he did not help Tinubu to win, should he join others to pull him down unjustifiably? So this is Okokwe now, straight from his Twitter handle. It says, is it a coincidence that nearly 80% of those who insult, abuse, disparage, and are intolerant of my views on this platform are from one ethnic nationality? Wow. I have been a nationalist all my life and politics. Freely, I went out of my way on principle to support Southeast quest for the presidency. No matter the insult, intolerance, and display of uncouthness, I will remain what I have always been, a true nationalist. We have invested too much in each other to go back on commitments to brotherhood and national unity. This new wave of bigotry will not undo the friendships already established. I supported Shagari when Awolowo was a candidate. I supported Tofa when Abiola was a candidate. I supported Jonathan when the mainstream Southwest supported Buhari. More recently, I supported Obi even when Tinubu was a candidate. My past records of a detribalized politician. My past records of a detribalized politician is unassailable. When late Ikemba was going on a tour of the North, I was with him throughout the trip. I was instrumental to his visit to the Lagos Island Club, where he delivered his iconic and famous handshake across the Niger speech. His cousin and the owner of Ekenson Motors is a witness. Go and verify. I supported Obi based only on the principle that a southerner must succeed Buhari. Sadly, we lost the election. God, in his wisdom, gave victory to another southerner, a Yoruba, and a long-standing associate. If I did not help him win, should I join others to pull him down unjustifiably? So more Koboko coming his way, as we know the obedience, of course. So more Kobokos coming his way, as we know the obedience, of course. So more Kobokos coming his way. Sadly, okay. Yes, let's leave that there. Sufficient enough to be going on with. We play the Kegite music. See where the session goes. I've put the Kegites where I can reach them now. So next, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi akẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Nerua, which may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Plenty of space in the studio. Anybody wants to hop on, hop on. But hopped on, Ola, good to have you, Ola. Adewale, hopefully his audio a lot better this time around. Rational Mind joins us, Ajanle Koko as well. So good to have you, gentlemen. Good to be your company. Let's kick it off with Ola. Let's kick it off with Ola. If he's ready to go, Ola. All right. You are there.
I did.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Good to have you. So where do you want to kick it off? Do you want to kick it off on the question of which direction should we? Because I want us now, going forward, I want us to be profiling a lot of these politicians, seeing what their politics is like. And we're starting off with Shure. So the easy question is he a futuristic politician or an activist stagnated by just kumbayaism? So what's your projection for him, and what do you see his traction is? Just give us about 3 minutes of that, and then we go to other topics.
Yeah, Professor Mike Olawale brought his own version and his own hypothesis
You know, that was what actually inspired it. I was listening to you guys yesterday and I was struck by what Mike was saying, and I thought we'd wrap a session around it. Carry on.
Yeah, he brought that.
One man.
Yeah.
Do you agree with Mike with all his analysis yesterday on show?
Not all of it, but some of it. And I also agreed with a lot of the things that Remy said. So that's why I've actually brought it up as a topic.
Okay. Mike made a very brilliant analysis. Politics.
Since when did Mike and brilliant go in the same sentence?
Very brilliant. No, very brilliant. You need to go and listen to it again.
Okay.
I know Allah will not agree with him because Allah
you see
one of those kumbayaism.
Because it pander to your own narrative and your own hypothesis based on false premises. You see, if the premises is faulty, then the conclusion is going to be faulty, not even likely. So the thing is this: when you are trying to compare the like of Trump's, you are trying to compare Showore, I don't really see the connection there, because already it's like saying, okay, the like of Abiola.
Let's not compare him with Trump. Let's hold him as a standalone and then examine him. Sorry, Ola, you still have the floor. But what I want us to really do, there it is. What I want us to really do is to give consideration, because we're very quick. I say we really are very quick to disparage this guy and dismiss him offhand. But what Mike was saying yesterday made me somewhat re-examine my thoughts. But yes, let's keep the focus on him. Carry on.
Yeah, no, I'm keeping the focus on him because his premises is what I was just trying to refer to. Now, let's look at it this way. The like of Abiola, the like of Buhari, the like of Lula of Brazil, they play that long-term things, but they play that long-term with effectiveness. You know, they were so active in the way they play it. Now, how do I mean? Okay. Now, these guys, with the exception of Lula of Brazil, belong to a major political party. Within that major political party and the power broker within the country, you know, they invested heavily to support people within that party. Not only that they were supporting people within that party too, they were very active in social responsibility. Okay, we know Buhari, for example, to have been the former head of state, and he has this kind of false, incorruptible brand that people believe that, okay, because others are corrupt, so let us bring this man. But they have a point of reference. For that Abiola, they have a point of reference. Now, when you have politicians whereby you have point of referring to them, what they did that they could bring in the large scale, that one is so clear. So you will understand people, whether we call it collective ignorance or let's say collective, the brilliance. You understand? So they were there because we could see what they have done. Now, we are now bringing we are now putting incorruptible Showore again, another incorruptible. I will put inverted comma, double, quotation now. Now, incorruptible person that he is so clean, you understand, has those things, and he want to be on his own. That is the value we know about Showore today. So if he's playing to the long term, how? Now, the people you don't want to mingle with today.
Yes, is that a value there is
power? How are you going to grab the power from them? How are you going to take the power away from them? You know, when
I don't think you can hear me. Can anyone hear me?
Power, he has to join those people that.
Hello? We can hear you. We can hear you.
You understand?
Then what I don't think you can hear me.
Allah, can you hear us?
Is inverted,
Ola,
is quoted integrity. He traded it just for his political
Allah take
ambition.
back it low.
All really know what Buhari truly represents today, because that brand we used to think about Buhari now is no longer the same Buhari. So if Sowore is going to be that kind of person, then people that are saying he's staying long term, you can see his incompetence in the way he's presenting the matter. Then if it's truly what he's doing, then you are already saying, okay, you really embrace all these corrupt politicians now. Every Sowore supporters now, you are simply saying, okay, we are going to embrace these corrupt politicians for our Sowore to get to that place. Then you've already betrayed your standard. So that's just the way I'm seeing all this Showerization of future presidential election. So to me, I never believe, because I can't see any signal to really think that the hypothesis that Mike was pushing forward.
Ola.
Okay, let me check what you are saying, woman. Is there any issue with my phone?
Ola, can you hear people?
Okay, I can't hear you. What is happening?
Go out and come back. Go out and come back.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Go out and come back.
Any issue with my phone?
All right. Is the last still there? Look at that.
Communication don't break down.
All right. So who wants to pick it up from there?
No, sorry, can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but you can't hear us.
No, I can hear you now.
All right, brilliant. There was
device switch. So what was the question you were asking, so that I can
no, I can't even remember, but we were all talking to you, but you couldn't hear us.
Okay. So to me, that was already a false hypothesis. Now, those people that were able to do what Mike is pandering to is this. They didn't sit down. Some of them went to the grassroots. They were not presenting themselves, but they were actively supporting their candidate. Okay, in this election, you put 2 candidates. The next election, you increase to 5. They started increasing that way. So they had something to bring to the table. As we speak today, Sowore does not really have anything to bring to that table. So how
it brings the narrative though to the table. What Sowore has been speaking about for years and years is what Nigerians are speaking about now. Do you understand? It's been these structures of corruption that now seems to be the moniker that will be. Sowore has been speaking about it for years and years, and he has been campaigning about paradigm shifts in the system, cleansing the aegis table, getting rid of all of these old and rotten. It's been preaching all of that, and that is the language that people are speaking now. So why is there not a connect from the apostle of that message and the converts to that message? Why is it?
You know, like I said, one thing is for you to talk, one thing is for you to show the authenticity of what we are talking about. Like I said, and okay, look, whether we like it or not, Nigeria will keep getting more educated. The exposure now, the type of knowledge that flows now will be totally different tomorrow, because over time we will learn from our democracy and we will learn from those people that are competent. Probably like 10 years ago or 20 years ago now, if Sowore was going to tell me that, oh, I will increase minimum wage by 100,000, I will jump up, I will believe in. But today, because of the knowledge that I have, I will just say this man is saying rubbish. The same way we have collective knowledge of how things run over time, because within this democracy, we are all going to learn. We are going to learn the reality. Like I said, we've seen Buhari, but Buhari was able to show something that he did in the past. Reference. Now, Tinubu played a very long game. He was just patient until the right time came for him. But then again, Tinubu, you could refer to something that he has done. Outside the country too, those people that play this long game, you can see something that they've been able to do. As a matter of Sowore now, we don't see, and we're assuming that we won't just get someone that is so innovative, that has charisma, that can carry people along like Obama tomorrow. That's an assumption.
Yeah, just to move the conversation forward, is it then the conclusion or your conclusion that Sowore will be the messenger of change, but not the beneficiary of that change? Because the politics that it plays is too left wing for mainstream politics.
Okay, that's a good thing. Now it can be the messenger, it can be the one to drive, but I don't necessarily see him as a beneficiary. So that's just my point. So because the premises itself was just faulty, and to me, and very lovable. If someone is a student of politics, then you follow the global politics. That premises that Michael was pushing yesterday, to me, was just very lovable one. That's the way I see it. I could be wrong, because time is the master of everything, that will prove someone right or wrong. But as it is today, it's just like daydreaming. So nothing they happen. Probably nothing they happen. So let me just put it that way.
All right. Because so in terms of the age bracket, Sowore will be around about 52, 54. If you add another 10 years to that, it will be around about 60, 62, 64, which is round about the ideal age for a president, at least within our climes. The Americans, they prefer 80-something year olds, but it can still but the politics that is building up, even in 10 years' time, you cannot still see it leading him anywhere, can you?
No, see, we are forgetting the tyranny of the majority here. I just use that tyranny of the majority loosely. Look at it this way now. As it is now, it is still between the South and the North. Now, we all know, if we are to do it right way, since Obasanjo did it so, you understand? Normally, it should have gone to the Southeast, but yet he still came to Yoruba land. The same way, I can tell you tomorrow, someone will get to that place once maybe it goes to the North after maybe 2031, or maybe if they are able to hijack it in 2027, those people, they will do their 8 years. By the time it's coming to this place too, we have majority. When we say the majority in the South now, you understand, we talk of the Southwest, and we talk of the and we talk of the Southeast. So the tyranny of the majority will always be there. And if you think,
but Sowore falls within the two now. It's an Ondoman, is it not, or it purports to be?
Okay, let me laugh at something. If you get regional government today, and you say Ekiti now, and you say Yoruba now, suddenly Ekiti man will remember that I'm not a Yoruba man, that was just a name adopted. They will remember that I'm a Ekiti, and suddenly Ilaje people will know they are Ilaje. That's the type of nature of the person we are. How did I know this one? When people were saying, the cause that Ahule plays on Yoruba is the one that is spreading, immediately Ekiti said, no, I'm not a Yoruba. The cause is for those people that were under Oyo Empire. Immediately, Ijebu will say, no, I was not under Oyo, so that they cause. So what I'm saying is this: it is now the level of our tribalism and the level of ethnicity in that country.
Sorry, Ola, there was another thing that Mike said yesterday, that there seems to be a mind shift from the younger generations away from this ethno-religious politics that we play in Nigeria. So do you identify that mind shift, and do you see it impacting anytime within the immediate to medium term? The immediate to medium term being the next 3 cycles of election, to jettison the ethno-tribal underpin of the Nigerian political space and go to merit and capacity. Do you see that change sufficient enough that would change the dynamics of Nigerian politics?
Okay, we are looking at this thing from the southern people only, based on the level of education. we are still not looking at our brother in the north. I know that when we say this thing to some people, it sounds derogatory. Yeah, I know these people, they are enlightening in the sense that, okay, you see all those nomadic Fulani, you understand, they carry radio, but that's not the type of education we are talking about. We are talking of education to emancipate, that these people you are depending on, they do not like you. You have to just be independent. You don't allow one alike to feed you or to tell you what to do. Don't allow anybody to use religion to brainwash you. You have to get to that level. As we speak today, we are not at that level. So when we are talking of the mind shift, we are talking about who are those youths that are involved. We are talking of majorly the South, the people from the South in majority. So you have to cross that.
Also, Mike cited examples of the sophistry of northern voters. We're even referencing Mike. Mike usually is just a yam head. Why is he even? But he cited the example of the sophistry of northern voters using the last cycle of elections as an example. That it was only in the north that that all the candidates got good inroads into different states. So they're a lot more sophisticated, but that sophistry still it's embeds in that backdrop of conservatism, which is ethnicity and religion. So it's a very complex.
It's a very complex thing, like you finally said. Look at it this way now. When the youth are talking, obviously many of us will love Osinbajo to be there. How come we could not even push Osinbajo out? Are we ready to take the political structure, the major political structure of that country, away from those people that we see dictate? We have to look at those things. Because at the end of the day, the major political party in that country, they will have to, you understand, you will have to hijack them, or you put something in place to actually to become superior to them before you can implement whatever you are dreaming of implementing now. So, it's not as an option as, okay, it's not as easy as, okay, let us just bring all the necessary political party out. Because if what we are saying is truly the way it is, you understand, the like of Showore, the like of Adewale or Adewale, they should have more than what they had. Are we not talking of that?
Yes, the numbers doesn't back it up. They'll say, oh, they are written numbers, etc., etc. The numbers in that election, they're a reasonable enough reflection of the will of the people. But the numbers don't back up this sort of narrative. Is what you are saying and what I may be agreeing with. Because if they buy into this wind of change sort of thing, then we should see that even if Obi gets all of those votes that he got, we should still see sufficient enough with Showore, Prince Adebayo, and all of these people to show an indication of a paradigm shift in a mindset. But all of those didn't document now. We just saw Obi sparkle up and all of the reasons, do you understand what I mean?
I understand what you mean. When the like of Bodeoluwo Poroku, because like Bodeoluwo Poroku was relying on what he believed he did for Ekiti that time. Ekiti showed him Pepe during the election. Ganifa Wemi, we know what Ganifa Wemi represented when he was alive. But he put his head. I know that he must have known better before his death. Then Femi Falana tried that because of popularity. You have to fought for the country now. He tried. He was disgraced out of that election. So the thing is this: if truly you really want to get that structure out, the same you that think they want to, they should infiltrate all those big political parties there. But you know what? Can I trust them to do anything? No, because we are talking of the so-called youth that are looking for opportunity. You understand? They want to do, the youth we are talking about, they want to do exactly what those people they are calling corrupt politicians today, they want to even do and surpass them. Those are the type of youth we have today. It's not as if the Showore group now, it's not as if they want anything now, that we won't see some Judas among them already that will be talking of sharing money and will be telling the Showore to get out. Look at those people that was under Labour Party then, that used Labour Party to get power. What happened eventually? Some of them moved back to a PDP, and some of them moved back to APC. So they just used that grant just to grab whatever they wanted to grab. And once they fund they put the step in, now everything changed. So to me, the best way for Showore to go, all those stories that we are talking about, I know they listen. Let Showore, I'm not saying Showore should go and be, after all, he doesn't want to be local government chairman, fair enough. But use your strength, use your political, use your own PR, your popularity. Start putting people in the State House Assembly, start pushing people to the National Assembly, because that's what I have empirical evidence of where or something like that was actually achieved across the world. I have not seen this type of I don't see this type of this Showore story. See, look, before Trump could become the president of America, like we are saying, he joined the Republican. Before this guy, before the Obama we are talking about, before he could even become the president of America, he joined the Democrats. It's not as if, okay, you just go and form one party and shouting greatest Bosa, Bosa, go, go, go. You see, greatest Bosa will work on campus. It will not work after that, because the stake there is just too much. Because this thing is not even about taking care of the people or about moving the country forward. It's about grabbing power for these people to expand the empire. Then you only pray that, okay, few among them that have something to do, that can even the crunches from the table that can draw for the masses. That's what you expect.
And power can never be grabbed without getting your hands dirty. You cannot do squeaky clean politics and then get power. How do you even get it? You can't do Mr. Clean Man politics and then get power. It's never happened anywhere in the world.
As far as concerned, there's no clean politician. I used to think like that before I found myself in the Western world. Even my prime minister now, I was denied the fact for like almost 4 years. You see, if you see the thing I've uncovered in just the last few months, oh my goodness. You see, Satan will come to my prime minister today and say, man, I have to be your apprentice. I have to learn from you, because that's politician for you. So that you want, see, if you want to be Pope, go and be Pope. If you want to be a pastor, go and be pastor wherever you are. But once you are coming to politics, into politics, you have to play according to the rule. And Yoruba will say, you understand? No good child inside the barrel of gun. You understand? You have to play according to the rule, because politics itself is an industry, and that industry is not for an angel. It's not for the saint. You understand? So Yoruba will say there's nobody that go look into Inyash when they no go fight shit. That's how. So those people that are supporting Showore, if you want Showore to grab power truly, if you find him joining PDP or APC, then you ask yourself question: is Showore still representing the value you want? Because it is easy. Oh, when you go to that place, are you going to control the National Assembly members?
Ola.
Are you going to control the governors?
Ola, can you hear me, Ola?
Yes,
yeah, you see, when we say Showore is very naive, like what's his name? Our Labour Party presidential candidate, what's his name? Obi. He's so naive, and I think he's becoming a clown of some sort. For me, it's just, I think he doesn't really have a grasp of the Nigerian politics. Of course, I may understand that he has some brilliant ideas as to how to move that country forward. But the thing is, you need to play politics. I've said it many times here on this platform. I say, Showore might need to apply a little bit of evil to achieve.
Rational man.
What is it now?
why not wait for your time and instead of
No.
interjecting, you are still saying the same thing.
Let him interject. With allow interjections.
Because it's the same thing when it's his turn. Just let allow that then you come here and say your
Let him interject. Don't worry. Carry on with your point.
Let me understand. Have you been changed? Because it's been a while. I listen in. Because I noticed the structure has changed. I think Ola was just flowing. Nobody interjected him. So as it's like he was.
No, we do allow interjections. But not the rowdy ones. But carry on with the point you're making.
Yeah. So are you factoring in that Shore is becoming a clown of some sort? Are you factoring that himself is so naive too? Is that what I'm hearing from what you're saying?
From me, to be honest, is very naive. Right from the date of campaign, I've already known that his utterances is not that of typical politician. It's more of an activist. You understand? You are making statements that you cannot defend. Let me tell you one thing. If you put myself and Showore toe to toe with that statement, for example, that I will increase the wages of the workers by 100,000, he's going to fail immediately because number one, the guy didn't understand what he's saying, because that's the lowest level, right? Minimum wage 100. So the person that was signing 500 before, because we call it minimum, you have to do something about it. So before you know, escalation, you have debt you are repaying, you have a lot of things. So one thing is to use sweet word, because we remember that even General Buhari once told us that he will make sure that $1 will be equal to 1 naira. That kind of a vague statement that it simply says that you don't really have understanding of what you are talking about. That's the way I see Showore. So all those things that Showore are talking about, they are more greatest booster back. A Luther continue all this. So it's not something that's realistic, because you have to consider your political environment and all those other pressure, the both external pressure, and you have to know that you have a constitution that guides you. Even if you control the military, there's no way you can overpower all those people and impose your will just like that. Even when Buhari, with his being a former general, he tried that. They say, Oga, you are going beyond your boundary. But when he pander to their own demands, no story. Everybody laughing. But immediately you overstep like this, they say, Oga, you don't start again. I beg, maintain your level. So Buhari during his own time, they allow him to just be figurehead for them to do whatever they wanted to do. But immediately he overstepped. Suddenly, the governor that you think they are not powerful, they came out. They showed their power immediately. So to me, Showore, it's not out of place to say he's now behaving like a clown too. You understand? He's behaving like a clown.
All right. Let me move you on so that we can move the conversation round. This Oluwo thing now. So somebody sent it in quite outraged. Oluwo under fire for exposing head in Mecca. So apparently, allegedly, and this is new information to me, a Yoruba Oba must never show his head uncapped in public. So what are you making of the controversy then around this headline?
Well, it's Oba of Yoruba land. I won't talk too much. But what I can talk about it is in forefathers and those people that have passed through the throne, they never behave like him. So the thing is this: when you bypass the normal process to do things, and you bring someone that, because this one now, everything that Oluwo is displaying now is showing that it's not actually competent to be on the throne. Sorry to say that. So because where you will even already suspect this man, he said he is not Oba, that is anemia, right? You crown someone as your Oba, the person in charge of your tradition, and suddenly he declared to foreign culture. So that one should tell you the type of king. Like so, well, the Igbo people, that should be their headache. You understand? But what I will now say about me, about my is this: one ikuti paujuba eni, oweni pafoni. So for other Yoruba people here, so next time when you need to get a new king, you just pray that you don't get the type of Oluwo. You just try to get involved, because it's just the same way that we are not active in the politics, in the selection process, because we are not so active in our selection process of bringing out a leader. I would say the same thing applies to Oluwo here now. So if you continue this way, before you know, Oluwo already, as they said, is an emir. So I'm not looking towards the day that Ewi of Ado, Ugoga of Ikere, Ajiro of Ijero will say they are emir. So where whatever Oluwo has done now is not representing anything Yoruba culture. So I will leave this one to the Igbo people and those people from the throne to decide. So dear Nitalabani Nubeji. So let me just comment just like that.
All right, Bilal. I'll bring it round to you in a moment with other topics. Let's go to Rational Mind, who joins us. So Rational Mind, come into the conversation. We were discussing so much the future of Sowore and what space he occupies within the Nigerian political space. What is he? Is he a futuristic politician? Is he an activist stuck in some sort of a loop? Is he even politicking for governance or for clout and attention? What's your reading of him? And is he ever likely to progress within the Nigerian political space?
Yeah, you see, that's one of the reasons why I came on your platform today. That's when I saw Sowore. Although I've not been listening to him at all, I've just been picking up here and there from different things that people have been saying online, but I've not really listened to the comment or whatever, the full totality of what he himself said. So I want to assume that what I've heard from different people is what he said. So my point is, I mean, his attack of Obi and all of that he has said. For me, you see, as much as I like Sowore, he will still be a preferred candidate for me to lead that country. But at the same time, recently I've been, not as if it's recently, I've always wondered if anybody could really change that country. No matter how some of them have the best intentions. The one that is currently there, you hear some of the things that he said to us when he was campaigning, and he was in the trenches, that he keep repeating that same narrative, that he knew he was in the trenches with the Nadeco. Those are the people, democracy fighters who understand democracy. But he got there now, see what is going on, see what is somewhat stifling opposition. If you heard what Atiku said recently in one of the dailies, he said he's scared of Nigeria, that if the opposition cannot unite, he's really scared. That is scary. If our opposition in the country cannot unite, and I've said it on this platform that Tinubu is a destroyer of opposition. He knows how to silence opposition. He knows how to infiltrate them, create some pseudo kind of opposition that he will be controlling. So it is scary that if people cannot unite to form opposition against this failing APC has failed. Even some of their members who are carry members of APC, who are big shot within the APC, they said the only way APC can come back to power in the next election with the current trend is if they have to rig that election. There's no way APC is going to do that election. If the election is conducted free and fair.
Who said that?
There's this guy on Arise. I mean, he's not Arise, sorry, on channels. This former APC is the chairman. I mean, not central, not chairman of APC, not central, not no, I don't know, one of those northern states. That was interviewed by Kishin Okinbaloye. He said it. So even this was his name. I mean,
Northeast.
And so even forgot if he also insinuated something like that too in his interview. Even he didn't say it outrightly, but you could hear from the innuendos or whatever thing he was trying to portray of what could possibly happen Nigerian people should decide. I know, but that's not what Nigerian people should decide. But Nigerian people will vote APC out if an election is conducted right now. People will lose that election. So I don't know what. So except maybe something changed from now to 2024. I mean 2027. If things change for the better.
Rational man, can I interject? I think.
Hold on. Let me land this point. Let me land the point, please.
I think
so my point is
this. Okay, sorry.
Let me land this point. You come in. Let me just land. So my point is with Sowore is that I don't know what he doesn't get. You're a lone wolf. A lone wolf cannot, in the Nigerian context. You know what I mean? I would encourage him to go and watch this movie that I used to like to make on. I used to make this. What's it called? Kingdom of Heavens. Let him go and watch that. You cannot. You no matter how you are righteous person, you are most good, the best person. You are very righteous among some corrupt leaders. There's not. There's hardly you can bring a change. You can be able to maybe save some people, but the generality of everybody you cannot. You know. So he needs to understand that the rot in the Nigerian system is not something that he can fix. He cannot fix it. The only way is he has to infiltrate them from inside and serve like a mole, act like he was part of them, and then maybe when he gets there, he clenches the power. Then he can now start showing them who is the boss. But you want to do it from outside, and even with people, you want to get the support of people who are not themselves, are not even ready, who themselves are mentally they've been down, they've been beaten down to think like their leaders, to think like the criminals that are ruling over them. How do you expect them to change? Because the work is so huge for him that you have to first of all convince the people that you are going to get their backing to support you. You're going to do a lot of work in educating them. And where are you going to get all the resources? It's not the same people that will give you the resources. Are you going to use your own money to do it? So sometimes there's this Yoruba adage I'm trying to look for. What it's trying to say is that sometimes if you don't eat yam because of epo, you eat epo because of yam, meaning that sometimes you have to do certain things just to achieve certain things. So I don't know if he doesn't get that. I mean, he's a Yoruba man who from my area, and he understands that we go by this proverb a lot because it's our area that we eat a lot of yam and epo. So I mean, you understand what I'm trying to say. So my point is, you see, Sowore is becoming some kind of you see, and again, another angle I'm looking to this whole thing is that some of the people, why it seems like he's on a decline himself, is that people like myself used to support him. And I know a whole lot of people who supported him in 2019. A whole lot of them, they're now pitching tents with Obi. Not because they don't see him as another viable candidate. I think some of them must have read the whole political scene in Nigeria that, okay, we have to look for somebody who is one of them. Probably who is pretending to be one of them. So maybe to be able to break in between.
Sorry, how would anybody that supports Sowore pitch tent with I'm
one of them now. There are so many of them now.
Yeah, because Sowore is the antithesis of Sowore. What Sowore stands for, the direct opposite of it is what Obi's backdrop is. You know, so how can there's a certain disingenuity to say you used to support Sowore and now you support Obi? There's just, it's the direct opposite of the position you previously had.
I don't know, Mo. Thank you, one man, for that point. I mean, maybe rational man can take it off from there.
But one man, if you look at what Sowore was preaching, it's pretty much what Peter Obi was preaching.
Yeah, but what Peter Obi represents is the direct opposite.
The language that we are using is all the same thing to dismantle the criminality.
I'm not talking about the language. I'm talking about the backdrop. I'm talking about I'm talking about antecedents. Peter Obi's antecedents.
Sowore has not been in any position for us to judge him.
You're not even listening to what I'm saying.
One man, what these people don't get is that Obi is part of the establishment.
Obi is part of the establishment, and Sowore is anti-establishment. So you cannot say you follow Sowore's messaging and now you are with Peter Obi, because what Sowore stands for is the direct opposite.
Let me handle this topic. This question. Our friend from Abuja. I forgot that your
Emmanuel.
Emmanuel, sorry. So let me undo them. Let me undo our naysayers here, like Jare Koko and one man himself. They always like to put this question. You see, the thing is this: to understand how ideology is one of those fundamentals in politics, but does that really play in the political calculation in Nigeria? The way Nigeria is set up right now, I don't think so. You might say Showore is a welfarist. It's more like a socialist. Oh, I will give this, I'll do this for everybody. Everybody will have this. We'll be giving money to everybody. No, yeah, you might have said that. And Obi might be more a capitalist, and maybe he's using a platform that is more like a socialist or kind of a labor kind of that is more inclined towards a welfarist kind of state or economy. But the one thing you need to understand is that even among the labor union, there are also capitalists among them.
No, that's not where the conversation is, rational mind.
So what's the point?
The conversation is in where the paradigms are.
So what are these paradigms you're talking about? Let me know.
So Red's paradigm is in the greater good for the most sort of politics, that the resources of state should be entirely for the benefit of the people. And the opposite side of that is the opportunism of politics that we have in Nigeria. So that's Showore's politics. You may call it social welfareist, but it is more about probity, honesty, resource for greater good, a transparent sort of a governance, all of those sort of spaces. That's what Showore has always advocated. Now, Peter Obi is the direct product of what Showore has been agitating against. It's an opportunistic politician, deeply embedded in the rotten system, going back decades and decades. By association and action, Obi represents what Nigeria is trying to escape from, not escape to. So you cannot support Showore and then transmute to support Obi, because there's a disingenuity there.
Well, woman, all the things you just said is just some kind of dogo-turenchi for me. I just don't understand what I've said. That is quite different from what you're saying. You said Showore because I was getting distracted here when somebody was calling me. So, but I knew I caught the first part of what you were putting to me, is that Showore is more like, oh, the resources should be used for the greater good, and that's where I got it up to. If I got distracted with this call, my point is this, woman. However it is, it doesn't matter whether the cat is black or how did I say it? It doesn't matter whether the cat is white or black. But the thing is to catch a mouse if the mouse intrudes the house. So the point is, like I was saying, Nigerian people want a better life. If it's whether through a capitalist kind of system, or it's going to be through some kind of welfarist or socialist kind of system, all they want is they want a better life. If Showore's socialist kind of agenda or whatever he said he wants to achieve a better Nigeria for Nigerians is going to be through this welfarist or socialist kind of country economy he wants to run or system, then so be it. And if it's obese capitalist, my point is this: get the job done. Put Nigeria at the place whereby it needs to be. If Tinubu can do it, like I've said it many times on this platform, if Tinubu can work for the people, turn things around. Whatever, maybe he has killed many people just to attend to that. Like people like former this guy that died in PDP, that they went to his house and they killed him. What's his name? Funshaw Williams or whatever, people that died that they use in sacrificing to become what they get. But at least you've redeemed yourself. You've paid some kind of price by trying to save the generality of the people. I'll forgive him. I will even overlook whatever crime or whatever things I've done. As long as you work for the people and the people get to live a better life, I will forgive him. I mean, that's just my own opinion. I'm not God to forgive him. I'm saying in my own kind of way, I've always been hitting on him on many platforms when I go talk about him. But my point is this: if you get to work for the people, governance is about working for the people, not for your cronies. If Obi said, yes, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. But I know that Obi is not a saint. I mean, I'm not saying Obi is, I know he's part of the establishment. I know. That's why I said Shurem might need to do a evil, some kind of evil to get some good. Meaning he has to sometimes have to parley with these people, because if you say you're trying to form your own political party, how many people are joining your political party? I mean, now look at it. You just enumerated something a while ago. When Shurem started this journey, was in 2018 or 2019. It was thereabout. It was around maybe 49 or 48. In a matter of how many years now? This guy is 54. I mean, Modular will be some few years. But what I'm saying is that just look at how the years just climb on each other. And before you know it, this guy will be 60. I mean, before Tinubu is done, if Tinubu is going to do 8 years, he would be like in his 60s. Is that when we start looking at him? So you see, Odion law, Olodion Kaojo. That's what Yoruba people say. My mom used to say that. Olodion Kaojo. Time does not wait for anybody. So what you should have done, I mean, the way you should have gone about this whole thing, it's like, I mean, he himself said it, and I said, it is madness to do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. You've been doing the same thing, aluta every time, riot, everything. It's the same thing. The people you are, I mean, at this point, you need to understand the people you are trying to help, they are not ready. They're not ready for the kind of revolution or the kind of way you want to dislodge these people from the system. They're not ready for it. So can you look for another means? If it means that you have to infiltrate these political parties, act like one of them, act like, I mean, as long as you can keep your own track record clean, even though you're part of APC or PDP, nobody can pin you to haven't collect any money from anybody or work for any governor, whatever. Even though you say, oh, were you not part of PDP? Yes, I was a member of PDP. But go show me evidence of I collected money from Atiku or collected money from Yaro from North or one of these big shot. Show me. You can. What you just need just maintain your own integrity. The political party can come and go. They can have their bad names. Okay, even himself, even the AAC that he connected. I mean, he started. At least there were some bad eggs among them. People who infiltrated his party. So would you say because of that? Would you say because of AAC became some kind of SPV or some kind of party that some people use? Should not use that and label him and say, oh, he's incompetent? If I have to go by the words of the Shoyinka, because some people just have some followers or some people who are members of the political party, and because they have become unruly and then they are a certain way, then we should now castigate the leader of that party. Should we say it doesn't mean that he is incompetent to manage a political party? That's not what it means. So for me, you see, the Nigerian political system is so corrupt that if you say you want to bring this your holier than thou attitude and come, you want to bring sanity into the system. One thing you should understand that the people who are going to give you the backing, the masses, they are not ready. So if you
how would you be positioned if Obi goes back to PDP?
Woman, I can't really say anything for that for now. My position,
because it's wrapping around what you're saying. Yeah, it sounds as though you are willing to open. You've already opened that window in what you're saying.
Woman, you see, as much as
you have to get your hands dirty to get power. So
I understand. I know. I've already said certain things that shows that maybe I'll be okay. I'll be cool with Obi going to PDP. But my point is this, woman, is that as much as I hate APC, hate PDP. But if at this point, what we need to do to dislodge people out of the power will be just to join their party.
Dislodge which people out of power, because hold on. The only dislodgement of the criminal out of power is Shore. Anything outside of Shore is not a dislodgement of anything. It's handing the baton from a set of criminals to a different set, just like we saw from Goodluck Jonathan to Buhari.
Well, you see, woman, I hate to say, I hate to say this. When I say this, people say, people like Angelico will get triggered. And they have something they laugh about it. You see, at this point, like I said,
forget Shore as an entity, but stay with its narrative. So the narrative space of Shore is the rescue of that nation. But anything outside of that is essentially swapping a set of criminals with another. Would you agree with that?
Of course, woman, I agree.
But the thing is this:
you
You agree with that?
Swapping criminals with criminals.
I disagree with that statement. You didn't hear what one man said?
That okay? Can you just can you explain that?
I said, let me repeat it. I said the narrative space, forget Showore as an individual, the narrative space, the politics that he is propagating, he's propelling, the politics that Obi is putting, that Showore is putting forward, is the politics of rescue of that country. So any politics outside of what Showore is advocating is essentially swapping a set of criminals with another. So if our article takes over from Tinubu, it's a different set of criminals taking over from a different set of criminals. If Obi and his mob take over from Tinubu, it's a different set of criminals taking over from a different. Can you hold up? No, guy. No. We're not doing rowdy now. Just chill out.
No,
no. Just be quiet, man. Don't ruin the session because you do this too often. Yes, it just cut me off my thoughts. Then it's essentially.
I think I get your point. I think I get
yes.
Come on, let me take it from there so that we can move on to other people. If you're done with me, now let me. I get it, woman. I think you can correct me if I don't read, but I think I get the gist of what you're saying. You see, for me, I understand what you're talking about. That aside from Showore, but one thing you need to understand that Showore is just a one person. I mean, even if Tinubu is a clean person, look at the people that are working with it. Within just a few months that he got there, look at the kind of people, the kind of scandals that we're seeing everywhere. You get it? So the point is, Showore can be the most cleanest person among all the bunch. So okay, look, I gave you an example of his party. Look at, should we say because of his misjudgment of not judging right, or the kind of character that should be secretary of his party, in the person of what's that guy's name? That guy that took the party away from me at some point. I was now, selling the party out to the highest bidders. Ezenwa, the former Ezenwa, what's his name? I don't forget that guy's name. So, should we say because of his lack of judgment, is being not being able to judge the kind of character of people? Should we say that makes him incompetent? So, what's the guarantee that if he becomes a president, and all the people that he puts in his cabinet, some of them they were accused of scandals too, or they were corrupt too? What you're in? Would you say because of that we misjudge we kind of criticize, or we find fault with his judgment? So that's the point. So you see, this one man savior, one man.
Yeah, but in the political space, it is the only name that stands up to probity.
Forget that thing.
Which other politician stands up to probity? No. But I think you are trying to open a portal for Peter Obi and still maintain he has some integrity, even though he gets deeper and deeper into murky politics.
No, there's nothing you have against Peter Obi, besides maybe you can say, oh, this is mediocrity. Some of the mediocre things.
Corruption as well. We've already done a lot of corruption. No, we don't have to.
Could I be hard, please? Let me be hard on that. Because one man you're trolling. Let me interject.
Pansat, hold on. I'll give you time.
Just let me interject you.
Oh, can you? I want to allow you, but I just want to say something to you. Can you please make it real quick, because I'll
make it quick because
all right, please. Go on. You're listening. Are you still there, Pansat? Woman, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you now.
Okay. Let me just make it very snappy for you. When one man is trolling, doing what he's doing right now, we should just ignore him, actually. Because there is no way you couldn't put anybody that Showore is cleaner than Peter Obi. It's known. There's only one man does it on this show. If you saw Peter Obi in Edo State today, you would know that it's silly to be asking the question, who's more popular? Edo State was agog with Peter Obi. Everybody knows Peter Obi is a good character. That's not the problem. Now, some of his ideas may be mediocrity, like you said. In essence, we do need more force to take our country back. He's more of a law abider where we don't have courts, So he's open to criticism from that side. But Showore is accused of all kinds of things, including the most egregious thing you could accuse somebody, of treason. Obi is not accused of treason. Do you know what treason is? So if you're basing things by allegation, then you have to do allegation for allegation. Showore does not have a secretary, doesn't have a chairman of his party. He's all in all, and he was accused of taking money over Kuwait and all kinds of things. But we look at this system as not being fair. But if Showore believes that the system accused Peter Obi of something, that therefore he must have done it, then the system is good. Then we have to judge by that system on him too, including the treason. He was running for office in jail, and all of us were rooting for him. So let's not play the divide stuff that he's doing. Showore is causing the problem by not getting with the goddamn program and go run for office under Labour Party for a councillor somewhere. He's not even qualified to be a councillor. He's not a trained journalist. But we know he's courageous. But now, if we scrutinize him, like I'm able to do, I don't expect everybody to be as smart as me, right? And look at the articles that he printed, his methodology, the way he accuses people of crime and believes that he determines who's guilty and not guilty by not affording people due process. That's not what we want. If he wants to be like that, let him join the army and go be a dictator. It's a military dictator. We're in a civil society where people are innocent until proven guilty. So I don't want to use your time, but I'm saying don't indulge one man. He's the only one who does that. Nobody does. Go and look at what happened in Edo today. He won't play that video.
Yeah, well, woman, I know woman very well. You don't need to tell me that I know woman. So you see, one person is just sometimes, respectfully to one man because of his platform. I just have to accord him some kind of respect and not to go to some areas. That's why sometimes I play along with him on certain things, but I will have to.
You don't have to play along with me on anything. No, you've been here long enough. The logic of your argument wins through. Not you don't have to play along with me, of course.
I don't want to come off as being confrontational with you sometimes.
That's why you don't want to come off as cancer. That's what it is.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry. No, don't worry about it.
Let me round off Pansat. Thanks. So yeah, I get your point, Pansat, and I think you have a point there. You see, Showore, I just don't know what that guy. As much as I want him to succeed, I want him to see. I want to see some of those brilliant ideas. I mean, look at some of the. Look at in 2019, he talks about. I don't agree with the first Ola when he says something about the salary increase, living wage thing. I mean, at the time when he was saying that, a lot of people came for him. Oh, are you going to implement it? But look at it. Fast forward now. We're seeing that even from labor calculation, we are seeing that even 400,000 naira minimum wage for a Nigerian worker, it's not even enough to live in Nigeria. How much more in 2019 when he was proposing that 1,000, he was proposing that 100,000 naira minimum wage. You see, so I'm not saying that that's a brilliant idea, but when it gets there, if he's able to implement it, fine and good, because I think Nigerian workers deserve it. If he can rejig the economy, get the economy to that point whereby we can start paying our, because I don't expect him to get there and then start saying, "Oh, I want to." That would be folly on his part, like the other one, the one that is currently dead, whom even his own what's his name, former governor in his party, what's his name, Fayemi, criticized him on that. He said one of the folly of Tinubu was announcing that what's it called? Those two major policies that somersaulted that country's economy to today. That's a subsidy. You never ever. When I was here, I was arguing that point. People like Kulatan and Ajalekoko and Woman and the rest of those Agado people here, they were all coming for my neck here, saying, "Why would you say that?" I'm like, "Yeah, he never thought about these things. True. You just barely get. You just barely swear you in, and then you never even get to know what are the things on ground. I mean, they handed over to you. I don't think maybe even read all the whole handover note very properly to know what is there. I mean, you don't even know what Emefiele has done, how corrupt Emefiele has ruined that CBN. You don't even know all those things. You just announced a major policy that somersaulted that country's economy to this very day. So that's what I didn't say it. Fayemi said it today. That is a member of his own party. You have to be strategic. You know, that's the point. So, woman, let me just
do you have the link for that? That's why I missed it.
I think she worked. Yeah, I think one of his just type fire me. She worked in Baloye's interview. I think was it today or yes. Just you'll see it. So, woman, so you see, for me, you see, I don't expect him to do that $1,000. I mean, 100,000 naira minimum wage. Just immediately gets it. That would be fully on his part too. That would mean he's going the same thing that Tinubu is doing. That's what he's going to do. But I expect him to get there, understand what is going on, and rejig the economy, and then see how you can start paying 100,000 naira. Because I believe Nigerian people deserve even more than that, perhaps. No doubt. That was in 2019. And now look at what now. Fast forward now, for almost 5 years after then. Now look at it now. We're here talking about minimum wage. That it's not even enough. So you see, I as much as I like some of his ideas, you know, but it's just the way of wanting to achieve that ideas. You just have to do a little bit of evil. Now that's why Obi comes in here. Don't get me wrong. I know Obi has been part of the establishment. Would I say because he's part of the establishment, why should I say he's not qualified? No, he's qualified. Then I have to look at his track record. Yeah, you can say he did some mediocre things in Anambra, maybe some standard of what you were expecting. Maybe like this guy was arguing, what's his name? Reno Mercury and other people on the show. So he beat substandard hospitals. He did that. Maybe it could be true. But I look at what this guy has done in the sense that he never tried to hijack a state to himself. Like let's not go. I don't want to start.
No, but he did though.
No, he did not. I know you want to bring another. I know you will discuss this before. My point is this.
But what you say is not true.
It is true. You want to bring
So if you know there's evidence to the contrary, then why are you trying to?
People can always manufacture evidence. I know.
What do you mean manufacture? Oh God. Okay, carry on.
Woman, I understand. It's all God every time. We are all going to say.
No. Now you are speaking against fact and you are trying to push it through.
Woman,
Obi did hijack his state. We know that now.
This is a man who was given a place, and he said no. I mean, it was
no. Forget all that. You said he didn't hijack his state. You said he did not.
But Tinubu does not do that.
But that's not what you said now.
He collects money from there. He has house in Abuja.
Okay. And I'm saying to you that Obi hijacked his state. No, forget Tinubu. We're talking about Obi. I'm saying to you that Obi hijacked his state.
So one man, what did he hijack?
All right. We already know his history. Putting the state's funds in a bank that he controls, that's hijacking. Just hold on. Buying with state funds.
Mention the bank now, because he involved in 3 banks.
The bank that he owns. Just let me speak.
No, the 3 banks. He put the money in 3 banks. So which bank?
Is it not Fidelity Bank? Is it not?
He put the money in Diamond Bank. He put the one in Access Bank. He put in Fidelity Bank.
Yes, so and I'm sure he put some in Union Bank too. But the point, do you not even see the conflict of interest there? That's the thing. Now, when people try to say these things, you try to hammer them down.
That's a point.
No. I was going to reel out a whole raft of everything, but Emmanuel is not. Let me say it. No, you're saying he did not hijack his state, but the one thing I was going to.
He did not hijack his state.
All right. All right. Did you read the details of his impeachment? Because I did. Did you read it?
Well, I didn't read the whole totality of it. I just
okay. Maybe go and read it. Then you see that the guy
that he unilaterally tried to build executive
all the ATS were unilateral. Hold on, because you made a statement. Who got all the contracts throughout Obi's tenure?
So you tell us who got it.
His name is Paul Odidiem. Do you know who he is?
So, woman, do you have the evidence?
Can you be quiet? Hold on. This is on his impeachment something. Do you know who Paul Odidiem is?
I don't know.
Do you know? It's his business partner in Next International. This was how the guy. You say he hijacked the state now. All the evidences. Don't worry about all that.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I said it here on this platform. I've not denied that.
You can't rebrand this guy because his antecedents. His antecedents is in public. Oh, okay, carry on. But it's all
just as I have my own bias towards Tinubu, but my own of Tinubu, it's glaring to this is not just what some people just go and write. Like the other day here, you brought up. I was even led along to play along with you on that. I'm not saying I played along, but I just felt maybe that's true. you're going to go and dig out some kind of archive. The Nigerian, what was that? Nigerian about the national anthem. That you know, and it turned out to be that thing was not real. There was no fact to it because you could not find it any other place online.
Well, what do you mean there was no fact to it? How did you debunk it?
Well, we could not debunk it because there's no other thing online to show to substantiate.
And that's in the archives now. It's not contemporary. Did you do a search to debunk it?
I didn't search.
You searched the archives.
The
Nigerian
archive is it online? It's not online. So how do you find it out when Nigeria does not even have the archive?
Because somebody dug it out of the archives.
Well, if somebody go and dug it out, so how do we substantiate it when we don't have anything that substantiates it? That's what I'm saying.
Because it's there. It's public record. Look at this guy, man.
Woman. I understand your position on this. You see, we can come here. I can bring us stuff. If I cannot corroborate something with other things, like okay, here and here, I will not take it as I sometimes accept certain things, but then for me, most times I will corroborate things not just by one writer or one person or one article. If there are several articles about it, I will take it out to be the case. So you see, when you bring things like this, oh, he did this with Dien. It could be true. Like I've said,
I'm talking about the details of it. Hold on, just so for the benefit of people who are going to check, I'm talking about the details of Peter Obi's impeachment. What was cited against him? Okay. So that's a matter of public record. Everything I'm saying, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so like I've said here on this one platform, woman, I'm not saying Obi is a saint. Totally is a saint. But if you compare him hold on.
No, stated all the things. The reason why Obi was impeached.
Can I carry on? I'm not even listening to you because you don't allow me to talk. Because if you want to interject me, I'll say I will allow you to interject me. So my point is this. Come on, so what I'm trying to say is this. I've said it, woman. I've said Obi is not a saint. All I've said is that when you compare him to these three,
is he a sinner? Is he a sinner?
Woman.
Okay, carry on.
If you compare him to the two major candidates that were running, Atiku and Tinubu, he pales into insignificance to them. You cannot come. It's kind of corruption that allegation you can bring against him. It's not comparable that to have two major candidates.
Pandora papers.
I'd rather go with that kind of person. Because besides other things I've looked into this guy, I've seen some other things that I see these other qualities that these other guys would not have.
If you wanted change, you will go with Showore. Yeah, well, so you just want your own. You want your own thieves to replace the thieves in position.
Don't try this.
Because if you wanted change, you will go with Showore.
No, don't give me that Agbado narrative. That's an Agbado narrative. You won't tell me what I have to determine my own change. If I decide a candidate, this is more the kind of candidate I want, I will compare him to other candidates. If I see him to be lesser of the evil among the two of them, the other evils that are there, I would rather go for him because there's no other option. Showore was not an option because already they bastardized his capacity at that time. He could not even put anything together. It was even almost last minute before they shut down INEC shut down their platform for registration, that they barely got some of their candidates in. He wasn't really prepared for that election. So when I see Obi, I said, okay, let's go with Obi. And since so many people are following Obi, I said, okay, this guy seems to be. I know he has been parlaying with people like Obasanjo that some of us we really detest, or even being a leader in that country. But the point I'm trying to say is that he's a lesser evil. I rather go. And let me say this in passing, quickly, finally. For me, Showore should understand that to dislodge people from the system, I've said it. You will need evil. It should not say issue. If you want to pursue demon, you will send demon to a demon. That's how it does. That's how they do it. That's how the Yoruba courts they said it. Or let me know. I forget that they said. But my point is this: is that sometimes you will need to do some evil to be able to accomplish whatever good or whatever you want to accomplish. So my point is this: that for us to dislodge people, it's going to be in phases. You cannot just do it once through some kind of sweeping revolution. The people are not ready. So if you have to be that, you have to join this political party. The next phase, run for one part, one thing, then from there you start moving. Look at it. This guy is becoming almost 60.
Would the Peter Obi presidency be a dislodgement of the corrupt system, of the rotten system?
Woman, I've said it here. I don't expect it to be a total dislodgement of the corrupt people in the system, but it's going to be a trailblazer. Let me use the word. It's going to be a trailblazer for that, because someone like Obi, it's easy to dislodge, because I mean, look, mind you, you look at when the let me not call him a Nobel laureate, Soyinka. Let me divide with the professorship, Professor Soyinka. When he was saying, he says Obi could not even control his own people. You know that after this, after Obi made that interview that they did on Arise, they gave him what on Twitter. Some of maybe they are not really obedient people. Maybe they are just about people disguising to be obedient, because we've seen them to be like that in recent times. They were cursing out Obi for even for not even taking a stand and even insulting Tinubu. I mean, insulting the professor back. That is it. He does not own obedient, even though they say they go by his name, maybe obedient. He does not own them. That is how a true movement is. We don't do cult following like they do in the APC, where everybody have to clap every time, even when the idiot is saying crap. We don't even
the Obi movement is not a cult following, a movement named after an individual.
It's about people who are passionate. It's about people, especially young men and women who are passionate
about what
Nigeria work. That is the difference between the APC cult following of Tinubu, whereby they always clap for this guy, even though he's saying rubbish. You don't even know what he's saying. They'll be clapping like Mumu. Like when he's not even making any sense. They'll be clapping like Mumu. I mean, like what kind of we see the kind of sycophancy whereby the people like Wike will be asking some technocrats to be bowing. Oh my goodness! You see, come on, woman, don't get me started on this topic. My point is this, woman. I would not rather go for people like that. If Obi can accept his own follower to be criticizing me, I criticize him. I call him dumb sometimes. I call him naive sometimes. Should be ready for me to criticize him as a dumb, as a naive, as somebody who doesn't know what he's doing. He should be open to that. If he's open to that, fine. Then we can make progress. So, but you see, for me, woman, let me just say this in conclusion. It's going to be in phases for us to dislodge these people. You cannot just do it, say you want to do it through one sweeping revolution. Nigerians are not ready for that. If you have to join a political party, I just hope he will be able to see. Let me not tell him what to do. Let him go and you'll figure out. I just leave it at that woman so that you can move to that person.
All right, brilliant. If you're still around, there's a clip I want you to react to, but I'll loop around like you said, and then if you're still around, I'll play for you. Emmanuel, you're up next. Emmanuel, you said, good to have you.
So, woman, I would have liked you to read what I sent to you, but since I don't really want to go into that, but I would have loved you to present this that came from Presidency 2018. So, can you share it to the screen and read through just a small line, small paragraph? So, this is after the investigation, everything that happened. This is what came out from Presidency. So, not that Obi that wrote it, this is Vanguard. So, if you read it through, you will see that the reason why the man was removed and he was able to present to the court the reason. So, they reinstated him back. But let's even forget that one. So, let's talk about the topic. So, what topic are you discussing?
Who reinstated him back?
It's through the court they reinstated him back.
Yeah, but who? It was Justice Mary Odili. Do you know who Justice Mary Odili is?
So what? Why are you doing that?
Well, just leave one man. One man will always look for something.
No, it's Justice Mary Odili. Sorry, let me just say this, and then we hear from you, Larry. It's Justice Mary Odili, who is the wife of Peter Obi's.
This profiling is not good. It's not good.
Look, these are matters of public. It's Justice Mary Odili, who's the wife of his bosom buddy Peter Odili. So that's one. And then how did he get off? He didn't get off with a not guilty verdict. He got off with a technicality in the submission of the petition.
The presidency are telling you this is the reason why he was
impeached. No, he wasn't acquitted. He wasn't acquitted by the courts. The court struck it out on technical basis, on technicalities. So the charges still subsist.
But one man,
the charges
he wasn't
still
impeached
subsist.
for criminality.
It
This is just a
was.
budgetary inflation. So you are making a different narrative.
Do you want me to go and bring out his impeachment?
Oh no, it's not important. It's not. I don't
right.
want to hear that. Maybe other people want to. I don't care.
Well, man, if you found it, please bring it out.
Just 10 seconds.
Bring it out.
And what one man said here is very important, coming from what was said here yesterday when some obedient were rubbishing Peter Odili's wife for being a justice, that because of that they've messed up judiciary. You see what we're saying now? That woman was the same person that delivered Obi from the hand of the Kenyans.
So what point are you driving that the one was in favor of? Because Obi has constantly said that he never for one day
people said
give
it was
any
conflict of
judge
interest
1 naira. Listen to me. He said he never give any judge 1 naira or ask them to do anything in favor of him. He will come on the public. He will say it.
Yes, but would you say to the contrary? Would you say that he was bribing judges? What do you expect him to say?
How politically naive this brother is. You think everything you hear from politicians is the truth? You think so?
So I'm telling you now,
what you don't know, you have no idea.
Obi was not in power. Obi was not part of the people that were ruling in 2018. But the president was able to say this and in the public.
All right. I think Larry wanted to insert something. Larry, you wanted to say, Larry?
No. I think the only thing I just wanted to say, when the person was saying presidency, this is not an authority now to either vindicate or probably convict Obi. So whatever you want to say, this is just a view, right? So a view is not a fact, right? Whatever they say probably is just a view.
So where is the fact?
Yeah, the facts will definitely be whatever comes from the court. So
exactly. So the court said the court has already said. Maybe one man should go and pull what the court said.
So that will be
because one man here. You hear one man is profiling the woman that judged the case. You hear when he was profiling the woman. So one man. What's the topic we are discussing, please?
All right, we were actually discussing, it wasn't even meant to be, Peter Obi was not even on the topic at all, so I don't know quite how we always land on
him. You know how to always drag him into your conversation.
No, I didn't even drag him. We were talking about
one man. Yeah. The reason why Obi came to the picture was because people were referencing Obi and doing the comparison between Showore and all right. That was the reason why Obi's name is coming up. And both of them are almost the same. But because of the antecedent of one to the other, that is the reason why, Obi's name kept coming up. But it's inconsequential when it comes to this discussion anyway.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right.
Let's forget Obi today. Let's talk about something
else. Yeah, I already said it. That's the reason why Obi came to the picture. And in comparing Obi and Showore, Showore is far superior in every way, shape, or form.
Please, one man,
can I talk, please? Well, I'm interjecting. I'm allowed to.
It's actually my time, Prince Daddy.
Well, you've not started yet. You've not started yet. I know you don't want to hear me. That's okay. That's okay.
Hold on, Emmanuel. Let Prince land and then you take.
Trust me, he doesn't want to hear me. I understand.
No, I understand. He has to hear you. The bitter truth.
Yes, and so Showore doesn't have experience. We know that. But Peter Obi is nothing more than a copycat. There's nothing original about that clown. And also to mention, you got to be careful, one man. This obedient people come here to take over, spreading their propaganda. They do that everywhere. I know. But when they come here, we have to put a mission there and control their excesses.
Is this your platform?
One man, show me to
the mega man. Is it your platform?
It's taking my time.
All right. The topic really is, and it's not about comparing him with Obi, but we were actually looking at the political journey of Omoyele Showore and then we are projecting to the future to see just what the future might hold for him. So the way he has been politicking at the moment, is he a preacher who's preaching to the future that will still, that the populace will still catch up with him where he is, or is he just some activist stagnated in some sort of dogmatism that he cannot escape from? So how do you see Showore's politics, and do you think it will gain him anything within the Nigerian space?
Okay, me, I also like to go to the line that Rational Mind went through, because the way Showore is playing his own politics, it will yield nothing, and Nigerians are not ready for that kind of revolution now. And coupled with the fact that if we are hinging our hope on him, because we don't even know, it's based on the activism, the behavior, and the way he's talk. We can't believe on the thing you're saying. Well, we might say, okay, fine, let's give you chance of doing a governor's or other position, then we can believe on based on your antecedent. So we can't just believe you because you're saying that let's go and fight these people and do all this one. So I will want him to kind of align with this big political party, or this big party that we have in Nigeria.
But Emmanuel, people cite the example of Donald Trump, who just essentially a man on the street that just strolled into the White House and sat there. So
that's not true. Donald Trump joined a big party.
Yes, but he wasn't a politician until pretty much he decided he wanted to be president.
Exactly. So if he can at least join a big party, the existing party, the juggernaut party, then still hold his prestige and character intact, just continue from that party and see how you straddle the position and get there, then you'll be able to dislodge by using that vehicle. But you going to create your own and trying to form your party and see and use it and win an election in Nigeria, it's going to be hard. And you can see he tried it. You can see his party, his own party, AAC, is even accusing him of embezzling money. Some of his members are, everything is scattered. So if even him cannot even give an account of what is happening in his own party, as little as this, one of them I was interacting in the X was telling me that they are happy with their 14,000 followers. I said, okay, fine. Let's manage the 14,000. Let's see. So if you cannot even manage 14,000 followers or 14,000 people within your party, and you're already accusing everybody. You accuse everybody in Nigeria.
When was he accused of embezzlement? When was he accused of embezzlement?
It was, I think there was a write-up I heard that people accused him that he took the money that they contributed.
Do you know the backdrop to that story?
One is an allegation. I don't know whether it's true or not.
But you're spreading it now. There's a guy called Stanley Ezenwa or something like that.
Let's not go into
it's confusing with Peter Obi. It meant to talk about Peter Obi.
Can I interject? Just a minute.
We always fact check on this page.
Can I interject one man?
One man, listen. I'm telling you, I'm not saying it's true or not. I say it's an allegation I read somewhere.
Yeah, but you're throwing it out. That's mudslinging now. You're throwing it out there as sort of.
Emmanuel, can you give me a minute to make a little bit of clarification?
This is until it is proven that you can say it is true. I can't come here and say it is true, but I say they have alleged that he has taken money from their party. How is it true? Is it factual? Did I have an evidence? It's based on just like the way I have been accusing Abure and everybody. Nobody holds the facts. So until it is proven that you can say categorically that this is true. So don't come and be saying that what are you defending, one man?
Can I interject, please? A minute. Thank you. I just want to make some clarification. The comparison of Showore and the one man, this is to you. Comparison of Showore and the Trump. There's no comparison because Trump was never an activist. Trump is a businessman, a white racism, who used the butter, the butter narrative to come to politics. He used to be a Democrat. Now he turned to become a Republican because
Fake news, fake news interjector
just be
right there.
quiet, man.
Fake
Let me
news.
learn. The Republican
Don't
played
spread fake news. Don't spread
Republican
fake
plays
news.
to his narrative, which is white nationalism. So he used that narrative to come
Not
into
true.
politics. He was never active in politics in any way. He used to support Democrat, Republican, back to Democrat. Look at his history. He used to support Clinton and everybody. So the mean that he came in was nothing like Shewore. Shewore is an activist, somebody who has been playing into politics. So that comparison is a junk. Okay, somebody telling you that they must be lying. They must be lying to you.
No, it wasn't even anyone telling me. The parallel I was simply making.
No. I've been in
on.
America for a while, so I need to educate you. I need to educate you on that
Yes,
area.
and thank you for
it can be. It don't matter.
Prince. Thank you for the education, Prestige. But the
It's
parallel,
miseducation. Stop, man. It's miseducation.
yeah,
Sorry.
but the parallel I was simply making was that an outsider, which essentially what Trump was, and really largely Oshowore as well, came into the system to become president. So that was the only parallel I was making. But
okay, one man, like I replied to you that he didn't just form his own party. He went to a big party. He went to an existing party. He was able to straddle the position and he won. So if Shoro can follow that pattern, like Rational Man was saying, why not follow? Look at them. Okay, fine. All of them, they are criminals there. Why not follow there? Because you have your own baton of people that you want to put into position. Immediately you get into the power. You know how you do it. Then, and I'm sure that is the kind of thing Peter Obi is doing. No matter everything, because I know that is someone that is going to run based on, you're going to get a lot of technocrats to run his position. You understand? Because the news I heard, why Wike did not support him, because the agreement they did not accept the agreement that were given to him. All this position. Obi said that he's not promising anybody any position. He's going to give you position based on your
shut up. Which agreement are you in position?
Emeka, please. I beg you in the name of God, allow me to.
This is not Emeka.
You are lying here. That's why I caught you short.
This is not Emeka. This is Larry. You said a lot of things that are more probably rumor or something you heard from somewhere.
I say I heard. I didn't say it's a fact. I say I heard.
You heard it from a madman now.
So you don't.
This guy is stating things categorically. He's stating things as facts.
Exactly. I don't like heckling him now. Allow him to talk now. Let him flesh out his thoughts, at least.
Rational Mike, do you allow people to talk?
Prince Daddy,
do you allow people to talk?
Can you keep quiet, please?
Come on, let's not do this. Let him talk, please.
Not to spread propaganda.
There's no propaganda.
But you say things as facts and you can't back it up. Then you backtrack that. Oh, I heard from somewhere and somebody said that it's an allegation, but you still listen to that categorically like they're facts. You don't know what you're talking about. This is one of your obedient narrative of trying to pollute the atmosphere.
Prince Daddy, I think you are the worst here. Let's not even go there.
Okay, Emmanuel, Prince Daddy, let's just allow Emmanuel to talk. But Emmanuel, you two, please talk with fact. Otherwise, put disclaimer so that people will not challenge you. Put disclaimer so you can just proceed with whatever you want to say.
So I'm saying that it's possible for him if he can go into those parties and see how he will straddle the position and get there and see how you can get good people to put in position. But who are we going to trust? That is just like what is happening in APC today. We are thinking that before we are shouting that it's the same APC, they are going to put the same people there, and exactly what happened. The lot of lunatic that are in the position now, they don't even know what they are doing. All of them, bunch of useless people, don't even know their right and their left, rolling policy without even properly planning for it. And see where we are today in a comatose disasters. So if he can find a way to align with either Peter or align with any party, and it will be okay. Instead of every day you are here, insulting, castigating, calling names, because before the election, he has been on top of Peter Obi's case. after election, he has gone Peter Obi's case. I said, okay, fine. This man has never replied to you for once. Peter Obi has never called names to all these politicians.
Why is that? Why do you think Sowore has been on Peter Obi's
I don't
case?
even know one man. I don't know. I don't know whether he's jealous or Peter Obi has taken.
I have an answer for that.
Do you think it's do you think it's to, because a lot of people argue that Peter Obi is a disingenuous guy because his political backdrop is essentially in that Nigeria. Everybody knows his history, and a lot of people are just flabbergasted as how he's trying to rebrand himself as something that opposes to his history. I think that's what, and Sowore is a journalist, so he has all of Obi's documents.
Listen, if you look at Peter, the journey of Peter Obi, all of us supposed to know. This is a man that went to a trench party.
All right, don't take us through the whole Obi something. Yeah.
So it's not that there is a lot of politicians around him that push him to. This is ordinary people that actually made Peter Obi what it is today. And why? Because he was succinct, plain to his, as in clear to his plan. He was speaking to his plan. He was receiving attack. He never give up.
All right, navigate back to Sowore and project to his future. Where do you think the politics is leading him to?
I think the way he's playing it now is leading him nowhere. But if he can align and realign, I think it will lead him. Possibly he might not be the president, but at least he might get a good position that he will channel his cause there. So, but if I'm to admonish him, I'll plead with him to stop the name calling, strategize, and plan. Because even the people you're calling them never respond to you. Peter Obi never respond to you for one day. So
you should not tell the world that Peter Obi is a fraud. But he can speak about the president and you will be happy. You know, these guys are hypocrites. He should tell the world that Peter Obi is a fraud, that Peter Obi is a fraud. So that's why you guys, your hypocrisy is out of this world. Your hypocrisy is out of this world. You are here busy saying that he should align and not speak the truth about Peter Obi, the political prostitute and fraudster.
Emeka, what's your blood pressure? Can you tell me what your blood pressure is now?
Oh no, it's very normal. I'm not like you who is ignorant that was talking about Southeast cannot have a state.
Shut up, you're eating my time.
I better get out of here, you people, you ignorant people.
Is Sowore president? Is Sowore affecting the life of Nigerians? So Peter Obi is speaking to the issue, and that is why you people are angry.
Is Peter Obi the president? That means something?
Exactly. Because the president is the one that is rolling policy that is affecting Nigeria, and Peter Obi has bent on making the life of Nigeria better.
We want to hear from number 2, Atiku. We don't want to hear from Peter Obi. He came third. I don't know why we hear from him. But what about Atiku?
Woman, can I take 2 minutes? I'm going out, so let me just use 2 minutes to say something. No, don't worry. After you are done with your rubbish, don't worry. I will take 2 minutes. After you are done with your rubbish.
All right. Yes, hold on.
To allow these people to come here and say all this.
Can you, Emmanuel, hold on. Emeka, please don't say what he's saying is rubbish. It's a different opinion from yours. Dewale, if you don't object, let's hear from Emeka, who I think we don't have for too long. And then
Emeka come here, you go dabaru everything.
I just have 2 minutes. I'm going out. I have a concept. Just 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Let me know. 2 minutes.
Hold on. Hold on, Emeka. Let Emmanuel. After Emmanuel, then
you allow this clown every time to interject me.
No, don't call him a clown now, because then
you come here and you are spreading rumors and falsehoods.
All right, guys.
Look at this Badwell coming here to come and be telling lies, and you don't want us to call you as well. You are talking lies. My friend, you are always getting advice from the Batman. Each time I listen to you, I get upset.
Where's the news button?
Get out of there.
No, don't tell him to get out, because then he will come back at you.
Woman, don't worry. Woman, don't worry. Woman, you know insult is not bothering me. These Badwell people with their sickness, they are even their organ patapata is still listening.
You people are disaster.
All right. Emmanuel, I've put you to the back. I'll put you back on, but just carry on with Sowore. Let's not just I don't want the rowdiness today. Please carry on, Emmanuel.
I'm not the one that's supposed to put at the back stage.
No. I just wanted don't go after him again. Apologies if you're offended.
Then
Just
let him stop interjecting me.
Yeah, go back to Showore and give us your submission. Thank you, Emmanuel.
So
Emmanuel,
what
we're
I'm
listening
saying,
here.
the life Showore is not rolling any policy.
Sorry, Emmanuel. Pansat, we can't have that on the screen for reasons of copyright. Yes. Yeah. Carry on, Emmanuel.
So the point I'm stressing is that there is no way, like the clown was telling me that why is he speaking? Why is he speaking? There is no policy that this guy is running that is affecting Nigeria. It is the position that Peter Obi is going for that is speaking on the issue. This policy you're doing, this one is not doing. It's not the right way. It's not the right thing to do. And you are telling me that you should not speak. Who dare you now to speak? So if you think you can do it better, why not go and run the same position? After all, most of you people are still at the age.
What is the clown saying?
Oh no, Emeka, don't throw that in, please.
This guy's just shut the fuck up. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Yes. So then Showore, then you don't see any propulsion unless it
one man. Let me speak on the Okukwe small.
All right. Yes. You guys need to slow it down with the abuse. Okukwe now the latest victim. I mean, this is the number one trending thing on Twitter. This Okukwe storyline.
Yes, one man. I think his ethnic baiting is on the highest level. If you read what this man wrote,
was that when it was propelling Obi to be president, or now this ethnic baiting?
Yes, it's now. It's now that he was what he's doing. So he just puts Southeast in one circle and call them names. And in that Southeast, it's not only Southeast people are supporting Peter Obi. I have a lot of Southeast people that are supporting APC and supporting other parties. If we Obedient can drag Peter Obi, who are these people? Do you know the kind of dragging we give Obi every day? If you go to Obi tweet,
but do you have to drag anybody? Is the question.
Yes.
Do you have you can't engage. So you can't engage. So that mission cannot be achieved with a civilized exchange. It has to be dragging.
Civilized is not working for these lunatics in the position. So we have to give them the way we want it. We are not just for one person. Our mission is, even though we are championing you, you don't mess up because we come for you. For the fact that we are obedient, for that name,
true insults and name coming.
If you messed up, doesn't mean if you messed up, like we'll let you bleed. No. Recently, Obi was dragged to the highest order. So these people now they are coming to say, I supported this one, I supported this one, I supported this one. Then if you go by that, we are dragging them. When Chimaroke was talking in support of the government and this, we dragged him. When Soludo, we dragged him. When a lot of the people from the south is Ohanaeze, we dragged them. And a lot of the northerners and the southwest, we are following us to drag them now. Nobody from the east was telling them that we are not respectful on this and that and that. Only because what you said, we are dragging you and saying that the whole of the southeast are coming after you. What sort of nonsense talk is that? If you know that you are not fit to come to the space, to the social media and talk, please, it's better you keep your opinion to yourself, because we're not taking it lightly with anybody. The nation, they have dragged this nation to the bottom pit, and it's better, no matter whether we are championing your cause, you have to be very careful and tread cautiously, because we have a mission. A mission is to dislodge this government, and make sure that we put the right people in the position and hold them
You
accountable.
cannot even get to a local government chairman. This one which government? We go teach you that lesson in 2027. Look at
You
this
teach
guy.
people lesson.
We go teach you a better lesson in
Don't let him
2027.
bait
One
you.
thing,
Leave this guy. Leave this guy
better
alone.
lesson.
Emmanuel. Don't let
There's
him
no
bait you.
lesson.
Don't let him bait you. Just go on. Just go on to your focus on your what you're doing. That's what they do. They want to just shift your train of thought. Just ignore him. Go on.
So what I'm saying that this man, we respect him, but let him stop the ethnic baiting. We don't want it. Our space is that we are focused. We are everywhere. The north, east, west, and south. You can call us anything you want to call us, but we have a mission. Obi can fuck up one day, then we'll throw him in the box and pick another person. So it's not just Obi. That is just one person. We can choose another one person one day that we know we can trust. Jonathan is had the first opportunity to have us today. But that's why we're telling him, warning him, please tread cautiously, because we are watching, we are monitoring your utterances, your movements, everything you're doing. And the man has been, that's what he said, please. Aisha was telling him that, please don't tell me the good thing, tell me the wrong thing I'm doing so I can correct it. Obi always telling us that. I want to see where I'm making mistakes. So we are not zombie followers like APC followers that always come and be talking rubbish when even their policy they are rolling is not even affecting them. They can't feed. They will keep clapping like zombies. We are not like that. We will speak and we'll speak hard. That's who we are. Because this country belongs to everybody. Like I always say that the position of a citizen is even higher than all these official positions, if we can use it well. So we are not afraid of anybody. Don't come and use your age and be intimidating or that we should not talk to you. We will talk to you when you cross the red line. No matter who you are, we don't care. We have a mission. Thank you, one man.
All right. Thank you, Emmanuel. Still other topics. I'll loop round to you, but to take the conversation round up next, Emeka. Please, Emeka, don't start a fight.
Thank you
Emeka,
very
you're up
much.
next.
Right? Yeah. No need now. Yeah, I don't deal with clowns. So what I want to say is, I actually. Just 2 minutes. If my 2 minutes is up, let me know so I can bounce. I listened to Man of Prestige on a different platform, and I was horribly shocked. The level of ignorance being perpetuated by some people is beyond this world. As a matter of fact, it goes beyond the 11th dimension. Here we are looking for equity. Not just equity, it is our right as the Southeasterners to have the same number of states in all the like what all the geopolitical zone has. I think the Southeasterners were cheated. Now let me tell Man of Prestige the deficiency we have. We are losing a three senator house of seat of Senate. Each other state has 333. And other region, if you do the multiplication, if you times it by 3, that's 18. The Southeast only has 15. We need our own 3 senators to come in to make it 18. Same thing with the House of Representatives. We need that number to be equal. So when we go in to vote for our own rights, the things that are demanded for, that we need for our people, we can have an equal footing in the House of Rep, in the Senate House too. So when Man Prestige is coming and saying we don't need another state, are they viable? What do you mean? What level of ignorance is that? Create the states, the viability will come. We will create the states, they will try to raise income for themselves. To put that is bringing progress closer to the people. I'm shocked and flabbergasted when I heard that stuff. It was because I was out of the house. I was almost going to enter into that platform to warn Man of Prestige. How dare you say we don't need another state in the Southeast? What is wrong with you and your ignorance? One man, good night.
Okay, one man. He mentioned my name. Please give me a minute.
All right, right
Give me a
to
minute.
reply.
I'm not gonna be emotional, okay?
Yeah, but make it
because
civil.
it's not necessary.
Yeah. All
Because
right,
I'm
right
not
to
going to
reply.
change my narrative because I'm a different platform. I've stated that the same narrative here, and I have my reason. It's just my own personal opinion. Because what I said was, if they give it to them, good. But I'm my main concern is it going to be viable? Because I'm looking at where they are trying to create this state. It's going to be Olo, which is the second biggest local government in Imo State. Then they, pile some of them from Anambra, and I'm looking at the resources they have. Imo State has the fourth highest generated internal revenue right now. And the way they're trying to create the state, we have what they call Ebema. Part of it is in River State. Part of it is in Imo State. But it would have been in Imo State if the Supreme Court
Man of
and Wike.
prestige, let
Hold
them
on,
create that
let me
state
finish
first
now.
and
If
worry
Wike
later.
hasn't used
Man
his
of prestige,
whatever
they need to create the
power.
states and worry later. Create that Igbo
Come on now.
state and worry later.
Emeka, I'm not going to quarrel with you.
Emeka, you
Emeka, I'm
can't
not
keep
going to
doing
quarrel with
that.
you, okay?
He listen to you, you listen
I
to him.
don't have
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I'm not going to quarrel with you because I'm not going to get anything from that. I'm not even getting anything from Nigeria. But anyway, having said that, what I'm saying, you're going to make Imo State richer because they're going to bring the whole Ebema State, which has almost about 100 something oil well that was supposed to be for Imo that was given to River State. Imo State is already weight apart from the corruption there. What is viable in our law and some other little place you're going to clear that up? And apart from that, that's not even my main concern because that's going to open the Pandora box for other people to request for more state. And they're going to give it to them, like Southern Kaduna or whatever. Hold on now, and you're going to defeat the purpose. I understand what you said about we are less representative. Okay, that may be so.
But
that's going to defeat the purpose. Because you can't
Man
tell
of
me that they're going
prestige,
to stop,
right?
just give Imo State.
In power, see,
My
man of
brother,
prestige,
listen
I know
now.
you don't understand power. I know you don't understand power.
Okay,
But in
you
power,
understand. You don't want to let me
man of
talk.
prestige,
No.
You understand power more than I do.
Emeka, gentlemen, just settle down. We can have the conversation, but no ad hominems.
That's what I'm trying to say with Emeka, but he's so emotional, which is not relevant.
When I say gentlemen, that includes you, Prestige. We can have the conversation, but no ad hominems, no personal attacks, no raised voices, no aggression. But let me just insert this. Prestige. I think the argument is about representation, and with that representation comes development. And there is the strongest argument for an additional state is in the southeast, because all the other geospaces, they have 6 or more, and they have the equal number in parliament. So just by those 5 states, there's an underrepresented. The southeast will always be on the back foot if they don't have that additional state. And I think that's the point.
You see my point? I'm for that, but I'm concerned that it's going to defeat the purpose. Other state is going to, let's assume, because of the North, they're gonna ask for more state, and they're going to give it to them. So what is that kind of going to nullify your representative you added to? That's going to nullify, if wait a minute, Emeka, listen to me. Emeka, just listen to me a minute. Let's assume, let's just balance this. Let's assume the North has 50 representatives. We're just talking. And Southeast, we just use North and South. I mean, Northeast or whatever, with Southeast. Let's assume they have 45 representatives. Southeast has 40. Then you want to balance it. You want to get 5 more representatives to equal it. But they're going to ask for more. Then you nullify your advantage. Because I can't see them stopping at giving Southeast.
Yeah, but they don't have the argument. They don't have the argument for more. But
are you sure in that Nigerian place?
Well,
is it based on argument? Is it not based on your influence in politics?
Well, you have to go with the argument first, because if they
give it to them, good. But I'm just stating my opinion how I see it. It's not like they give it to them, something's going to happen to me.
But you have to look at the strength of the argument. The strength of the argument for an additional state only lies with the southeast. So everybody, your state is arguing for an additional state because the state is too big. But the strongest argument for an additional state is in the southeast because of underrepresentation. So no other argument defeats that. So if we're ever going to have an additional state, almost likely to be in the southeast.
But one man, honestly, I'm going to stop here until my turn comes. Do you think it's going to stop there? Or they're going to say, okay, the way the Nigeria is structured right now. Say, okay, let's give Southeast whatever they request him, because they're the one that merit it. And you think they're gonna stop there? That is my only concern. I'm not in Nigeria. I mean, if they're gonna give my people more state, good. But I'm just saying the way I foresee it. It doesn't matter to me, if they give them or not give them. I mean, I will prefer them giving to them, but for me, I don't see it, and I don't see the viability. I will continue to state my own, position, but it doesn't make any difference.
Yeah, can I say something? I understand.
Yeah, come in, Larry. Yeah,
I understand where Man of Prestige is actually coming from, and it's coming from the realistic view. Because in National Assembly, when we are kind of like proposing a bill, you want it to pass, there has to be some negotiations that will definitely come in. And if you look at it, this is just going to be like all these NDDC, all these development commissions. NDDC started their own. Later, it became these people agitated for their own. Northeast. Now, Northwest agitated for their own. North Central agitated for their own. And I think Southwest too is agitating for their own. You understand? But it's just ordinarily, if we base things based on those arguments, normally, other people are not supposed to agitate. But I'm telling you, based on what we have in Nigeria, the political structure in Nigeria, people will agitate, right? And if these actually go, they will always have their way. And I think it's kind of like coming from the realistic view, while you are coming from probably normal thing that is supposed to be. But politics in Nigeria is not normal. It's more of, look at things based on what is going to happen. And I think that's where it's actually coming from. So that's
I'm done. Thank you, Larry.
All right, everybody. That's it. That is it for
quickly, I was
everybody.
going to say actually that I do agree with Man of Prestige, and I said earlier also, how come they ask for one state? Why not two? So they can match that about the northwest. Why stop at one? Why not ask for two states? And just like Larry said, it's politics and negotiation. It's not going to stop there. Somebody's going to demand another state. So from that point of view, I see where Man of Prestige is coming from.
The alternative argument is to reduce the representation in parliament so that everybody gets the same complement of, rather than that would be an alternative. Thank you, Emeka. Dewale, you're up next.
I've been waiting here patiently to just let this loud noise die down. People don't hear each other. They just want their voice to be the most loudest. I don't know how you people do it. It's just weird in a way. I don't know. Some people enjoy it in one way or the other. I don't enjoy it. Anyway, let me go to the topic of Shuwore. Or should I touch the state creation briefly?
Or you may want to speak on the Oluwo of Iwo. The whole of Yoruba land is incandescent because he's showing his head. That Obas are not allowed to show their head in public.
Let me leave the state issue on the side. I'll comment on the Showore and then the Oluwo of Iwo. I hope everybody can hear me clearly now today, because people always complain about my microphone. Everybody can hear me, right, my own man?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
My Democrat partner, do you want me to send you a headphone? It's still not working right.
Send that one.
Yeah, I've already sent him the link to one. We have to do a GoFundMe.
You know what? Spend money. Send them one. Very stingy guy.
My Democrat guy, I wouldn't. There's nothing I would say. I don't want to attack you because you've gotten enough brass blows already. So I will bite my tongue on this one. But you guys can you can understand what I'm saying anyway. There's a guy. They call him Speed Darlington. Who knows him on this show? You guys know who Speed Darlington is?
I do.
You do, right?
Yeah.
It was in the news a day or two ago. I can't recall why.
It's always in the news.
It's always in the news.
The reason why it's always in the news because of some sort of his idiosyncrasies.
He's looking for money.
The guy.
He was
So
deported from America.
Apologies. Yes, I remember when he was in the news. He put up a notice in his community that he wants a wife. I think yes.
Okay, so the reason why I make reference to Akpi, people call him Akpi.
Did they deport him? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he used to be in America. He used to live here.
No,
he lives in New
I
York.
don't know if he was deported. I just made that
No,
up. But
no,
he used to live in
it
America.
he wasn't deported. He's an American. He's a citizen.
Yeah, I said I just made that up, and I need to clarify
Oh,
myself.
okay, he's an American. But you see, the reason why I make reference to Akpi is that he is the only, where he said he's no longer a Nigerian, he's a Biafran. So I would say he's the only Biafran artist that I know that is overconfident of his act. And this guy, every of his music that he put on the social media sounded even worse than the one that which is it, the third or frog? You know, when the third and frog making sound in the night, they sing in unison in some way that is kind of interesting and annoying at the same time. His one is even worse. That is how I will equate Showore to Akpi. Politically, Showore believes in his voice. He believes in his own ideology.
Wow, that's wrong. And that is Showore. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but that's putting Showore very low. But anyway, go ahead.
Hold on now. The same thing with Obi. Let me put it that way altogether. The reason why I equate Showore to the Akpi and the rest is because when the same person that will beat the drum, sing the song, back yourself up, and you expect crowd to follow you, at the point the crowd will be lost in the message you're trying to pass across. You made a name in activism. Now, coming into politics is a different ballgame. Public administration is on its own. It's a different ballgame. We've had the likes of Kanifa Emi, as revered, as beloved as he was when he was alive. He actually established a party called Conscience Party in that name. And he was trying to contest for presidential, and nominate himself and all that. In the process, people that were even belonged in the same party kind of, to a point, making, alliance with other party, which you can say the Olule. The same party that he helped created. Femi Falana and Ekitiman, I think 2003, thereabout, he went back home just to contribute his own quota as a good citizen of Ekiti. And he contested for election. He did not even win primary. These are the beloved personality that we have in our society. And yet they could not make an inroad into that circle of politics. Why? Not that people rejected them, but because of the way of our society is designed, they cannot succeed. And Showore always said, people always make reference that people that supported Showore are the ones supporting Obi. I disagree with that statement, that people, used to support Showore. What was the total number that Showore got in his first contest 10 years ago? Even the recent election. How many people actually voted for him? So that is how you would know whether he's preparing for the future. He lacks diplomatic skill to navigate as a politician, one. Two, he listens to his own voice, his own sound only. Just like Ola said earlier, if you are not ready to dine with the devil himself, you cannot make that journey happen for yourself as a politician. I don't even see him in that light as a politician. Yes, you can bring activism to help you propel you as a catalyst. But when you get to that arena where real politics is being played, you have to sober. And I give you an example. The current Senegalese president was an activist. If you watch closely his demeanor since he has been in that office so far, he come across as person. He comes across as a leader. That persona of activism, he has put it on the back burner.
Dewale, you really have to work on the mic. Maybe we'll be discussed offline, but carry on. But there's a quirky, grainy sort of heavy backdrop to it. But carry on.
Okay. So now, when you look at his antecedent as an SUG president, rusticated in a UNILAG, took forever to graduate, got involved in the June 12 election, protested against the federal government, military government. Those are the things that ordinarily somebody would have used to catapult him to that mainstay level. But he has not been able to use that. Yes, it's not corrupt because he hasn't been in a public place, public office, for him to be tested to know whether he is who he claimed to be. Now, when you look at most of the things that he's agitating for, they are good things that ordinary citizen will listen to that and say, you know what, this is the person they're going to cast their vote for. But how come that has not transformed into that, sources? Is because people have disdain for somebody who is singing alone, beating the drum alone, and then want people to back them up. Our society believes in sacrificing. Number one, they believe that, look, this game is called lying to me. The synonym of it is lying to me, and you call politics. Alliance of interest, in that way. But you see, he has been in this cycle for years. 1993, right? And up to 2004 is still there, but he hasn't made that inroad into the mainstream of politics. If by now, one man said probably his age bracket in 52, 54, he has not able to transform that into something much bigger. Then in the next decade, he probably will not be a person of forgotten of years, but people would not regard him the way they're giving him regard now. The theory, the one Mike was trying to propagate yesterday, that he's trying to. You cannot use 20 years to practice as a crazy person, and the remaining years of your life is when you want to go into the main market. No, if you're unable, look at the likes of Tinubu now. When did Tinubu join politics? We're talking about quite long ago, right? He left a lucrative job and try his hand in politics, and look at where he has been. He met some people there, right? But in a way, there's no truthfulness in politics. At his age, at 52, if he doesn't understand that now, let him get it into his heart, his head. There's no truthfulness
Nice point. Nice one.
All right. So thank you, my brother. So when I see people say, "Well, we want the likes of Showore," yes, in rhetoric it sounds cool, but tell me globally, how many people that have clear hand that have been in office, in the public office? Not that many. Because usually when people like that get into office, you guys remember what happens in the 60s when the likes of CIAs and their counterpart in other countries helped put this head of state in position, then take them away in the same way they put them in the office.
Even JFK, right? He was made president by the mafia. His father worked with the mafia to make his son the president. Assassinated.
The funny thing about the likes of JFK was that these are exceptional cases, and yet the same system that brought them in took them out. Now, is it possible for an activist to make an inroad to the mainstream of politics? Yes, it is possible. But in a way, you have to have, or should I say, you have to, because people are going to call you name. People are going to make you, make you look like one of them, which is fine in politics. Until you are able to jettison that part of you that is always about war, fights, and all that, they will not be able to, get yourself inclined with some of those things of the politics. And Nigerian politics is even a different ballgame. It defy every logic you can think of when it comes to political science, because we have our own peculiar way of governance. Now, I know that my brother, like rational minds and the likes, will want to say, we want something great. We want something, we want somebody in the office that would do the. But, it's easier to dream of that. But, when you have a society that even the way it was even put together, we get K-leg right from the beginning. So, if at all he's going to continue his this journey, I don't know how long it's going to take him before he finally realizes this. I hope he's not going to sacrifice his time, energy, for nothing. Because number one, his family are left behind. His family are the one bearing the brunt of all his activism. And what is the purpose of activism when you yourself have not actually make much impact that you desire in your people? Someone said, why not go back and make some difference in your locality, maybe and he said, well, I could remember, on this show when he said no, that he didn't want to get involved in that area because he wanted something on the larger scale. And that is why I laughed, because I look, a serious minded person will start small. Anybody, every Nigerian can make much impact wherever they found themselves, not necessarily contesting for election. But when you now see, a small beginning as not something that you want to get yourself involved, then that means, maybe there's an ulterior motive. I don't know. But there's a saying that if you want to test people's credibility, put little power. I think it was even Bola Tinubu that said it, that, I'm not so sure. I can't be sure that put power in their hand and watch their real character blossom. And which is true, because I've seen time without number people that ordinarily you would think, oh, this person could not be able to do this. Then all of a sudden they'll disappoint you. So to me, Showore will continue to be in our political consciousness, but nothing much will be said about him in the future if he continue with this trajectory. And I don't even see him in the political future of that country as the head of the government. No, I do not see him in that way. Now, let me jump quickly to Oluwo of Owo. I read an article somebody wrote. It was more like a sarcasm article about him, how he was jailed or something like that. I'm not so sure, because what I cannot substantiate, I cannot really, But I've looked at the behavior, the public behavior of this gentleman, and I sympathize with the people of Iwo and the Yoruba land. The reason why I said this is that, look, even Bale of Oworo or Bale of Elegushi, where they are now king now, they've promoted them to kingship, who dare not do this thing because they will bear the brunt of their people. Unfortunately, when you have a system that has not been tried, that was jettisoned simply because money exchange and or people just flagrantly disregard tradition, disregard the process, this is what you get. I can remember very well a king in Ekiti knelt down during his after his coronation, went around churches to do Thanksgiving. He knelt down during prayer, and the entire town went crazy. That how dare this king kneel down to pray? The same treatment they meted on Oni when he knelt down to pray in the church. There are some things that, yes, the king of kings is, the higher authority above everybody. But you see, what Oluwo did there, because what I heard, I'm not so sure about the tradition, but what I heard that in Yoruba land, a king does not remove cap. And the reason why they don't remove cap is that because there's always something that grow on their head. That is, if they are truly installed or on the throne. But if it's just like, okay, voodoo process got them there, they always. But look at, if this is a man, this is a king. I don't want to take his dignity away as a king, but this is a king that was even talked down by ordinary Alagbe. I'm talking about a musician. Wasiu Ayinde washed him down publicly on a video, which he could not even do to just ordinary Baale of Elegushi there. And since that time, I've looked at that man and I felt, no, Iwo got this wrong. Not everything is about money. These days they installed king. Number one, you have to be educated, and it seems that you have to be connected, maybe globally connected in a way. I have some level of influence and affluence, so that gives you some level of edge among others. And if you have that, and you know people in higher places, the chances that the kingmaker will look yourself. In fact, the kingmakers are even being dictated on who to be picked by the governor. That is the level we found ourselves. And this particular guy did not do this in Nigeria. He went to Saudi Arabia, a foreign land, paid, from his own pocket to denigrate that throne. There's a saying: if you are properly installed as a king in Yoruba land, on this,
bring it on
round it up.
Yeah.
Okay, on that throne, you dare not sit on that throne because there are certain rights that needed to be performed for you to be able to sit if you are properly installed. And I don't know about other town or other places in Yoruba land, but where I come from, you must be properly installed for you to even sit on that throne. Because before that right is performed, you'll be sitting at the, maybe on the side or the lower part of the throne. But unfortunately, what it did, others tribe may not see as a big deal, but me, as a proper Omoluabi, I condemn that. When I saw that video, let me use your word, woman. I was, hey, what do you usually call it? You say, woman. There's a word you usually say. Woman reminds me now. Not aghast. I was here aghast or something in that way. I was dumbfounded because I was shocked that someone like this will go. In fact, there's even a belief that the person that cut the head of the king usually become wretched in life. That the king is the one that would divide his riches and bless the Baba. That's what I heard. I don't know how true is that. But to even take his bald head to Saudi Arabia, opening and be praying, even though his wife that was next to him, that was a female partner that was next to him, had her hair covered. Anyway, it's unfortunate. But, I hope the war people do the right thing through their kingmaker if they have to dethrone him or get him some punishment. I hope something is done. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Dewale. So thank you, Dewale. So that was Dewale. From Dewale, we go on to Man of Prestige. So Prestige, there is this video that is circulating all over social media. It's the video on the screen. It's essentially Olumide Apata, the Labour Party gubernatorial candidate for Edo, who are in the course of his campaigning, backed by Peter Obi, because Peter Obi campaigning with him here. He apparently went to the palace where the king in Edo summarily told him that he's not a son of the palace. Does that mark the end of his political journey then?
Well, greeting to everybody. Afternoon, morning, wherever you may be. Like and share. Are you telling us, is that your own narrative or he actually said that?
I can play the clip, but it's about 14 minutes long, and I'm not sure you want the patience for that.
No. I just want to ascertain the fact, because sometimes,
that's what's come out. It's a video, yeah.
Why would he say such a thing? I mean, I don't know his background. Is he not from Edo State? Is he not an indigenous of Edo State? But why would he say he's...
Somebody who bears Osage. You know what Osage means?
What does that mean? I don't know. You'll let you get me. Is it from a different state?
I don't actually know what that means, but I'm saying that Osa is more like it's a typical Benin royal kind of chiefdom, or I don't know how to pronounce it, kind of a line. That's where they bear that Osa. Most of them that bear Osa, in Benin, they are often they are of either the bloodline of the king or some of those chiefs. Yeah. Anybody that's from Benin here can tell us.
Yes, I think essentially it's a narrative of the palace rejects you. I think that's what
what man is this? Is it a narrative that is being spun out there, or is it that?
Yeah, but I'm wondering why would a person of Oba make such a statement?
Well, I can play the clip if you want to hear it. That's what it's that.
Let's have a clarification on that, because
if I give it to you from here, if you look at it here, it says Oba. It says Oba of Benin to Olumide Akpata, you are not a son of the palace. Edo LP Guba candidate gets unexpected response from Oba. So that is a categorical rejection right there.
Any space? Can I talk? Any space?
Yeah. Carry on. You are from
but he didn't say. Go ahead.
You know this is my state now.
Yeah.
Don't play. Don't need. Just forget it. You are saying don't play the video. It doesn't need. Nobody can talk there. So no problem. You know, let me. These people are not from Edo.
Is it Najaman?
Yeah, it's Najaman. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
All these people, all these foreigners that came to our land, they can never be governor. So I've been telling people, but they are just maybe they are just.
Hold on, Najaman. Have you watched the tape?
I've not watched, but I've heard the news since they have told me. So somebody was still telling me a comment section, but I don't want to reply to it before.
And what does that mean if the Oba says that he's not a son of the palace? What is he?
If somebody is not from your state, can you come and contest in your state?
So where's Olumide? Where's Olumide Akpata?
So I don't know. Because you go and find where you come from now. I don't know.
You can't be saying this now.
Well, come on, Najaman, you're from there. You should be telling us.
Do you know?
Will I know everybody that is there? But I don't know his face. I don't know.
Najaman no be typical Edo man. Edo man where they live abroad. You know.
I know he grew up from Ibadan or your state, but he's very familiar with Edo State.
If I tell you my father, there not be people with not the palace here. Are you joking?
All right, Najaman, let's do it this way. I've fast forwarded to where the Oba speaks. So I suspect he will speak in your native dialect, but you can give us the interpretation. So let's hear what exactly the Oba did say.
No volume.
Can anyone hear it?
Nobody can hear you.
No, we can't hear it. We can't.
Oh God. He's actually speaking in English. I don't know why we've been getting that, but yeah. It's hold on.
Play it from your phone.
Let me do it from Instagram. If it doesn't play from Instagram, then I'll do it from my phone.
You can play for your phone direct.
So, what I'm trying to ascertain, the interpretation of "you are not the son of this palace." Does that mean you are not the son of?
Let me say, this guy. Let me be this guy. During this election, this is where they come. It come and become to relay that is from Edo. These people have been warrior all their years, all their life. You understand? So even this man cannot even win the election. That is not even the problem. He's not even going to win anything. This one is not going to get even 80,000 or 50,000 votes. Let's be realistic. These people they are going nowhere.
You want your PDP man to win, right?
No. A rational mind. I think the problem in that state is that the obedience has disowned him because of what happened, what transget, during the Aburia saga and all that kind of things. They have said it a long time ago. So it has nothing to do with anything. I think that's what's going on in that particular place. But this is a different topic, saying that the man is not from and it's not a son of
No, I
the
don't believe it's not.
palace.
I don't believe it's not wrong because you see.
So
the
I'm trying to
substance-
get the interpretation
No,
what that actually means.
I think we are kind of like mixing things up.
Okay.
Not being the son of the palace does not mean that he's not from Edo State.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
Not being the son of the palace, probably he's not been visiting the palace. They don't even know him close to the palace, right? Probably it might actually be this is the first time, he will be going to the palace. Edo people, these Benin people have one thing, right? You need to pay homage to that palace. So, and if you are this person, you don't pay homage to that palace, and probably you just come in. Probably this might actually be probably the first time he's going to that palace to go and pay homage. So
Can I clarify that? All these are
Can I clarify that?
Olumide
Akpata has always gone to the palace. Okay, if you are very familiar with when this Oba, the Oba and the Oba Noba became when he was enthroned. Olumide Akpata was very present. Olumide Akpata was he's a PDP guy that's moved into Labour Party, even when he was the president of Nigerian Bar Association. He was very present. There's a lot. I mean, if you follow a lot of the
when the coronator Wamba, where did you see Olumide?
He was there. He was there. He was there. I'm telling you, when I'm not talking about the main ceremony, okay, of the obvious, there's a very well organized traditional process. But I'm talking about after the Oba did a kind of like a reception. A few people visited. I think the vice president was there as well when the vice president came. Olumide was seated there as well. Okay, maybe he does not be paying homage as is appropriate.
Can anyone hear anything?
Yeah,
increase the volume.
To pass on the message.
Oh, hold on.
They use themselves as children of the father. There are some others also that are distantly related. What is that? There are some others that are distantly related that may not be exactly royal families that can also address themselves as children of the father. So when you say the child of the father, say in English, I think say in the Benin as well. But it's okay. So I was wondering that is something now, and if I call my chief here, that is it true that the child of the father don't know about it? That's why I asked you to first go quiet before I ask him. I didn't want to say it out before. But he now came back, the chief now came back and told me his answer. That the last time he said the child of the father. I don't remember.
Another year.
So anyway, his son is an industrial son of the soil. In Benin, we say, true indigenous son of the soil. But to say that, I don't know whether any of them is a politician. But so I just want for the sake of public and the United before
So there it is right there. I think it's clear and unambiguous. It's told us to go and check. And he came back to report that this guy had been campaigning that it's a son of the palace. He told the state to go and check. And then the guy comes to campaign in his palace and he points in his face and said, "Oh Mali, near your Mali," Hello? Is that right there?
Yeah.
Is that what he said? Is that
we can't. We could not even. I could not even make out what he was saying there.
One word.
No, that's your opinion now. Your opinion. For the fact that you're a Benin man does not make you say you have your opinion. That's your opinion, Nigerian man. So until you can prove that it's not a true or a Benin person, then you cannot say
it's not. No. Just to be clear, it's not saying it's not a true. He said it's an industrious man and one that the Benin is proud of, but that Olumide Akpata has been campaigning as a son of the palace, and then he wasn't aware, the king that is the Oba, that Olumide Akpata is a son of the palace. So for just to clear any doubts in his mind, he told his chiefs to go and look into the archives to establish, and the chiefs came back and told him that this guy is not documented as being from the palace. So when Olumide goes to campaign in the palace, he points in his face and says, "Don't do that again. You're not one of us. You're not one of us."
That was why I said.
You're a pauper.
That makes sense.
You're a poor. Yes.
But he said he's not. It doesn't have to do with.
I didn't even hear anything they said there. I think the video is not clear. The verse is not clear.
What I know from the Benin tradition is that
I'll send it. Sorry, I'll send the clip. I'll send the clip to the comment section for anybody that wants to watch it. But have that interjection, rational mind, and then Prestige takes the floor back. Yeah.
All right. Sorry, Prestige. Thanks. So Nigerian, from what I know, I'm not a Benin person. But I know because I have.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Oh my!
Yes, you are.
Just let him have the interjection and then Prestige take it back. Yeah.
No, it's okay. If he's not a Benin person, no problem. You can say maybe Kulata coming Nosa. He comes on every platform when he sees me. He say Nosa Kare.
Because your name is Nosa Ogiebo.
So the point I'm trying to say is that from what I've known, because I have a lot of Benin people, real Benin from the palace, like chief people like that. So what I know from them is that they said Osa. When you hear anybody about Osage, Osaratin, all those kind of Osa, which is close to Yoruba, Orisha, they call it Osa. So it's like when you say Orisha Bumi, Orisha Funwa, all those kind of names. So it's just close to that. So my point is that it's a name that is typically from a bloodline of a chiefdom or some kind of from the palace. That's why if the king is saying that, like, what if I'm going by what you're saying, one man, that he said he asked the chief to go through the archive to see if there's anybody with that name, Akpata and Osage, or some kind of, maybe it's not trying to, maybe they could not establish that. I don't know, for whatever reason. But what I'm saying is that somebody that bears Osa usually has some kind of chief from a chief line or some, maybe from the king's line. That's what I'm just trying to say.
All right. Anybody that wants to hear the king's words, hold on. Just one second.
1 minute.
Anybody that wants to, no. I'll just yield. But anybody that wants to hear what the king says, I sent the link. Just scroll to where the king is speaking. There's no ambiguity in what he said. It's a total frontal rejection.
Okay, thank you.
Carry on, and then after you, Najaman, then Prestige takes the floor back so that we can get to Larry and everybody else.
Okay, just 1 minute. You see, this Olumide Akpata, since right from beginning, when he was in Lagos, he lived all his life in Warri. He have never been bearing Osagbovo. It's during this election they started campaign with Olumide Akpata. Even when he went to campaign with Peter Obi on a local government campaign. When he wanted to collect this form, that is where they now had Osagbovo to his name. So all these people are just interloper. These people are not really Benin. They just want to come and jack that country. Honestly, thank you. At that state, sorry. Thank you.
So Najaman, where is he from then? What state he's from?
I don't know. You should go and find the lineage now, but it's not Benin now. I don't know.
Wow.
But he is Benin, just not of royal stock, is what the Oba is saying.
It's not Benin. Even the house, he was, one day I was watching him on the ITV. What he was even saying, calling their house is there. He's not even saying my father house, my great-grand, something. Where your own papa has there? My great-grand, my brother was something, all of the, no one even bearing Benin himself. So this kind of thing. So I don't know.
I swear, you know. So the same thing with Aswe Ighodalo.
Only people.
No, Aswe Ighodalo is from Aswe Ighodalo. That is a traditional name now.
But they grew up in Ibadan all their lives. Ibadan, Lagos.
In Edo State now, only the people from Benin can
not
be
Benin,
governor.
from Edo State. From Edo State, not Benin.
Is the guy not from Edo State?
But where is he from Edo State now? You
don't know. I mean, how is he qualified to contest for governorship?
Baba Jale Koko, when Adam Oshimole was contesting for governorship, nobody doubted his affinity with Dona. So when you see people that are true son of the soil, you can tell.
When it comes to these dirty politics, they will say you are not from this or you are not from that. So this guy hold on. Before this time, when he was the chairman of MBA, or what do they call it? Is it chairman? What's their title? President of MBA. He was referred to from Edo State. So why hold on now? Why now that some people, because it does not align with their politics, because in Labour Party say it's not from Edo State, it's not
No.
Let me give you one example real quick.
Oba Bini will not play
Let me give you one example.
I can start for that.
Oba Bini is playing politics.
Wait, my brother. Wait, my brother. Let me give you one example. Hold on 1 second. Hold on one man. Babajale Koko, your friend.
Yeah, I can hear him. Go on.
My mic was off. Sorry, I pressed the mute button. Okay. So your friend Femi Fani-Kayode, right? He's from Ile-Ife, right?
Yes.
As prominent, as shrewd politician as he is, if he goes to Ile-Ife today and say he wants to contest for Osun State governor,
sorry, can anybody hear me? I think I'm.
Yeah, we can hear you, woman.
Nobody can hear me.
I can hear you.
We can hear you loud and clear.
We can hear you.
Fani-Kayode can contest for the governorship.
But what do you think is going to happen if he goes to Osun State to contest the governorship?
Nothing is going to happen. Even
they will hand over his behind to him. Reason being is this: it's not about where he comes from. If you have not even identified with your people before, and now because you want to grab that opportunity,
look, let's stop this. This Oba is playing dirty politics.
No, it's not that.
What are you saying? I don't understand this man.
He should not talk to one of his. Hold on.
Whether you
like it or not, that guy is one of his. He should not discriminate against him.
It's not discriminating, but
okay. Adewale, please, just 1 minute. Babajale, let me tell you one thing. Yes. Aswe is from Edo Central. Look, let me Modokpewulu from APC is from Edo Central. This one, this guy is from Edo North. So there is no competitive nobody with him. So whoever is going to you to substitute him, if you say like that. So we have to know what we are saying.
No, hold on. Oba should not say, "Oh, you are not son of this palace, or you don't do this." No. Every candidate. No. Hold on now. Every candidate should be accepted into the palace. They should be encouraged to, campaign, carry out a non-violent campaign, and they should be prayed for. And not.
But you must not use that palace advantage.
You are not understanding the issue.
Oba should not engage in making
wait, let me explain to you. You have to
let us condemn what he has done to that guy is not good.
No, wait, sir.
Yeah.
Wait, sir, 1 minute. What is the problem there? Like what Wama say now? Let me go with that. What is the problem there? He said this guy have been campaigning that is from the palace, the royal, from the royal palace. And when they now find that, he came now maybe because Obi come today. That's why they went to the palace today. Because Obi is in Benin yesterday. I mean to say that's why they went to that palace yesterday. So in that as if you have been campaigning, they want to find that you are not from the royal house. So don't use it again.
Okay. Now it's clear to me. Okay. If he has been complaining, if he has been carrying out a campaign of lie that is from the palace, they question him now. I agree with you. If they are questioning him on that basis,
that
yes.
is what the Bible says. He says you should not use it again. You should
Oh yeah, that's good. Okay, I agree. Okay. Let me withdraw my statement. Oba did right. I mean, you should stop him from making such a campaign of a lie, a deceitfulness, and stop him right there. You can campaign on another thing and not lying that you are from the palace when you are not actually from the palace.
But Ajayi Koko, what stops the Oba from saying, "I want to speak to you personally," and then make it personal?
No, he has to do it publicly. What
are you talking?
That's being biased. That's being biased.
No.
That's being biased.
Can I take over?
This election. No. You cannot be.
When somebody is using the palace all over the street,
is he a baby? Why must he be lying? Why must he be campaigning? Why must he be campaigning?
That is just it.
Why must
he's an opportunist? He's an stopper.
Why must he base his campaign on falsehood?
And you want that to be my
because
governor?
He's trying to use.
And you want to be governor and you are lying. You are saying
don't mind him.
Oba did right. Let's commend that.
I don't think he can even speak his
Oba talk
he can't even speak his language. Also, he can't even speak the language as well. So,
enigmatic.
Yes, sorry. Good evening, everyone. Do not let anybody railroad you to believe some kind of any fallacy. Did you hear yourself? Have you heard any of his campaign that he's using the palace to propel his campaign? They just want to call him a bad name because they don't want him. Now they are saying he's not an Edo person. It's Asue Ighodalo. Ighodalo, he was born and raised in the southwest. His mom is from Ighodalo's mom. Go and look at Ighodalo, right? Ighodalo's mom, she's a proper Yoruba person, an ex-permanent secretary, the first female permanent secretary in one ministry then, federal permanent ministry or whatever. So Ighodalo cannot even speak Edo language. He does not speak his local language. So if it is not good for the guy in Labour Party, it shouldn't be good for the one in PDP. It is because they want a certain candidate. That's why they are spoiling the guy. During the general election, Edo State was the headquarters of Labour Party. Now, when it comes to the governorship election, they are telling Labour Party people that are not from Edo State not to meddle into Edo State politics. They are playing this hypocritical game. Asue Ighodalo cannot speak a strand of any language in Edo State, but they are supporting him while they are trying to nail Olumide Akpata. Olumide Akpata, if you are calling him a Yoruba person, then you should call Asue Ighodalo a Yoruba person because Asue Ighodalo's mom, she's a proper Yoruba person from Oyo State. Both dad and mom. So you guys are lying. You guys are not being factual. If you do not like Akpata because it's Labour Party or because you don't want obedient again, because you want because of the gubernatorial election, just say that. But don't say Olumide Akpata is not a bona fide son of Edo State, while you are saying Asue Ighodalo is a bona fide son of Edo State.
Ignacio, you are getting this wrong. They are not saying it's not the son of the son. They are saying that.
Let me take over, please? It's my turn. You're usurping my right.
Oh, man of prestige. It would have better if I can just come in to clarify the play because
no,
both of
I'm
them,
tired of you taking on my time.
No. Excuse me.
No, he's from Edo. Let him clarify in 1 minute. One of the please let him clarify 1 minute. Let us hear.
Okay, then I need to come in. Okay, thank you.
Well, go ahead, Tony.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. First of all, Ighodalo even is more rejected than Olumide Akpata. Let me tell you one guy. There's a guy who is our specialist in Benin history. You know what I'm saying? That guy went and used what we call Eben and Ada. So Atikole, Adewale, and Ola will know what is Eben and Ada because we go to all this Ekiti and Odo State, they are using these our symbols. This like cutlass, that. It's
Oh, you
actually
guys are using Ekiti and those symbol. What are
no,
you
no, no,
talking
no, no,
about?
no, no. Please. You know that we are, we are
Focus,
interwoven now.
focus,
Let me
focus.
tell
Go
one
on, go
thing.
on.
If you
Just
go to all
focus.
those war, eh?
Go on, just go on.
All those, many parts of Ondo State and then Ekiti State, we have the same type of culture. So they are even more closer to us than closer to Ijebu or other parts like Egba. So one thing is this. So this guy that is a very specialist in Benin language, Benin history, very nice guy. This guy went and used our own symbol, this Ebe Anada. It's like coat of arms. It's like something. So and then when we are dancing, so we throw it up. We hang it, we throw it up. But this guy is not allowed to do that. Only the Oba and the princess that can do that. So probably that's where Olumide Akpata is having some problem. I don't know what might have gone wrong. And then telling people probably that because most of the time when they interview him, then he will be said that I'm from Benin, but it's from Benin. It's from Use. When they know Use, that's where the king came. Even the about Benin, all of them, so we all came from Yoruba. So that's not to do with Yoruba, whatever. If you go to Akoko Edo, it's almost 95% Yoruba names and stuff like that. You go to this Esa Abrusali also. You see the mother also. So we are go to Sobe. Sobe is 100% Yoruba too, with all those Ora. Then Patrick's place.
Sorry, Tony. Did you have anything to add to the contention?
Yeah,
that
what is your point,
Yeah.
Tony?
That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going, woman.
Yeah. So go there.
First of all, woman, and thank you, sir. First of all, I'm trying to clear the ground so that you guys can understand, because what those guys are saying there is very wrong. Olumide Akpata's uncle or one of the family members was the commissioner of police when I started primary school in the 70s. Okay, you get me now? So it's a Benin person. That's where they came from. Even Nigeria Watch chief, all of them. So these are the people that escorted the Oba to Benin. You know what I'm saying?
But they're saying it's not from the palace. That's the.
Thank you very much, woman. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hold on. I'm trying to see how I can get the clip onto the stream. But what the Oba is saying is that it's not from the palace. It's not saying it's not a Benin man.
Exactly. No. Yeah. Thank you very much, woman. Because people are trying to like our brother there. Was it enigmatic? Whom I respect so much. I think it's partly Edo too. So it has got nothing to do with whether you're from the Edo state. So the fact remains that probably it was using the name of the palace to campaign, because there's some kind of sanitation going on in Edo state right now. Hold on. Let me just drop this. This is very, very important. We are having big problem. Hold on. We have big problem with Obaseki. Hold on. We have problem with Obaseki right now. Because Obaseki tried to.
I'm not even talking about the politics. Listen to
one man. They have hijacked my time now.
Man of
No. Look, man.
Just a second, man. Tony? What I'm trying to say is, because I've heard it. Okay, I have a lot of people from Edo State. The same thing they are saying is that they are trying to crucify this guy, telling him, trying to campaign against him. This campaign of calumny that he's not an Edo guy, it's not a proper Edo boy. That is this Labour Party guy, Olumide Akpata, right? Which is okay.
No. Hold on. Olumide Akpata is even more accepted than Ighodalo.
I understand what you are saying, but hold on, give me a second. What I'm saying now is that even Ighodalo, that all of them are dying for, cannot speak Edo. He does not speak he cannot speak his language. They interpret for him. So why are you trying to kill one and you are trying to spare one? That's the question. So because you have issues with Labour Party now, obedient, but you want to nail the guy, and then you are not nailing the one who cannot even speak even a sentence. It's Asu Ighodalo's mom. Go and check his history. At least I don't know where Akpata's parent came, but I know Asu Ighodalo's mom. She's a proper Yoruba person from both parentage. So why are you trying to kill the other one because you guys have issues now? That is what I'm actually speaking about. If I have my car today and I want to
campaign that is from the palace, that's
what
we're hearing. I don't know why you people.
That's why I'm saying that Baba Aja shouldn't follow. They are creating rational. What they are doing is that they are carving a campaign niche, right? Campaign niche of calumny against Akpata to nail him. This Edo thing. they always believe that you must be Edo. You are not a palace boy. You don't speak Edo. But also Igudalo cannot even speak Edo at all. They translate his language, his native. You know, you have your dialect, right? They translate his own dialect for him. He cannot speak. He's a proper Lagos boy, Lagos and Ibadan boy. That's Asu Igudalo. At least this one was still. They claim that he lived in Warri. He lived in Warri in the Niger Delta, but this one was living opposite in Lagos and Ibadan. And you are saying one is not a Edo person, the other one cannot even speak anything. Is an Edo person. You guys should just say you want to vote for him because you want to vote for him. Don't try to say Olumide Akpata is not a Edo person. It's nonsense.
All right, one man, can I take over?
You make it forward.
Oh, we can
carry on, President.
I mean, almost an hour of my time, but anyway, I'm not going to speak much anyway. Let me just end that conversation there. I think what's going on is dirty politics in Nigeria. You know, I mean, when it comes to election, you know, people bring ethnicity, whether you're from there. That's the same thing happened in Lagos State about Chinedu and all that kind of crap, you know. So the way I see it here, that's just my own personal opinion. Even before this thing happened recently, or this campaign or something like that, the guy doesn't have any traction because of the fracas that was going on in Labour Party. You know, he never had any traction. So in my own opinion, from what I noticed, he wasn't going to win to begin with. So what this Oba is doing right now, whether he said it or not, and you all need to bring the fact that Olumide is campaigning, you know, with the palace name that he's a son of the palace. I don't have any evidence. There's no data to back that up. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but the Oba should have done it in a more diligent way. You know, if there's no political motive behind what he said, he should have invited him and tell him, "Don't use my name. Don't use that name again." If he actually did it, so the Oba is playing politics too. Because what you can understand, you know, the Obas in Nigeria, we do respect. I know how you revere your Oba in Edo State. They're all civil servants. They're all being paid by the government. So he's playing the same politics. So let's just call it a spade a spade. That's what's happening in that state. I never thought he was going to win, but hey, whomever win, I'm not from there. You know, I have nothing to benefit from there. So that's all I have to say in that place. It's all politics, Nigerian dirty politics. It will never end. So that's where we are today, and that's where we're going to be going until things change. It's not just for Edo State. It happened in Lagos State. It probably happened in other states, you know, that I don't know of. So let me go.
All right. Do you want to go to Showore, which was
the
main,
let me speak on Showore thing. Okay. I mean, from time that I started following politics in Nigeria, maybe somebody can remind me of if an activist has ever, you know, acclaimed any big position in Nigerian politics. That's not going to happen. Nigeria is not like other countries. It's not like Senegal or wherever other countries where that, you know, Nigeria is not in that kind of space. You can't use that motto, you know, to ascend to any ascend to any presidency, because what Showore, you know, what's the Showore kind of politics like a revolution. To be honest, that's what I want, because I want them to just come there, you know, remove everybody. I don't mean kill everybody, jail everybody, you know, let Showore take over. That would have been the right thing if we know how to govern, which I don't know. He hasn't shown me any kind of administrative, you know, skill yet. But that notwithstanding, that's what we needed. But that's not going to happen in that Nigerian space. The Kabash, you know, whomever you call Kabash in Nigeria, they are very, very powerful. You know, you have to eat with them, you have to work with them in order for you to succeed. So this whatever Showore is, you know, is learning from his ambition is all an illusion. It's not going to happen in that Nigerian space. Mark my word, what I'm saying today. That's not going to happen. I mean, the kind of politics he's playing, it's not going to happen in Nigeria. Nigeria is not ready for that. They're not matured enough for that. You have to start from somewhere, you know, maybe change, involve your political, you know, your political narrative. That's the only way he's going to survive. Not, I'm going to repeat it again. Showore, it's not going to work. Ajali Koko, that's your man. He will never smell as a rock. Not in any time. He has to change. He has to involve, you know, play to the gallery in Nigeria for you to survive. So I don't have much to say, but I mean, I like Showore, but I'm sorry, it's all an illusion. Okay, that's not going to happen in that space. So I'm not going to flog that space, you know, that much, because everybody has flogged it a lot. So let me summarize my decision with the Donyo Okubo. So we are saying the reason why, what I'm seeing from him, what he's doing right now, it's about being a mutual. That's what I see from him. I mean, okay, he supported Obi during that time, during the Labour Party and everything. Just because he's not with them anymore. Okay, what's he trying to do right now? Is he not trying to curry a favor to the president, to the present government? I don't think it's an ethnic something, but he's making some ethnic narrative that, everybody that is bashing him all obedience right now from Southeast. That is a fallacy. That's a nonsense. It doesn't even make sense. And when people say something like that, you expect the obedience to keep quiet? I mean, everybody say, they are rude, they are cursing. That's part of politics. If you're gonna open your mouth, I don't care what you are in the country, president, whatever you may be. Nobody care about you. If you're gonna open your mouth, people are gonna come after you. So, and you talk back, people are gonna come after you. I'm not quarreling with that. So he's getting whatever what he's gonna get. Let him fight back with obedience. They're gonna fight against him. I mean, I'm not in that space, so I'm not obedient, but I support to be. So he's getting what he's getting. There's nothing wrong. It's all politics. Politics is not, politics is a dirty game. So whether he's playing ethnic something or whatever, I mean, he's gonna get it back. So lobbying people together, like 80 or 90%. I mean, I've not listened to anything, but I'm just following according to the conversation we're having here. That he said the 90 or 80% of people, are obedience from the Southeast. How's that so? That's not true. Does anybody has the data of obedience here to say that
It didn't actually say that. It said the people on his or the people responding to his thread that 80% of them are from the Southeast, and the language was sort of
that's what he said.
Yes.
Okay. That may be true, but that may be true. I mean, he may have the facts, he may have the data, he may have the people responding to to his name. Okay, but so what? What's he gonna do? I mean, there's nothing he can do about that. He opened his mouth, so people has to respond to him. So he has to deal with that. If that was, if that's the way he put it, that 80% responded to him. Okay, that may be true, but I don't see the issue. I mean, when it come at me, I'm gonna come at you back. It's just politics,
Can you hear me, Prestige?
Yeah.
All right. Let me play you a clip. You give a brief response to it, and then from there we go on to Larry, who has been waiting for a while. So you have a choice of two. I can either give you the clip of a Fulani headsman that is responding to all of the narrative that wraps around his ethnicity, or I can play you a clip that I recorded earlier on today. So pick one and I'll play.
What is the clip you recorded earlier? And I don't know what it is.
I don't know. It's about a Nigerian woman.
And okay, you're not giving me more choice. Okay. Give me the Fulani song, because I don't know where the last one you mentioned. I don't know where.
Yeah, the last one. I'll still play it in the course of the session, but watch this and then give a brief response, and then we go on to Larry.
Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I go by the name Ibrahim Panyo Fulbe. I am a Fulani by tribe. Apart from following cows, I have no other business. And I know there's many farmers, apart from farming, they don't have any other business. But I know sometimes my cows used to enter their farm and spoil their farm. I know it is very painful as a farmer to see a cow inside your farm. You feel it is very, very painful, because based on my own, if I see any person that cut my cow or beat my cow, I feel the pain. I feel it like it is very painful in my mind. So I know that farmers, they used to feel pain if they see cows enter their farm too. But please believe me, it's not all Fulanis that is used to allow their cows to spoil the other's farm. It's not all Fulanis. I know there's a bad amount of us that used to allow their cows to spoil you guys' farm. It is very, 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 very bad. I know you guys must feel the pain. Because apart from farming, you don't have any other business like us Fulani. Apart from following cows, we don't have any business. But I have one advice to give you guys. Anytime that you catch a Fulani man spoil your farm, please, please, please don't beat him. Just arrest him. Just call him and tell him that so person, you don't spoil my farm. On the manner way. Because some of our people, you know how some people are. So you must You must you must take it easy, because I know some farmers, the more they catch Fulani spoiling their farm, they will just carry cutlass, or they will just carry, some they used to carry gun. They will say they will shoot their cows, but don't try that way. It will not work. I mean, I used to follow cow always. If my cow spoil the farmer's farm, I will find the owner of the farm. I will tell him that my cow don't spoil your farm. If I don't see him, I will come back tomorrow. If I come tomorrow, if I see him, I will say, so person, my cow don't spoil your farm yesterday. But please, I apologize. So many farmers, they used to say, no problem, I should go. But some of them, they will say, no, I must pay. But I will pay. I will pay. Because I know it's only that farm. It's the way that they are surviving with their family. So how can I spoil the farm I run? They have family like me, so I must pay.
So what are you making of the headsman presenting a case for the defense?
Is that realistic or is it fake?
Well, I think there's somewhat of an element of realism to it, because the Fulani man, the average Fulani man, is exactly as this guy. They are pastoralists, and they work with no more dangerous than a dagger, which they use in self-defense, animal husbandry, and cutting shrubs to feed their cattle. So that's always been the narrative of the Fulani headsman, and this guy now asking you to revert back to those memories.
Yeah, but that's not what we have in this dispensation we've been having for how many decades that been happening right now. But that was before. That's not what's happening right now. So what he was talking about, the old Fulanis. Now the new Fulanis, have guns. So if you ask them to leave your farm, they're gonna kill you, or they come over and take over your land, and shoot you or whatever is happening in Nigeria. So that's a different narrative. I don't know what that is. I don't even believe that video. I mean, I don't that it doesn't make sense to me, because what he's saying it's not the present, the herdsman we are having right now. That's not the issue. And moreover, it's still uncivilized. So, the way they, the way they rear cattle right now. That's not supposed to happen in a civilized country. I mean, tell me any country where this is happening. The rearing of cattle, where very, very uncivilized. I mean, and it's not productive. I mean, okay, their movement of good, like one of the representatives said, but when you destroy other people's property, then that validate your argument be in the constitution that that's a good movement of good. So it doesn't even make sense. I don't know what that video is come from, okay? Because a lot of things that come out of that country is fake to me. So I can't even I can't rationalize where that video is coming from. Whether it's actually somebody from from the Fulani is trying to paint, even I thought maybe it's just a messenger, from their own narrative. So that don't even make sense. But anyway, let me give other people a chance to move on.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Prestige. I'll play you the other clip later. Larry, you're up next. So people can free flow. It's not as though we have an abundance of topics to talk about, but Larry, you're up next.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Good evening, woman. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good evening to you. We can hear you perfectly. We were discussing the future of Sowore, who makes a lot of noise but doesn't seem to be making a lot of progression. And we were discussing Okukwe, the latest protagonist, versus the obedient, who seem to think they can savage and ravage through to the presidency. The Oluwo of a war, the Oluwo of a war, under fire for exposing his head in Mecca. And then we were also talking about
one man, Oluwo of Iwo.
Oh, so Oluwo of Iwo, I beg your pardon, Oluwo of Iwo exposing his head in Mecca. And then Nigeria are successfully paying off some of his debt in spite of narratives of Tinubu not working. So we were having conversations around that, but we're not limited to that. So just pick from the topics or just flow as you will.
Okay, that's good. Okay, let me start from Sowore. You see, for me, I think Sowore is doing the right thing. The only thing I think he just needs to do, he can keep, running for presidency while he also tries to empower some of all his people. I think he needs some representation, particularly in National Assembly. because you can't be outside and trying to look for a way to bring change. So he's been trying. He's been trying. This is the second time, he's been trying. But I think what he needs to do while he keeps running for president, he just also needs to just, invest in some of his guys, at least have some representation in National Assembly. It might not really be much, but you just need somebody, to be in that National Assembly, have this showre, have that showre's, craziness and someone that can actually do something different from what other people are actually doing. I was expecting that with Labour Party, but unfortunately, they got there, they joined the clique, they got their own share. Everybody remained silent. So you couldn't even get any opposition in whatever is happening in National Assembly. So so if Showore really wants to really drive that change, he can keep running for president and while he also tries to put in more effort, get one person, he might not get Senate, at least get one or two people into House of Rep. Let's have a different voice, because that different voice, it might not be much, but 2-3 voices, right, out of all of them, then we'll start getting things right. And probably in future, right, things might actually change towards his direction. I think the problem is just that Nigerians, we've been so used to our politicians that we hardly think rationally. And I've seen people said, oh, probably if he had joined APC or joined PDP, probably. No, I don't believe in that. Right? He doesn't need to join APC, he doesn't need to join PDP. All he needs is Nigerians that believe in that change, Nigerians that believe in changing status quo to now believe in him. Right? So if you start seeing Nigerians that believe that things have to change, then you start seeing people going that direction. But what do you see in Nigeria? They love their politicians. The only thing they see is just, probably rebranded politician, or probably politicians that, probably go more in terms of, their ethnic bias, and, people kind of like, oh yeah, probably this person is better. That's what you see. You hardly see Nigerians that really want change. You see the Nigerians every now and then coming out. They abuse Tinubu, they abuse Obi, they do this. Everybody are just hypocrites. You hardly see people that really love that country, that really want change. If you really love that country and you really want change, you won't go against someone like Showore. You just believe that, yeah, let things change. Because we can't keep sitting and complaining and complaining and complaining. And when you ask an average Nigerian, why don't you want to believe in someone like Showore? Oh, because he doesn't have the experience. What experience are you looking for? Is it the same experience that people have actually had all these years? That all they do is to kind of like, there's still money. Is that the experience you are really talking about? Have you really seen the true experience that we need in leadership? I've not seen that in Nigeria. So when people talk about experience, sometimes I just sit back and laugh. And I'm like, yeah, what are these people talking about? So I think Showore should continue doing what he's doing. He has a voice. He should keep that voice, right? So take, for instance, look at South Africa. Is it Malame or Malama, or what's that guy's name? He has a voice in South Africa, and he's been able to drive that into their parliament. And he has a voice. It's not like he has that very big political party that can change things, but at least he has a voice that everybody actually know that this is the voice. There are policies that, I want to see policies that are more of the Showore like, coming and someone challenging those guys in National Assembly, challenging them to change the status quo, really challenging the executive. But we've not really seen that. We like our politicians. Everybody likes his thieves.
Larry,
And it's
Larry,
unfortunate.
can I ask you a question? Can I interject?
Yeah, I can hear you, sir.
All right. So you said something about you'd like him to continue doing what he's doing. But you had one man. One man was maybe was it when he was putting his position maybe to me or to somebody, or maybe when he was reading the whole thing about Showore. He said this guy was like 48, 49 when he came into this political arena for 2019 election.
Yeah.
This guy is 54 now. And you
Okay.
see,
he should continue doing what he's doing. In about 6 years from now, before you say Jack Robinson, 60, it will be 60 plus.
Okay.
Is it that time that is that when we would want to like have somebody like Shower to be the president then?
Okay. So
go by what you're saying.
So the thing is
this, doing the same madness that
so,
has not brought him to anywhere.
It's not madness. It's an ideology. It's an ideology, right? See, one thing is it's not a Shower thing. It's a Shower ideology. And they just need somebody to drive that ideology, right? It's all about, oh, Shower has to, the ideology will live beyond Shower himself. So the basic thing is for us to have someone that can actually drive that ideology. The ideology of changing the status quo.
But it's not Julius Malema. Malema is
no. I'm not saying it's Julius Malema. I'm just using that.
You're trying to compare him to him, like he should.
No.
Julius Malema joined ANC. He joined ANC. Look at how he began. He had to join the system. The same ANC that is criticizing today, he was a member of the ANC before he now formed his own party. You see, you just need that springboard for you to spring up. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to continue doing the same thing the same way, expecting different results.
Bro,
so for me, 60 years is here.
Do you hear what I said?
Go on,
right?
please.
That was why I said Shower needs to empower people, right? Once he's able to empower people, push more people into National Assembly. With that, you can actually have people that can push that ideology, right? Malema or whatever, right? Why is Malema popular? Because he's in parliament. So I don't need Shower to go to parliament. Some people say, oh, probably you should go and start from somewhere. No. I just need Shower to be able to sponsor people that will enter that clique, right? And, push that ideology to change the status quo. The moment you start seeing that ideology, right, in National Assembly, that's the moment that Nigeria will start thinking of freedom. Everything you see now in National Assembly, even you see a lot of people, before every day, oh, we are going to do this, we are going to do that, we're going to do that. Look at them. Immediately they come in, the first thing they give them is the Jeep. And what do you see? You see those people that you felt probably when they get there, they will try to they start changing tongues. Oh, yeah, they've appropriated for it before we came, and then there's nothing we can do. And you can't even see any of them saying, see, I don't want this thing. This is not what we represent. So for me, I think what Shower needs to do, if I have people that are close to him, I will just say, Shower, please, next election, please help one or two people, right? Even if it's just in Ondo, if he needs to just get resources and help one or two people, just 2 people is okay. So that's what I believe in, right? I'm not even Shower can keep contesting. My own is just people to push that ideology. Because with that ideology, I don't see anything that's going to change in Nigeria. That's what I believe. That's my own personal view, though. So, Mama, we can go to another thing.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So do you want to speak on the Oluwo a little bit, or do you want me to play you? Let me play you a clip that I recorded earlier on today. If you don't have any thoughts on it, then we just move on. All right. So this is what Enterprise looks like. Sorry, it's raining, so it's a bit grainy. So I'm not leching at this woman or whatever it is, but here is a Nigerian woman. In a car park somewhere in Erith. Let me so you can see. Let me landscape it a little bit. So here is a Nigerian woman in a car park in Erith, selling moi out of the back. As soon as this car moves, so selling moi out of the back of her boot. I just bought from her actually. I didn't actually want the moi, but I saw her there yesterday. And I'm seeing her again today. So I just supported the enterprise, just made a few purchases. And there she is now trying to get somebody to come. So she's well-spoken. This is actually how enterprise starts. You can see a baby buggy just right there. So that tells you that she's somewhat of a mom. And you can see how she's advertising herself as well. So I think she caught me recording her there. So, but But that's what enterprise looks like. So she starts from this, gathers a whole bunch of money, opens up a shop. Before you know it, she has 2 or 3 shops. This is, if you've ever wondered what Nigerian enterprise looks like, this is what it looks like. So what are you making of that? I already described it. That woman just parks her car there, selling moi out of the back of her boot. Very pleasant disposition and all that. But go and look for her in a year's time, and then you see her that she's a madam of a shop. So people talk about Nigerian success, that how they succeed everywhere, and that is how they succeed.
Yeah, exactly. That's how it is, right? That's how it is. We have this fighting spirit, and we anywhere we find ourselves, and I'm really proud of that woman because she's actually doing something for herself. All she just needs to do is to keep doing the same thing and look for a way to scale when the opportunity comes. And like you said, look at that woman in the next 2 or 3 years. Probably, she has a very big restaurant, which is good. We see a lot of them even here in the US. People, probably they start from one mini place, and before you know, they're big, and it's good. So kudos to her, and hopefully you keep buying more from her. And really
Hey, I didn't even want the memo, because the previous day the previous encounter, she tried to get me to have a sample. She said, "Oh, she just called me, maybe bros or whatever." I said, "Do you want to try a sample?" I said, "No, thank you." Say, "I'm not going to make you buy." But then, of course, when you try a sample, then you feel obliged to buy. So I said no, and I walked away. And then I saw her the next time, and it was raining, and she was still there with a pleasant disposition and all that. So I just decided I'll just buy some more, which I didn't even intend to buy. But it's just that enterprise spirit, that's that Nigerian thing. That's what I identified.
Yeah. That's the Nigerian thing. It's in our gene, right? Anywhere you go to, you must always look for a way to survive. It's in every Nigerian. I've seen instances that I have when I was in school, I was with some Kenyan, some people from Kenya, from people from Zimbabwe, and the thing they gossips around, when they gossip, and one thing they keep saying is those Nigerians, anyway, no matter how difficult it is, they will always find their way. And that's just a Nigerian thing, because one thing as a Nigerian, when you're outside the country, you don't want to hear anything except being successful. So you have to, like, whatever it takes, right? Even things that are difficult, you always want to find your way to be successful, because we know they carry last. We must always anyhow, must always find our way. So kudos to her, and every other people that are actually in diaspora that are trying 1 or 2 things to be successful. They should just keep doing what they believe in, and hopefully that thing that they believe in will definitely turn to something big. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So from one exemplary citizen to the Oluwo of Iwo, I mean, this guy, man, why they've not taken the crown off his head? I don't know.
You see, oh man, Oluwo, he has always tried to be controversial, and I think sometimes I don't really know what to say, because one thing is for you to want to be, oh fine, I'm a Muslim. Yeah, I'm not against that. He's gone to Hajj to perform, the normal thing. But at the same time, you should also understand. You should also understand that that throne, it's a cultural throne, right? And every throne actually has 1 or 2 things, that guides the throne. And those are things that are kind of like the tenets of that throne. Ordinarily, right? If you had put just a normal, simple white cap on, this controversy is not really gonna come up. And I think I'm very sure probably he never thought that it's gonna be like this, right? And I'm very sure that he wouldn't intentionally just do it. It's part of those things that And I think in Yoruba kingdom, probably in some of all those places, before you become a king, there are some things that you have to go through, right? They need to teach you about the throne. They need to teach you about, how to carry yourself, while on the throne. I think some of those things are really missing in these days, right? Where even sometimes, then I used to believe that if you're a king, even if you go to party, you don't eat in parties, right? But that's not what you see now, right? You see kings, you see them eating, and I'm like, oh, that's then, that was what they did.
Larry, there was a time we had Prince Adewale Adebayo here, who was the SDP presidential candidate election just gone by. He was here for hours and hours and hours and hours, but every so often he will switch off his camera. And then, no, actually, he was here for hours and hours and hours. And I was saying to him that if he wants to have a glass of water, he can. And he said to me that as a prince who is heir to a throne, that it cannot be seen consuming in public, not even water.
Yeah, that's what we used to know.
This one is smoking it go all over the place.
That's what the likes of Oluwo, Said Elegushi, they have a clique now. I think it's recently when I think they had a disagreement. That was why everybody had to go their separate way. So you understand. So I think what it needs to do is to, you are on that throne. You didn't just put yourself on that throne, and probably he needs to learn one or two things for how he needs to carry himself, and that goes to all of us, right, in Yoruba land, because they've left a lot of things, right? They've left a lot of things, and which I think it's part of the problem that we have, and that's why in most cases you hardly see them being respected, not just by politicians, but even by people, right? Because what you see in most of those places that you're not supposed to see, most of those kings are where you see them, and they dabble into a lot of things that you just felt, no, this is not really what they are supposed to do, and that's why they lose a lot of respect. It's not just Oluwo. We have a lot of them like that. This yucky people. You come from the US, you come from Canada, and you don't go through the normal rights that you're supposed to go through, and probably you become the king. You believe that you have to bring civilization. They have to let go some of the things that are cultural, and when you ask them, why are they really doing some of all those things, they just tell you, probably it's because of this, it's because of that, but it's not really anything. And I'm very sure, personally, I'm very sure, he doesn't know that it's going to really be something big, because I've seen another picture of him, right, where he wore the normal traditional regalia in Saudi, that he has his crown on, and he was in a dinner with some royal people. And
did you see the clip of him when he was trying to put spray Wasiu, and that one was it was shifting away from him, pushing him to the side? Did you see that?
No, there's a whole lot of there is one. I think they have a crisis. There's a crisis there. Him, Wasiu, Elegushi, this Oniru, all of them used to be very close. And this
I think Wasiu does not like you spraying money, putting money on his head. You can just drop it, or you give it to his
yeah, he doesn't even he's also a royal, it's also a Wasiu too. I think it's more of all this royal thing, and and you understand. So it doesn't
Ogboni people,
yeah, and all these things. So there are some things, and it's not even doesn't really even make sense. You're spraying money and you want to put it in people's head. So I think for me personally, I think it needs to just go back and have a rethink and see how to really carry that throne. Not just for Iwo land, also because he's not just representing Iwo. If anybody wants to say anything, they say things. Oh, it's look at all our obas in Yoruba land. So I think he needs to do something.
All right, brilliant. Do you want to give us a flavor on Okupe versus the obedience, and then give us a flavor on that.
Woman, you see,
if you don't want to go, there, I can give you another one.
You know, this is difficult to say, but in actual sense, you know, some of my, you know, my friends from the Southeast are really doing everything to demarket Obi, because we need to just tell ourselves one truth. You know, I understand, you know, probably the love some of them have for Obi, and you know, they felt, yeah, anything that crosses Obi's path, you know, they had to do everything to fight for him. But if they look it inward, internally, and see what they are trying to do, they are doing a lot of disservice to Obi, because for you to be a president in that country, you need to meet people, you need to collaborate, right? You need to do everything, you know, for people to support you. There's no way you can force yourself, right? So, and I think, and where this is where exactly where I need Obi to come out, right? To come out, because to make some of those people know what they are really doing to his campaign, because you know there is a whole lot of things that for him to be able to clear some of those things, you know, it's really going to be difficult. I need to be very candid with you. You know, it's not just because I see him as someone that, you know, he has one or two chance, and but I think he needs to talk to some of our brothers. You know, I know it's out of passion, but you know, he needs to do something, because it can't really continue like this. You know, anybody that says anything contrary to what they believe in, you know, they come after that person. I understand, it's normal. When you love someone, you want to do everything to ensure that, you know, any death doesn't really come close to that person, which is normal. But you know, they are not really helping him. They are doing everything to demarket what he believes in.
I have to say, I'll give you two more topics. You pick one, and then from there we go on to enigmatic. Let me give you this one. Nigeria successfully repays China, World Bank, others over 2 billion debt, borrows another 2 billion. So quietly rebalancing the country somewhat into the green in terms of international financing. President Tinubu orders Maman Amadu to resign as Procurement Bureau DG, appoints Gbeleyi as new DG. So is this now this narrative of Yorubanization that we're seeing? So pick one of those, and then we go from there.
You see, oh man, don't let me talk about this. Let me talk about the other one that's lighter. You know, this is, I don't want to get to that point of, you know, sensationalizing some things. So, you know, I always want to run away from some topics. So, but for this, I think it's actually good.
Yes, I was surprised you didn't run away from the Okupe war, but Karen, yeah.
Karen. I didn't run away from it, because I think, you know, the way they are demarketing Obi, and I don't really like it. And I think, you know, I don't really want them to demarket him. I want them to really help his campaign, right? Not doing all those things to cause more enemies. He doesn't need any enemy now. He need more friends than enemy. So for this one, I think it's actually good.
Sorry, you don't have to answer this, but are you an obedient, by the way? Are you an adherent to the? All right, okay, carry on.
No, I'm not an obedient, and I'm not. I'm just a Nigerian that loves Nigeria. That's just it.
All right, carry on.
Yeah. I'm just a Nigerian. I love Nigeria passionately. You know, even though, you know, I pledge loyalty to the US, to America, but I love Nigeria so much.
For reasons of a green card that we all know, but carry on.
Green card, you know, as a citizen, as a US citizen, so I have to pledge loyalty to the US.
So sorry, what's the difference? Just in one sentence, what's the difference between a green card and a citizenship?
So a green card is more of, you know, a permanent residence card, right? So which can actually lead you into naturalizing to be a citizen. So if you're a citizen, you know, and you're a citizen, you know, you carry the American passport, And I think another major thing is, as a green card holder, you can't vote in a federal election. That is strictly for citizens.
All right, brilliant. Take us then to Tinubu paying us the debts.
Yeah, so I think it's actually good for Tinubu, right? And it's good for Nigeria, not just for Tinubu, because the credit rating, it's actually good. And it's also, those are one of the things that investors also look at, right? Because the worst thing that you can actually see in a country is a country that defaults in paying their debts. So, and even the US, there has been instances that US was close to defaulting, when they were having one or two issues, in the Congress. So I think this is good for Nigeria. And I don't see any problem in him, getting that money back, as much as it's going to be put into something that would definitely help that country, something that is more productive. He should pay back, whatever they're actually owing. And at the same time, they should focus more on really putting this money into not this sharing that they do, because I really don't like all this, they share the
how much did they pay back?
Yeah, $2 billion.
Paying back, and you're borrowing, you're taking another $2.something billion loan. What are you talking about? What are we talking about?
No.
Why are we praising these people like as if they done something extraordinary?
No. See, one thing is for you to hold, right? And for you to pay back. Once you pay back, it's not just paying that it helps you, it helps the country, it helps the credit rating. And that credit rating is basically what a normal big investor is looking at. You don't want to be in a country that would default, right? Because when you default, it shows that that's not a country that is on a going concern. So I think it's just doing the right thing. These are debts that he actually inherited, and paying him back in order to get another one. I think that's the smartest thing to do. You don't have this and not pay this back before you get another one. So for me, I think it's a normal thing. It's a normal thing for you to keep even if it's a company, for you to keep that company as a going concern, you have to ensure that you do this, and which I think is actually doing. I'm not saying he's doing something extraordinary, but I'm just saying that it's doing something to keep that country as a going concern, and to ensure that that country also have opportunity to have access to some other funds and other loans. That's just it. So you can go to another person. I think I'm good.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. We'll look back to you in a moment. Let's go on to Enigmatic, see if it's ready for us. Enigmatic Hondi. You could.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So yeah. Do you want me to recite the talking points again, or you already know them?
Don't worry, I'll take my point.
All right, carry on.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, let me just say hi to everyone, and then may the season and the spirit of what we are celebrating now in the Islamic world abide by everybody. Today, a lot of people are becoming, they are in Saudi Arabia now, observing their Hajj. So a lot of things happening. So when it's a special day of prayers, I pray everybody's prayers will be answered, and all their supplications.
What's the greeting for that? Is the barricade the what? Barricade the. Is there a barricade for this one?
Let's move on. I don't already pray for now. Just say
all right. Amen. Eid Mubarak. Eid Mubarak. Thank you. So carry on. Yes.
So I don't want to charge for consultation. So let me just start like this. I will start. I think I have a couple of topics. I will start from Nigerians. From Omoyele Sowore, then I'll go down. Nigerians are very, very funny people, and then Nigerians are not really ready, because each time Omoyele Sowore comes to say things, or probably Omoyele Sowore is an equal. How would I say it? He cares less of who you are, be it Tinubu, be it Atiku, Babangida, Abdusalam, all of them. It takes them to the cleaners. especially those people he considers a part of the establishment that have been a part of the quote unquote the ruiners of our society, Nigeria as a whole. So when Nigeria want to pick and choose their own thief or their own criminal or their own definition, quote unquote, of their clean messiah, this is when they get issues with Ohanaeze Counsels. He has played.
Sorry, enigmatic. Are you cooking and talking at the same time?
No, that's my little boy there.
Oh, all right. Okay, Karen.
Yes. So whenever he says anything, whenever he says anything against any other individual in the country, as he will definitely do, he will continue to do. They are cool with it, and this is the level of hypocrisy that I see in these people. They don't want anything at all. They don't want you to mention Obi's name. They don't want anybody to say anything about him. But the guy has a record out there, right? That of course, you will defend his record, and people who do not agree with him would bash his record. But when you want to come to the jugular of almost everybody, you don't care if the person is a bishop, if the person is a traditional ruler, if it's a religious leader, anybody at all. And then you want the same person to be president of the same country, that these individuals are part of the country. So everybody, you are fighting during your coup today. You fought Prof. Wole Soyinka, you fought Sultan, right? You are fighting almost everybody. And the guy will be there pretending as if he's not seeing them. And you think Nigerians, or probably this elite, you think they are stupid. They are not seeing your game. They are seeing your game now and they are calling you out. Yet, you are still pretending. There's always a level of too much is too much for your pretense. And that's why they are calling him out now. Ohanaeze Counsels has the right to call anybody out. If he has the right to call Babangida out, to call Abdulsalam out, to call any of these individuals, is Peter Obi bigger than them? Why wouldn't call Peter Obi out? Peter Obi is a political colleague like him. He's an opposition like him. So they shouldn't just always come to say they are crucifying everybody. How long do they want to do that? And when we ask them the same question, right, they will tell you, oh, they want to explain it off. The guy is almost on his way. He's talking back and forth, and he confirmed it, talking back and forth with PDP, that he called the party with a structure of criminality, with the article that they called criminal and everything. So you are hobnobbing with the same criminals, and they want the bunch of headless mobs want to explain him off as a saint. Have you seen a saint in the midst? Have you seen a sheep in the midst of lions? It's never possible. So what has Ohanaeze Counsels done? The only thing he could do is file a lawsuit against Counsels if he's lying against you. By the way, as we speak now, did he not threaten, is it Podium newspaper about the Yes Daddy tape? Has he filed the lawsuit as we speak? No. Has he filed file a lawsuit if you think Ohanaeze Counsels is, maligning your reputation, if you think assassinating your character, file a lawsuit. Do not send your bunch of Lilliputians around everybody, and you want to be president. President of where? Somebody said Ohanaeze Counsels does not have a way. Who doesn't know that Counsels does not have anything to do in Aso Rock? Does Obi have anything to do in Aso Rock? It's very easy to talk down everybody, to talk down Ohanaeze Counsels, who has been in the trenches for years. When Ohanaeze Counsels was fighting the Abacha junta, Peter Obi was eating crumbs from the palms of Abacha himself. Fact. These are fact. These are proven fact. When people were fighting for democracy that Obi want to kill himself now for, that he has been a beneficiary of the same democracy, Obi was hobnobbing with Abacha that was killing people who were fighting for this democracy. As Obi left his family for once to fight for Nigeria, Omoyele left America. He left the comfort of his home to fight for this individual, for this bunch of vagabonds and vagrants that will never appreciate anything. And I continue to blame Omoyele Sowore himself. He should leave these people alone and go back to his family. He should go back to his family. Nigerians are not the people you want to die for. Because you are dying for these folks and they are hobnobbing with the part of the establishment. Christian and repackaging that part of the establishment as a messiah. Doyin Okupe was with him. Osuntokun was with him. Why are they all backing out now? Why? Why is it that everybody that was with him, they are backing out, and they are basically saying the same thing?
Osuntokun is not backing out. Osuntokun is still on television defending him.
Is ambivalent. It's ambivalent now, one man. So this man, he was in the north for almost 2 months. He was crisscrossing the entire country, while he think he's building the bridge, right? This bunch of despots, this bunch of fascists, they are killing it for him. He will move 100 steps forward, they will pull him 1 million steps backward with their truculent nature. Is this how to play politics? Is this actually how to do it, to play politics in the real sense of it? You want to be president, you are fighting with the north, you are fighting with the south, you are anybody that comes around you, they will bring that person down. How do you want to be president? You cannot take insult as a leader. The Labour Party that you are part of, you are not crystallizing, you are not integrating your obedience as part of the Labour Party. You are either here nor here. But when they call you out, they will come to your aid. Are you the only politician in Nigeria? Do they not call Atiku any? Tell me what they've not called Atiku. Tell me what they've not called Kwankwaso. Tell me what they've not called Tinubu himself. Tell me what they've not called any leader in Nigeria that is considered a part of the establishment. Tell me one leader in Nigeria that Omoyele Sowore has not insulted in Nigeria. Tell me one man. Has he spared any leader in Nigeria? Omoyele Sowore spared any leader in Nigeria? None. So they need to be very careful. We know that he has no business in Aso Rock. He's not going to Aso Rock. His political career is done, dead, and he has nothing to do with politics again. He's just all over the place. And he knows that, and he knows that he has no base, he has nowhere to go. Where does the obedient want to take him to? Where do they want to take him to? For real, one man. Are they the only one who will make him president? Are this set of hive minds? This set of discordant channel of buffoons. Are they the ones that will take him to Aso Rock without having to shake hands across board? Politics is not played like that now. It's never played like that. Even the whole Muhammadu Buhari, 3 times he couldn't do anything until he had to find a way, to shake hands across the Niger, across the board, before he was able to become president. Even Atiku, that is Peter Obi's boss. Peter Obi is Atiku's boy. Atiku is still there struggling. And you just came from nowhere because of ethnic and everything. Omoyele Sowore does not have what is going for Peter Obi. But Peter Obi had an entire Igbo people behind him. Sowore does not have that. He does not have the Ijaw people behind him. He doesn't have the Yoruba people behind him. He doesn't have the South behind him. He doesn't have the Igbo behind him. He does not have an entire tribe behind him. But you have those tribes behind you. But you are mismanaging that opportunity that you have. You cannot continue to do that. To do this, you think the politicians, they are professionals. If you see what is his name, Doyin Okupe, that was very close to you doing this, it behooves you as a thorough politician, as a thorough leader, to find a way to go and meet him. Because you cannot try to say you need more friends instead of more enemies. They will open platform and they will continue to rubbish all these leaders. And you guys are the same part of the establishment. Is it different from the part of the establishment? So when Nigerians are ready, they will go and choose from those ones that are not part of the establishment. So it is either you choose somebody who is not a part of the establishment, or one of the establishments should continue. So it is either you go out and choose Omoyele Sowore, or go and choose Adewale Adebayo, or choose Morgan Lewis out of them now, or any one of those guys. But if you say you want to choose any of those thieves, then let everybody compare for his thieves in peace. In peace. So that is how it should be done. So on the part of
Enigmatic, can I put a position to you?
Go ahead.
May I? Okay. Yeah, I think you have a point. As you were saying, I begin to think. I think the obedient needs to understand that Obi is a politician. They should be open to criticism, and however they want to demarket him. It's not there for
Enigmatic. I'll mute you for a moment because of the background noise.
So real quick, I was just say this. I think you have a point. So I think obedient needs to sit down, and if people try, this is a political. This is politics. We know where what they are trying to achieve against the next election. So I think it's now left for the obedient to sheath their sword, and whenever people attack Obi, just if you can defend him, without having to resort to.
Sorry, rational mind. Larry was right. These people are actually damaging Obi's chances rather than enhancing it.
Well, woman, you see. Let me not. I beg your indulgence on enigmatic. Let me just say this real quick. You see, I would say why it is true that the obedient, some of them can be very, very. What's that English word I'm looking for?
Truculent.
No, you won't give me one. I don't trust you to give me any word.
Yeah, well, that's enigmatic language anyway.
They can be rude. I know the Agbado kind of English they want to use to describe the obedient. They can be rude, and these are just men and young men and women who are yearning for a better Nigeria. But I know they might be rude
and violent.
Well, they're not violent. Have you ever seen them constantly violent? Like, come on, let's not. I don't want to go there.
Yes, Rational man, let me say something. In Edo State today, let me just give you an instance. In Edo State, right?
Can't see everything.
In Edo State today, if I have the chance to be in Edo State to vote during the election, I won't vote for that APC guy. Regardless of the fact that I like Asiwaju, I won't vote for that APC guy. So the reason why I won't vote for that APC guy wouldn't make me at the same time vote for the PDP guy. Right? So this is the way I see Nigerians. Nigerians, they say they are like they say they want to go to heaven, but they don't want to die. That's their problem. So they say they want a good Nigeria, but it is only good to the dictates and to the definition of what they believe is good for them. And when people are trying to challenge your position, you basically want to resort to derogatory languages or subliminal tirades. It won't work, especially when you are dealing with career politicians. They are quick to forget that.
Enigmatic, do you realize that? Do you realize that not everybody that is claiming to be obedient online that attack Donyo Kikwe are really obedient, in the sense that it's been discovered that there are some people who are posing as obedient just to, like, you people are talking about.
You cannot explain it away. Do you know that a lot of people now, right? Before the election, there are people from the North Central, there are folks from the South, from Southwest that support that. You cannot really say they are obedient, but they support Peter Obi because they see they don't want Atiku, they don't want Tinubu, they don't want PDP, they don't want APC, right? So Labour Party presents more or less like a new platform for them. And somebody like Omoyele Sowore and Adewale Adebayo, they do not want them because they are associating some excuses to the reason why they wouldn't want those people. And the reason why you see that Adewale Adebayo and Omoyele Sowore did not have the type of momentum that Obi had during the election is because Obi had an entire region behind him. So an entire region is behind Obi, and they went all out for him. So what region is the Ijaw nation? Are they behind Omoyele Sowore? Even in Ondo State, that Omoyele Sowore is from the minority part of Ondo State, Are they for him? Did Ondo say clear they had a son
He
on
might
the
not even
ballot?
know. He might not even know himself.
So,
If you go to the
or
community and ask
Adewale
them,
Adebayo, but he know
I don't know.
that is what we people are saying now, that he had that privilege and that advantage, right? But the advantage is quickly eroded, because a lot of people who tap into the obedient group now, they are now realizing that there are so many IPOB. 2 days ago, some people were talking about IPOB or no IPOB. You shouldn't be ashamed if you are an IPOB, if you supported IPOB. If you're a Yoruba nation, which a lot of us, somebody like me, hate them viciously. Yoruba nation people, I consider them a group of terrorists, a bunch of vagabonds, right? You will call them out. You don't have to. To bá fẹ́ ṣọ̀ṣàká, kò ṣọ̀ṣàká. To bá fẹ́ ṣòṣòkò, kò ṣòṣòkò. Don't stay in the middle. They will say I'm not an IPOB, but they are
But they support the activity.
to
They sympathize with them.
IPOB movement.
Sympathizer.
You are killing Nigerian military who are trying to create security, to cause security for you guys, but you are trying to explain it away, to justify it away, and you say you are not an IPOB person. So look, I know you are very educated, and this is one of the privilege of this platform. At least, and every person on this platform has a first degree. At least have a first degree. So you cannot play people's mindset. It's like you are telling me you don't support terrorism, right? But you don't condemn them either. You are in the middle. So this guy has a whole up to now, as we are still speaking. If election holds today in Nigeria again, the entire Southeast, they will go all out again for him. Ohanaeze Counsels will not have that advantage. Adewale Adebayo will not have that advantage. The other guy from Delta State, that young guy, he won't have that. Imolele, or what is his name? He won't have that advantage. You already have that advantage. All you need to do is create more friends from across the nation. You cannot insult Sultan of Sokoto, and you see a Muslim who want to buy into your campaign. Do you know the prominence of Sultan of Sokoto in Nigeria, in Islamic world? Do you know? You cannot say you are calling you are calling fatwa and jihad on Muslim, and you knew that you made a mistake, and shortly after the election you are trying to find a way to placate that religion, and you are doing very well on that. And on the same hand, those people are still pulling you down. And we see how 2017, and then you are not even sure where you belong yet. Labour parties, they are acting, they are forcing some games against you. In PDP, you are not sure if you move forward to PDP or move backward to ABGA. You are still very unsure of where you belong, political party wise. But these people are on a daily basis causing trouble for you. I want to ask you, Rational Mind or anybody, Ohanaeze Counsels as ex-presidential aspirant, does he not have the right to call out Tinubu? Does he not have the right to call out Atiku? Does he not have the right to call out Kwakwanso? Does he not have the right to call out Obi? How many times have you seen Kwakwansiya come out to start creating problem for anybody that calls out Kwakwanso or articulate or Tinubu's people? Up until 3 days ago, Tinubu fell. People laughed over it and moved on.
Obi has no blemish.
Tell me what they did not call him during the campaign. They said he's a bastard. He doesn't know his parents. He doesn't have a root. He's a Gideon. He's a druggie. He's everything. But the man is even came out. He was laughing like, well, it's politics. When you choose to come to politics, you should be ready to go into the mud with the pig. He will laugh it off. That is the essence of a leader. When you want to be, nobody is forcing Obi to be in the public space, to come to be a politician. So for the fact that he has brought himself to that political arena, look at the way they are treating this old man in America here, Joe Biden. Sometimes I will look at that man, I will feel sorry for him. A grandpa. Look at Trump, a grandpa. When you bring yourself to public office, to especially politics. There's a reason why they say the story you do not know about your generation, right? The moment you come to politics, a story of 1,000 years, they will release it for you in a second. In a second, when you declare for an office, there's a reason why they say that. Politics is inherently dirty. So Obi has chosen to be in a dirty business. So nobody except Obi's son or Obi's daughter should be crying because of Obi, because Obi is trying so hard. So hard. And I pity the man. The reason I pity him is because the politician in Obi, right? The politician in Obi will play the game of politics the way it should be played, according to Nigeria political space. But the truculent mob, the court group that he has found himself, that he can untangle himself now. He has gone to this schematic church. He has gone to this heretical movement that coming back is hard for him. It's like he has sown wind, so he needs to reap the wild wind. That's where he is now. He doesn't know how to control them. He's not in control. He's not leading them. He cannot lead them. He's confused about how to deal with them, because you are dealing with Northerners who are playing conservative politics. You are dealing with Yoruba people who play Omoluabi politics. Regardless of what Baba Adebanjo did or whatever, we respect Baba Adebanjo till tomorrow. We respect Baba Bodejo. Look at Bodejo's body language now. He's shifting ground. Baba Adebanjo, all of these people, they are human beings. They have their opinions. They have their perspective, right? Just like I would see you, if you call Tinubu a bastard, I would say, thank you, rational mind. That's your opinion. That does not make him a bastard. Does it? No. If I call Obi a bastard, does that confer Obi? Does it make him a bastard? No. But it is because it is politics. If Obi is is doing his trading, nobody will know him and be calling him names. If Yore stays his ass down in New Jersey, nobody will be dragging with him now in Nigeria. But he has chosen to say, I want to rescue Nigeria. But the mistake he's making is that he's trying to rescue the wrong set of people. Nobody can rescue Nigerians. Nigerians are not ready to be rescued. Because if Nigerians want to be rescued, right, they know how to move away from Tinubu. They know how to move away from Atiku. They know how to move away from Kwakwanso. And they know how to move away from Peter Obi and choose from the people that have never been a part of the establishment.
If Nigeria truly wants to be rescued, then the opposition to governance will be Omoyele Sowore. So it's simply an ethnic stock wanting to have its own turn. That is I cannot see there will be narrative beyond that. They'll say, the Northerners have chopped, the Yorubas have chopped, it is our turn to chop. So
there's no wrong.
If they want change, if we want change, then the change is Sowore. If it's not Sowore, then it's just our own set of chiefs want to loot too. Yeah.
There's no wrong in the Southeast to say it is our own time to chop, to be president. No wrong in that.
Yes.
But do not pretend, to say you are bringing somebody that is competent, that is a messiah. In the hierarchy of Southeastern politicians, right? It's not 1 to 10. I tell you again, and I keep telling you, and I challenge even rational mind that I believe is obedient to, right? That when this guy was the governor in Southeast, right? He was the worst governor there. Go and look at the list of governors in the Southeast. Go and look at what Nnamani did in Enugu State. I'm telling you for a fact.
Enigmatic.
The records are there.
Mr. Enigmatic.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Mr. Enigmatic.
I'm here now. I'm here.
Sorry for cutting you short. Don't let Obedient hear you. They said he won all the awards. He was the best governor of the decade.
No,
in fact, they listed so many awards Peter Obi won.
Those things are good. Those things are good for politics. I will do the same thing too.
And they even said that decade.
Let me tell you one.
Fashola and some other governors too.
No, let me tell you one thing. it is very easy if they tell Nigerian, look, we want the presidency, and this is the guy that seems to be very lucky this time around to come from our region. So all
sorry, Nigerian man, you are echoing a little bit. So did you want to interject, or if you want to interject?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that video because I went to watch it. What all of us?
All right. Let Enigmatic land, and then I'll play that video. So Enigmatic land, and then I'll play that Edo video.
Yeah, and they say we want to support him support this guy for us, but not bringing him to say he's the best of the best in the entire South. Even it's an embarrassment. It's a disgrace that they are bringing such such a nut job to be the face of Southeast. And I challenged someone here the last time. Have you been to Southeast recently? Have you been to Southeast recently? Have you been to Ebonyi State recently? Were you in Ebonyi State 10 years ago? Are you in Ebonyi State 4 months ago? Just this year. So you compare and contrast. Where were you 10 years ago? Have you visited Anambra 10 years ago? So when Umba Dinuju left office, we knew Umba Dinuju was a pure efulefu, a complete efulefu, right? But when Ngige came, Ngige turned things around, even regardless of the fact that the Uba brothers were giving him troubles. The numbers are there now. The numbers are there. And they keep challenging them. Even Reno challenged them with $10,000. If you know this, this is $10,000. None of them, as you speak, did anything. All they will do is go on the tirade, and then So you cannot continue to play politics like that, too, because Nigerians are not stupid. If you want to be president, which of course he will never be president, if we are going to have any semblance of a southeastern presidency, it's going to be it's going to be somebody that you guys I keep saying is that you guys will never like, because the two political parties, APC and PDP, if they are still dominating, they will want somebody that will win election for them, and that person may not suit the kind of unzobu politics that you play in that neighborhood. So if they see somebody in PDP, it may not suit your PDP, your kind of politics. And there's no way you want to say you just want to railroad everybody to believe you cannot force anything on anybody. Even Tinubu an article that has been doing politics for years. They still know how to dobale, they still know how to shake hands, they still know how to find ways, to invite people to their corner.
We saw Tinubu doing his dobale by way of. Did you see how he was trying to guide his way out of? Did you see?
That's part of politics.
And I was saying it was swagger.
So maybe one way or the other, sometimes you need to find a way as a politician to get yourself out of trouble. Trouble means some things like that. They wanted to use that against him, but it's like somebody who is like a comedian that calls himself an ugly man already. What else do you want to call him? Or very dark man that will tell you, I'm already on the ground, right? The only way the only thing you can do to me is to dig 6 feet down and push me there. So if you are wrestling with me, I'm already on the floor. So what else do you want?
Land it, yeah.
They should if they want to play politics in Nigeria, not the southeast politics, the real Nigeria politics, they need to keep quiet. And he himself, he must demonstrate leadership. They are seeing him now. Woman, it is not by coincidence that people they are saying this almost the same thing. That they are saying almost the same. Do not forget they are all politicians, woman. They are all politicians. He's been part of the Governors Forum at the time. He was in Jonathan's cabinet at the time. He lobbied Jonathan to become aviation minister. He bought vehicles for royal fathers, almost 400 of them. You saw the way he danced his way around the legislative vehicles then, when they said Labour Party people took the 160 million naira SUVs. You saw the way he meandered his way across it, but he was already going all over the place doing cho about the same thing. So you have to understand the fact that you are part of these thieves. So you cannot all of a sudden to say because you have obedience now, and when they tell you to integrate the obedience to Labour Party, you told Labour Party, vehemently that you are not letting them go. So where are they? Where is he? What do they want? And we know a lot of them who are IPOB members, but they are not proud to be IPOB now because of what? That we know that they're IPOB. Is Pansat not an IPOB? Don't we know the IPOB people? Don't we know don't we know Dr. Damages before the election? Don't we know his position now? So we are all Nigerians now. We have South people. We know South the people from the South who are still mad at Tinubu today. We understand their pain. It's because of Jonathan. And we laugh around it and we move on. But you not see an average South people always coming to say they want to fight the entire Yoruba race because of Jonathan. They will still find a way to move ahead. Are they not doing the same thing now? Don't we have Senate president from the South? Don't we have the Minister of FCT from South? Don't we have the Minister of Gas and Oil and Gas from South? Don't we have the Minister of Petroleum, Junior Minister from South? Look at the South portfolio in the cabinet. Are they not warming up to be VP in 2031? So this is politics, one man. You cannot say because Jonathan was kicked out of office, you will kill the entire region because of Jonathan. Jonathan has done his part. He has gone. Obi cannot continue to lead Southeast astray, lead all this Lilliputian to the path of perdition because of his greedy politicking. He cannot continue to do that and fighting almost all the stakeholders.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Enigmatic. So thank you, Enigmatic. Let me play this clip. But before you address it, okay, actually, let me play it first. Mute yourself for a moment, Nigerian man, because of the background noise.
To give us their mandate. Any time we are doing, we are going. As my father has said previously, I am a son of this palace. And so I feel comfortable. I feel bold enough to come to the throne and to seek for your blessing, for your Royal Majesty's blessing, Oba Atokwe, and to report to your Royal Majesty that the Labour Party in Edo State is strong and vibrant, and we are going to go around all 18 local governments. All 192 wards to pass on the message to our people.
Chief, you know, Peter Obi, Princess Royale, as they call it in England. Because I introduced themselves as children of the palace. There are some others also that are distantly related. What is that? There are some others that are distantly related that may not be exactly royal family that can also address themselves as children of the palace. So when he said he's a child of the palace, he says it in English. I think he said it in Benin as well. Oh yeah, no time. So I was wondering that is campaigning now and everything. So I called my chief here that is it true that he's a child of the palace and I don't know about it. That's why I asked him to first go quietly to go and ask him. I didn't want to say it out before. But he now came back, the chief now came back and told me his answer. That the last time he said the child of the palace, I don't remember. We know him very well. He's a son, he's an industrial son of the soil. In Benin, we say, Ohanaeze say no. A true indigenous son of the soil. But to say a child of the palace, I don't know whether any of them is a politician. position of Arunwa. I don't know. So I just want that clarification for the sake of public and the fourth estate of the Radiances. That's why we contest it. So sorry, I hope you don't mind that clarification. You are an industrious, indigenous son of the soil. We all know that. I know I've supported you when you were president NBA. I had to call Erufai to support you, that they should look after you when some issues came during that conference or something that Erufai was banned, I think was banned or so. I had to speak to him because you were incoming, so I had to speak to him. I said, that's in English, quote and unquote, that is our son or that sort of thing. Look after him and everything. It doesn't have anything to do with the quarrel that is ongoing in Kaduna. I know I spoke for you. So just to be clear that we are not that we are particularly against you. You know, I just wanted to clarify that identification that you made just now. So I hope you don't mind.
So I don't think there's any ambiguity there. The palace rejects you. The palace rejects you.
Why would palace?
That's what the Oba just said. Now the palace rejects you.
Come on, why do you have to spin things like this?
Let me just stop now. I told Mama to bring this video back because I went to watch it. Hello?
I mean, we'll be crucifying your.
Mama, what is the importance of this? Let's move on to something better, Joe.
Nobody crucify, but it's you as the man to you because of you. That is what I want to work. Because what you said before, you are not saying what is important. But before you give wait now, I don't like.
Nobody has time for no matter here. Go ahead with your.
No, hold on now, because I don't think there's any ambiguity in what the Oba said. It said in an elegant and majestic way. The palace rejects you. Is what he said. The palace
rejects him.
It's not like that. It's by himself. That nailed himself there. He was referring to himself that is from the palace. Oba was trying to. He said somebody to go and ask him first before he now want to say it public, because he don't want the public to go with it and say, Oba, one of Oba's son is contesting as a for election. That is why you have to clarify himself. But Olumide just used that. He said then Olumide did not reply that he just used that word
literally.
Like
Yes,
he doesn't know it's an offense. That he not beg.
Son of the palace. Yes.
No.
What the Oba did is not right.
But Oba is very angry with you. You just need to clarify, because when you live there, now people will say, Oba is son. He said it's Oba's son. That is the one contest. You know the way people twist. That's what Oba was trying to clarify there. And you make him know. That is because
if he calls himself Oba's son, what is wrong in that?
Yes, now.
No, he said it's from the palace. I feel like the father was a chief.
That community.
I mean, it doesn't mean anything.
No,
that you guys are reading meanings to all these.
Yes, no. Then you have to go and. Why do you say nonsense? Why are you talking what you don't know about? Why do you always like things like yelling? You will be complaining that people are shouting. They are not having fun. But you are yelling at somebody.
What is the importance of this Edo politics now? What is the importance? They don't want to have a governor. Is on those states not running the same governorship race? Why are they not yelling on those states? Why is all that do? Those should go and see them. They should go and see somewhere.
What is your problem with my own state? Why does it matter your state?
Hold on, Enigmatic. Hold on, because he has a stake because it's from that state. But Nigerian man, the issue is that what is being reported is that and it's all over the social media now, is that the palace has rejected this guy.
No, that is like,
So-
but you hear from the upper mouth. Wait, when you finish, I told you when they sent it to me, I didn't watch it before because I said I don't want to look, but I don't like a pattern for me. You understand? I said no need. This guy was arguing with me, easy. That then when I last saw it, I wanted to speak to him. When I now saw the ambiguity too much, this one he said something. I now went back to watch the video. That's when I came back again. When I was writing, I said, let me come and speak because I heard everything. Oba was just trying to clarify. You come to the palace. You are identify yourself as a son of the palace automatically. Oh, that's why I use that language. Obviously, say that is the real indigenous of Benin. But for you to say you are from the palace, that means you belong to your father is a chief in the palace. That is what it means. And the press will take it. That's what I was saying. Because the press is here, he sent somebody to go and meet him for one of the chief to ask him if he's really from the palace. It'd be like the guy that said, no, that is not what it means. But not want to clarify it publicly, say before the press will leave. Because they should go outside and say, Oba Obinio, you have endorsed Akpata because he said the father is from the palace. You don't understand? That is what Oba just said. He said that is what they want to clarify. Finish. He said he know him, he even support him when he was NBA chairman. He called Rufai to support him. You don't understand? So he said he know him. He's an industrial son of the land. He doesn't say anything more than that. It's only to clarify that place for people not to twist his word that he's supporting or Olumide is his son. That is only what he cleared from Olumide. Finish. Nothing more than that.
You see why context is always good in everything, one man. Because the way you presented this thing at the beginning, and I just when I was going by what you were saying, I almost committed some kind of blunder trying to talk against the Oba. But from what I've seen now, putting the context to it, now we can understand what really transpired, what really went on between them. He even said he sent people. So he does. I don't want to speak out like be too speak on impulse and just say that was why I sent somebody to go and ask, is it true that he's from this palace? So but let's just forget that. But my point is that you see, from what the Oba
National man, what do you think the Oba wants this guy with your
I
own,
know we know the politics. I concur with you. I still concur with you.
It was a public rejection. I don't know what transpired. Not as if the maybe the Oba has some preconceived idea of his own kind of preconceived idea that I don't want this guy. But what transpired there was that I want to go by what transpired. That he said that you said you were son of the soil or son of the palace. So, but it's for me. I just feel the Oba should also understand. Sorry, Najaman, let me mute you because you are bouncing back a bit.
Yeah. Yes. So, well, the Oba, the INS should understand that sometimes. But I understand if somebody said this. He should have understand, like when somebody say I'm from the palace. Well, let me not drag it. I just want to overflow it. But my point is this:
when they will twist that word, even we that are here, we don't even listen to it. We twist the word. More than 5 of us here. When they will twist that word tomorrow morning, I said Oba endorse it, and if we take that word will go. You have to clarify yourself if you are playing, if you are distancing yourself from politics. Because Obaseki will come, the other one will come. All of them by 18, all of them will come to that palace. That word, if it go, the way we go viral, nobody will clarify. All of us will be going with rumor, adding our own. So that's why I went to listen to it. You come to the palace, you greet the palace. Finish. You are
what is even important about this palace?
The
palace here, palace.
What is the value?
Sorry, the man is more important. What is
the value?
Man, make una go sit down. Palace.
What is the value of that Oba's endorsement, sir?
Because we can shout and yell in front of your own territory. Okay.
No, one Niger. What is the value of that
Buckingham Palace?
What is the value of that Oba's endorsement?
It's more than all the old Buckingham Palace to us.
There is value to it. Yeah, there's value to it. Yeah.
Yes, rational mind. I agree with you absolutely. Rational mind. I agree with you absolutely. Let me just chip in here. That is why what I feel the Oba did is not right. Everybody, if I say I'm a son of the palace, I'm a son of the palace of Oba of Lagos. Oba of Lagos cannot deny me. All indigenous of that community, you are son of the palace.
Exactly.
You are, the Oba is like, he's listening in literal sense. But the guy is just denying him, which is not right. That's what I feel.
But Foley, you know, the thing about it is that, you know, the cavalier manner, the way they are just I mean, as we are saying it, right? The same election that will be holding almost the same weekend.
Yes, now he
or
said he's going to check.
or a week
What was he
apart.
going to
Is
check?
holding in
Is he
Ondo
going to
State.
check that is not from Benin?
What is special in Edo politics? They have Okpebolo from APC. They have Apata from Labour Party. They have Asu Igudalo from PDP. Choose one and let people move forward. Now they are saying this one cannot speak. The one that cannot even speak the language, they are the one they are calling the Omonile. The one that lives around them because they don't want Labour Party now. They are saying, I mean, make una go sit down. One man, make him shift ground, I beg.
All right. Let's hear from Foley.
One man, let's move on. Yes, let's move on.
Let's hear from.
We still have so many of us that have not spoken. No, please.
Yes, if Foley is there, let's hear from him. I think it's come in defense of the Showore narrative. Good to have you, Foley. We were just speculating on the future direction of Showore's politics. Because it seems to be stagnated in that sort of we're speculating if it's a futuristic politician or just an activist that only knows one trick. We can't see the pathway for progression for him, but maybe you can chat to that for us.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. It's pleasure being with you. It's my pleasure being with you. Actually, today's topic is I don't really think I really have much to say because a lot of people have spoken. And I think this is exactly what we have been trying to clear. That was a particular guy that actually speak my mind the other time when he was talking about Showore ideology. You know, the problem here is not really Showore, it's that idea of how we should be running our politics that we are missing out. And I think that's what Showore is trying to bring into that space so that people can actually see the best way to go and the best route to go. And it's getting more clearer now what the idea is and what the future, what we should all be focusing on. And people are coming to that reality already. So I don't really have much to say about that. All the speakers have already spoke well. They spoke for me, and they actually getting the exact where we are coming from and where we are trying to go to. So I don't want to speak much on that. But concerning the Obi and Akupe, and this actually verify what we will be saying since all this while. When people are saying we should align with obedience, to join obedience, to do whatever we want to do. No, we don't have the same ideology. We don't have the same mindset of doing things. Actually, people following obedience, they were radical people who really want a change at all costs. And unfortunately, Obi is not in their control. Obi is not controlling them because Obi doesn't even carry what they carry. Everybody, it's not all the Igbos are obedient. We still have some Yorubas, even some Hausas that love Obi dearly. But what those guys supporting Obi carried, the person they are following doesn't carry it. It should be a radical, Obi movement should be a radical movement, not for somebody like Obi leading that movement. Because whatever obedience is doing is what all Nigerians should be doing. But there should be a moderation in it, not by attacking anybody that actually speak against the person. One thing I like about Jele is in 2018 when
sorry, Foley. That was an excellent point you just made there, actually, that the obedient movement is not actually being led by the right person. Because they are revolutionalists or whatever the word is, but Obi is conservative politics. So they want a real fundamental change, but Obi just wants to be president. So I think you're exactly right.
Yeah. And like this take me to 2018 when Chowore was campaigning and Wole Soyinka endorsed Mohalu over Chowore. Showore was first person to come out and address his followers that nobody should see Baba as if he's saying anything wrong. It's his choice. But today, if you ask Soyinka again to endorse between what's it called, Mohalu and Showore, I know Baba will definitely pick Showore because times speak volume. Times will give you a kind of clarity of where and what the person actually stands for. So it's all about the leadership on that space. Obi is not in the control of the obedient. Is whatever obedience is doing is an error on Obi itself because it's not in control of that space. It should be able to speak, and the followers should follow whatever he's saying. Like us, wherever anything go against Showore is in control of everything in that political party. Is all his followers listening to him. He actually instructs them on how to rehearse to everything that happens. So he's obedient, is obedient himself that is lacking that quality of controlling the movement because it's not what they stand for. The alignment is not the same. Obedient and Obi himself are not the same thing. So I don't want to talk much about Obi or whatever. But the issue of Oba Obinin, the area that I want to actually put my home point is this: all the citizens in a land belongs to palace because palace represents the people. The people is palace used to be a form of governance before. They were the one governing the space. So if you are from a particular space, the palace is representing you. Whatever you are doing, you are also representing the palace because you are the son of the soil. That automatically bring you to the palace as one of the palace palace citizens, because palace is not actually representing only the family. They are representing the entire city, the entire town.
Absolutely,
Yes.
Mr. Foley, you are spot on.
Yes, sir. So issue of trying to clear whether somebody is from the palace or not. It's not. It is supposed to be. Isn't it? It is supposed to come out from the king, because if you are a king, you're actually representing all of your citizens. You don't need to pick out somebody that this one is my son. Every citizen of your town are your son as a king. So, but today, what we have in the palace is no more what we used to have in the palace. So I don't want to talk much about that as well. So what again, Mr. Wamad? What again?
We were really wrapping the conversations around that, but you can speak to whatever it is that you want to speak to. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, okay, come me.
No, there was this other last one of the Oluwo of Iwo not wearing a cap in Mecca, and apparently this is something that the Yoruba culture frowns on for an Oba to bear his head in public.
Yeah, I think I've said something like this before on this platform when we were talking about Obas. This should tell us the kind of people we have as Obas in our traditional space, because some people don't even understand Muslim or Christian religion does not have anything to do with that space of Obas, because the place is actually is defined as a traditional place, traditional kings. So Oba should represent the traditionalists. It does not have anything to do with any religion that come from anywhere. The real religion here is our traditional way of doing things, and that is what Obas actually stand for. So any Oba that will not represent that space and that will not respect that space should not even come clear at all. But fortunately for the people, the traditionalists themselves, they are not looking inward before they even pick somebody to come to that throne. And that's why they are all getting it wrong. So Somebody like Oluwo shouldn't have even come to that space at all. Had they been, they have done their diligence, findings about him. If they are not going, if they are not after his money, that is the error in our palaces today. We have that error there already. So I think maybe when the times now come up, maybe we can be rethinking of who we really want on that particular space, because it's not for everybody. It's for traditionalists. And if you know you are not a traditionalist, don't even come close. So when it comes to Oluwo things, I'm not really I'm not impressed about his way of doing things, because but the error is from when it was picked as Oba of Iwo.
All right, Brilliant. There was one other topic you wanted to bring up just before I brought the Oluwo up.
Yeah, I want to talk about the Ashiwaju of a thing. Really, Baba will be, with his policy and what he's trying to do, he will be one of the best that we ever have. But unfortunately, Baba take a wrong steps from the beginning. If not because of the hardship that Nigerians are facing today, his policy is a direction. Is whatever he's trying to bring to the National Assembly for them to endorse is what all Nigerians have been waiting for. Okay? But the only problem I'm seeing here is the suffering of the people. The suffering is so massive, it's too much. And Adibin Baba did not listen to his what's it called? Listen to people like Buhari, and he actually he didn't take that first step that he took about subsidy. Maybe he won't have been here. Maybe we would have been managed that Buhari space and be enjoying and managing what we have then, to get it right, to now be able to see it clearly of where and how to get it done. But that hardship that Baba brought in the first place, that hardship destroyed our economy. It destroyed people's way of life, you know. Or I just pray that the hardship did not actually consume Nigeria, because things are getting orphaned. People are actually, as in, can't really, you know, when people are hungry, you should be expecting anything from them. The crime, the way people are looking for a way to survive is getting more tedious, more worrisome every day. Because when a system is being built on this kind of particular space, when there is no promising, when there is no futuristic for the youth, you know, should be expecting a lot of calamity. So I'm afraid they will have actually be doing whatever they want to do as a policy, as a direction to go to, and make sure that Nigerians are not suffering. The suffering they put on Nigerians is too much. As a governor, is uncalled for, and I'm not sure we deserve that. Paying our debt is cool, but the debt that we're even paying, what have they used the money for in the past? The money they even throw us in, that they intentionally throw us out to go and suffer for. What do they use the money for? Today they are paying the debt that we don't really enjoy. We don't enjoy the money, but we are using our sweat, our life now to pay. And they are still going and need to go and borrow another one. Can we just stop all this borrowing of a thing, and let's focus on how are we going to be even self-sufficient enough? We have a lot in this space to invest, so that we can be able to take care of the country. This country, I think we have good leaders. I'm not sure we need all these loans that we're actually going for. I know some people will come out and said, everybody collect loans. But in our home space, the loans we have been collecting, what are they be using the money for? Buy Prado Jeep, enrich themselves, stealing the money, but yet people are the one paying. So if anybody has a kind of connection with them, they should just believe that Nigerians need more than what they were giving to us. And the earlier, the better, because before it's too late. We need to address the issue on time, because people are suffering. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Foley. So that's Foley, of course. You all know Foley. So let's go on from Foley. Let's see if Aroki Digba is with us. Aro, are you there? Let's go to Ajanle Koko. We've not heard from Ajanle Koko today.
Well, who else have not spoken? Let other, I mean, the Bini guy, I think he has not spoken, all right?
Well, all right. Let's. Okay. If Aroki is not there, then I have to free up the space. Aroki, are you there? No. Okay. It's if Ekene, are you there? Ekene. All right. So let's hear from who have we know? Yeah, BQB. You're up next. BQB. BQB. All right. Let's hear from Richard then. I think Richard. Huh?
Hello.
How are you, sir?
Hello. Am I audible?
Hold on, Richard. I think we have
Who is speaking?
BQB.
Somebody is speaking, one man. Somebody is speaking now.
No,
Hello,
we
am I
have
audible?
you. Yeah, you are audible. Yes, we have you now.
Okay.
So the floor is yours. So to the conversation. Yeah.
Let me start from Showore. I think in the political journey and career and luck, we might not really be able to predict where the outcome will lead. I think that's just, I can't really see where the outcome will lead him to. Whether is he going to come back to have an opportunity to actually be a main candidate to have a chance of leading this country. But if I look at the history of someone like Nelson Mandela, that was in jail, that went to prison, and still came back when he was old to still lead the country, I think anything is possible. Anyway, then concerning his approach might not be right now, but I feel it's because people are not buying into it. There's nothing special in the approach Peter Obi brought in. The difference is that people are not just interested in the APC and PDP situation currently. So, and people just say which other option is available, and they see that Peter Obi brand as another option. Not really that presented anything fantastic. He's not a good orator. He's talking, sometimes he's not audible. So if you look at it in a way, it's not really that he really present anything special, so to say. But it's his time.
Is it that it's not audible or it just never really makes sense? It just
Yes,
doesn't make
for
sense.
me, I see it as I don't really see him as somebody that had content. I see some people like even more Galu, all those people. They have more content and substance. To what Peter Obi only say is he will learn some statistics and present the statistics. In Pakistan, they have 120 million vehicle. In Nigeria, we have 100 million vehicle. Blah blah blah. In Sambisa Forest, the land mass is 1,250 kilometers. In Guinea, all those statistics.
What do you think he's trying to do with that? Is he trying to impress that? Does he want us to think he wants us to think it's a clever man, or we know he's not a clever man now. So why would he
but
even?
all those statistics for me it doesn't move me for in any way. So I just feel I'm not just connected to his the reason why he was accepted in terms of that he brought in something new or different. I can't really say that is the reason, but I just feel that it's his turn, it's his time, and when is your turn, when is your time, people will definitely fall in. So I feel that even the song that Shogora is singing now that is not interesting, is not yet his time. When is your time? When you start that same song that you are singing, it will still be the same song that people will start dancing to. I'll tell you one of these, just a digress, one of these Yoruba Fuji musicians, Saheed Osupa. All the song he was singing, the guy was frustrated. He relocated to America. He came back to Nigeria. All those songs he was singing before he relocated to America, he's now singing those same songs again, and people are now dancing and buying it. So it's just It's just the way it is for Showore. That's just what I believe. He so much believes in himself so much that the student unionism, university unionism of that radicalism would not really work in a contemporary society, like a real society. So, which I think that's just the only modification I feel he needs to put in. I'm not of the opinion of people that said you should start from local government. You don't need to start from those places to achieve any political prominence. So that is what I just believe. At least he's making himself known gradually. As time goes on, maybe we cannot read the political future, but as time goes on, maybe he will have opportunity for Nigerian to accept him. I think that's just what I can say about him. He's a really strong man, and he's one of those people that Nigerians should really appreciate. That's why when I listen to some of these opinion mothers on Dr. Damages for living in America, living in their comfort zone, preferring solutions, just comparing themselves to Showore, I said, these people don't know what they are saying. Now, coming to the king, most of these people are saying that there is a what do they call itself? How the king should behave. Those things are just superstitious things that are done in the olden days. It doesn't add any spiritual law, or there's no implication to it. Oba doesn't eat in the public. Oba doesn't expose this. Those are just superstition that has been carried on from generation to generation. Nothing is happening to those people now, as you can see. So because the man still revered that the ultimate place is still the religion, and he believes in that Islamic religion is more powerful than the so-called traditional religion. At least that is what the people that brought the two popular religions to us, Christianity and Islam, made us to know that those religions are better and superior than our own traditional religion. And it's showing also. So he going there. So when we saw those clips, the royal family, we were just trying to look at it to see which one of the royal family. I was showing some of those pictures and video to some of the indigenes that we know. That is, you identify anybody? Some of them say they couldn't identify anybody that is a prominent, that they might be, but that they are not maybe on prominent royal family. It's part of this propaganda and this show off too. That said the royal family will have time to host you now. This is the period that they are usually very busy. You know how many presidents of the world are coming for this same Hajj? I can count almost like 5. President of Egypt, president of they say about almost 4 or 5 presidents from Africa. There's so many people coming now, almost more than 2 million people. So this is the time that that same people will now have time to host a king, one king in one village in Osun State. So Baba like to show off. That is the characteristics of our new kings now in Yoruba land. They want to enjoy themselves. They want to still show this social media and feeling that they are enjoying life. That's the trend now. So I feel that is what they are just trying to do. So I don't really see anything in that. There's nothing wrong with him. After all, this man that just became a king in Bomosho, too, was kneeling down in Redeem now. He was kneeling down to Adebayo. Adebayo Abi, what's the Redeem pastor?
Yes, that picture.
So
That picture
in
went
kneeling down
round.
to Redeem, in kneeling down to Redeem or going to Mecca, which one is better? He's going to worship God, and this one is kneeling down to Anoba with crown. He's kneeling down to a pastor.
All right, carry on. But Mike turns up to rescue me. I think I bullied him a little bit to turning up, but thank you, Mike, for turning up. Super chatters are yours. It's just Ayo really today. I'm not quite sure why it's just been Ayo last couple of days. But thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Over to Mike.
Okay. So, Mr. Mike, can I go on?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So at least I've spoken on Showore space. I've spoken on Oba of Iwo space. Which other one is there, Seth, to discuss? This little threshold for getting ability to quickly attack anybody that says any negative thing or criticize Peter Obi. I don't know how this thing is getting from. that if the easiest way to stimulate any obedience is to say something that they are not too comfortable with about Peter Obi, they will come over you, and then on those social media space, you will almost go silent if you are not careful. I don't understand though how they refer Peter Obi. I'm seeing so many adjectives being described. He has no blemish. He's almost a saint. It's like, what is happening now? Is Obi using some juju on this so-called obedience? Like somebody said, some of the so-called liberal, educated Yorubas, that we also are obedient. Some of us, if they had to conduct the election again, some of us will not go in the same direction. I voted Obi. But if you ask me now, I think I might not vote Obi because of the outcome and the way the whole situation we have now, the narrative, the attitude, the feeling of entitlement among the obedient. So that's just what I feel about that space. Which other one? Is there any other one that's left to be discussed?
Can you help me with
Yes, about the Oba of Benin versus Olumide Akpata.
Okay. Yes. Quickly, thank you. Is that one Niger? Like I said, I've interjected one of those. The Oba of Benin is.
I'm Tony Africa.
Okay, Tony Africa. Sorry for that. Thank you, brother. This I've said it before. Oba is not everybody in the kingdom, in the community. We are son of the palace. I'm son of the palace of Oba of Lagos. I'm son of the palace. I'm son of the Oba. So for the Oba to be playing politics and be profiling the guy that is not son of the palace, I don't understand. The palace is our heritage.
Before you go further, sir, just to help you out, okay? As a son of the palace of Lagos, I myself, I'm like, I consider myself also the son of the Oba of Lagos, the palace of Lagos. Like you yourself, you are palace of Benin because this Lagos Obaship originated from Benin. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So we are. That is what makes us all of us one. And then the problem is that the Obaseki's government has been terrorizing our palace. That's what you have to understand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I hope that you have been following the
political.
news that is coming out of Edo
No,
State.
of course.
Yes.
The king too has been political, and if you are a political king, you can only push your luck further if you are lucky that you are supporting the current administration. As long as you find your way to not support the current administration, or you mess up, that opposition comes in, your position is in danger. That's what's happened in Kano State, if you remember. So that is one thing I always want us to remember. That
Yes, and then Olumide Akpata is rumored to be a cousin to Obaseki.
They are from Benin. All of them will be related.
But they are cousins. They are cousins. The Akpata family,
yes.
and the Obaseki family are somehow related.
Yes, I don't have any problem with that now. Should anybody have a problem with that?
No, maybe that is where that's where the commotion is coming out from. The commotion,
No, there shouldn't be any issue with that now. Since they are from the same community, they will be related in one way or the other. Don't you think so? So why would Oba play politics to quickly identify the guy that
But before you guys take this matter further, you know that the Oba was just joking. That's why it's good for people like me. I'm very happy that I'm here today. So we need to really clear. Let you finish, okay? So by the time I'm coming, then I will just see that the Oba was just joking,
That is what you want us to believe, to give
No,
Oba his
not like that. I'm a realist, Mike knows me, and then Johnny Coco is there,
It's not
they all know me. I'm very unbiased in my submissions here, ever. You know what I'm saying? So because the Oba was just joking, was just cracking joke. You know that with the Benin and Yorubas, we are fond of joking. You know now,
Yes,
We
but
always
he's playing
joke. We always
politics
joke.
also.
We always joke.
It's as if he's joking, but I feel he's playing politics also. So, and the politics is showing that he's not in tune towards that candidature of Olumide Akpata. So
Thank
that
you
is
very
why
much.
he quickly dissociated
You know, for
himself from
say that he's a son of the soil, it means that he accepted him. He accepted the guy. He said that you are a true son of the soil. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. That he's not only a son of the soil, he's son of the palace, and the king is his father.
Yeah,
That's
his
the
father,
point. So,
one of his uncles was a chief for, of Benin. So,
so you even identify that even one of the chief, what is the chief also? So why
yes.
now saying he's not?
Can I
Yes.
interject for 20 seconds, please?
No problem.
I think I just want to talk about what transpired at the palace. One thing is this. First and foremost, as a politician, we all know that you lie, but make sure that the lie that you are going to lie is not going to be the one that will backfire in the future. That is one thing. And when you look at Edo politics, they don't want to zone that governorship to the south or to the north. They want the governor to come from the central. That alone already pitched it against Akpata in that state.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, that's what they are doing.
Very nice point you made there. Very nice point.
So already pitched against him, and then and then you now campaigning around, telling people you are the son of the soil or son of because let's be factual here. The Benin or the Edo, they hold their Oba in high regard.
Yes.
It's like it is enforced even before the governor. Whatever he says, that is the final.
Yes, sir.
And from the look of things, unless you are just playing, joking or not joking, they don't want him. That is an indirect way to refuse him. At least if to say the Oba want to give it a level playing field, why not call him behind later and say, you don't say such a thing in public, stop it. But saying in front of the public, clear, everybody can see. Do you think the other political party, do you think they are stupid? They will use it to campaign against him and nail him. Finally.
Remy?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry for cutting in. Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I disagree with the person that said the Oba played politics. Please, personally, I'm going to tell you for the past 10 years or more, Oba Obini is a very vocal person. Whatever he will say behind you, he will say it to you. He will say it to you. In Yoruba land, we say, Aki, Lojo, Joba. That is, if you are a king, you don't fear nobody. You say it to them. Now, he's been saying that thing. And was that today or yesterday? He came to the palace and he repeated it, that I'm a son of the palace. And then when you really watch the whole video, the Oba said since they started the process, and you heard him saying that, he called all the royal families and asked them about his history. And they found out that they had no lineage. So I don't think Oba played politics. I will tell you, I've never seen Oba
played politics. So me, I did not say Oba played politics, but I am trying to say,
I understand.
Level playing field
but there's no reason
but you
to call him behind that.
You mentioned one thing now, which I think I said before. That is the mistake of that Akpata. How can you not go to the palace again? You have been lying, campaigning, and you know when they are tell them, say you are the son of the king or something like that. Another lie in front of the king himself. You nail yourself. Exactly. That is just
Yes. Remy. One, very important thing again. You know that the Oba consider all the Edolites as his children. Okay, so then so they said that at the onset of the primaries, they said that the Oba. Private, it was rumored that he said that this team must go to the Edo Central. You understand me? So just to help you out there. And then, but they did so it's like a gentleman's agreement. He had with all those people that, okay, please, you guys, you are all my children. I don't want any part of Edo State to be sidelined. That we should let equity, and then fair play. You know what I'm saying? But they should go for a good candidate. But they said that it has to be like somebody from, because the Edo State is one tribe, although they have some dialects. You get what I mean? So the Oba consider every Edo people, both the Yorubas, the Esans, the Owans, the Ijos, the Benis as one. So they said that it has to go to Central. But some of the political parties agreed. That's why Tinubu even asked them to zone it back to Edo Central. That at the onset they said that the APC said that the zoning, it was not part of their constitutional requirement. Remember? But at the end of the day, there's something took place. But probably that's what you are trying to point out there. I think I believe you, Mr. Remy, that that the Oba was surprised to see that they pick somebody from from a ministry local government, and then that guy now is even still having that mind to see come and see him. He wouldn't like to. I mean, just embrace him like that. You know what I'm saying? Right on, sir.
So you are right.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is afternoon here. Happy Sunday. Already Sunday here. This is 2:04. And then happy Salah to our Muslim brothers as well.
General
sisters.
Thomas in the house.
Tony, I miss you. I miss you, my brother. How are you? How body?
Ekabosa.
Yeah, but Tony, this is to this is to you, Edolites. I think as a king, everybody should be embraced.
Yes,
why
sir.
do I say that? Yes. Why do I say that? My Oba in Oyo State, all parties go to the king. That means the Olubadom. He will pray for them. He will not declare anybody that this is who I'm supporting, but just pray for everybody randomly. So that's what I think.
You just made me now to remember Mapo Hall.
Thomas, what is panning out in Edo is different from Oyo. Politics is local.
No, it's the same. It's the same thing. Because hold on, Remy. Remy. Before you go further,
I know.
No. Sorry. Before you go further, just to aid you out, okay? So the Oba consider all Edo State's local government as his own, because we have only one Oba in Edo State. All the rest are dukes. Right up to Ugeli, to all over Delta State. They are all dukes. We don't have other second king. We have only one king.
I am not even talking in that direction. What I just
No. I just want to let you know that he consider everybody. He consider everybody to be his own. And then
no. Do you mean it? Do you mean in the whole of Edo State or only in Benin?
No. The whole of Edo State. The whole of Edo State.
No. It can't be the whole of Edo State.
Are you from Edo State? I'm from Edo State also now. So Benin City. That hold on. That's what we call the central.
Benin? Yes, Benin City.
No, the energy of we have energies, of Uromi, of Ekpoma, of Agbede, of where Iwodalo come from. They are all dukes to the Oba of Benin. You get me now? They're not this the energies of Igboba Zuwa, Igboba close to Rational Mind place there, very close already. So all those Ekiadolo, every other towns in other state are dukedom, okay? And so only the Oba, that it's only the first son, okay? The first son have to be the Oba. That is what make us different for you guys, So we don't contest.
I think the bone of contention here are two. The first one is that this guy said, "I'm the son of the king," and use it to campaign.
Thank you very much.
And if
he was lying.
Listen, if other candidates like APC and PDP and all of them are called, everybody say, "I'm the son of the king." And if everybody is saying, "I'm the son of the king," then they have to go and check whether, because to them, they think he is saying the truth. And that's why they go and do their research.
Correct.
And find out that he is not really the son of the king. It's just,
Remy, he can still, if Tony said earlier on that the Oba took everybody as his son and his daughter, isn't it? So can't he be saying that in that context?
No,
that
no,
I'm
you
his
don't
son?
No. When not, you know, sorry, when the Oba have already spoken somehow, secretly to, you see, with all of them, with all the parties, that please, all Edo people, are my sons and daughters. Let this next governor come from this Ambrose Ali's place. Okay, that's the center where Ambrose Ali came from, where this Igodalo is coming from now. So, and then, but you know, so Tinubu have to also back down. You can see, you know that at the beginning, the APC said no zone, they don't. But when they listen to so they have to listen to the Oba. That's why Tinubu say, okay, please. It's just like a secret talk. So they say, okay, let us donate to that place.
Let me conclude. So,
sorry, Tony. Sorry,
yes.
Can you hear me? Sorry, Thomas, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mama.
Yes, sorry, Thomas. Ajande Koko, Ekene, and Richard have still not spoken. So maybe when you wrap up that conversation and follow that sequence, Ajande Koko has been all the way through. Richard has been here for a while. Arub Gidigba is in the background. So yeah. So once you've done with it,
Mike, who has the floor?
I don't know why they spoke on this Oba thing. It was what's his name?
Myself.
But can you just wrap up?
Me.
Ajani Koko said that.
Ajani
Koko wanted to hear from the people from the Edo State. Ajani Koko was very interested. He said that we people from Edo State.
Submission. The next person can pick up.
Let's go.
I don't know whether Ekene is here, and Babajale could give people opportunity to speak already.
Then the next person can pick up.
Richard, that guy, I bet you guys here, they can give their next.
Do we have Ajale Koko? Aja.
No, kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀?
Make Ajani Koko. So Ajani Koko let me talk now, because Ajani Koko said that they should let me talk before.
Well, you guys are putting Ajani Koko to sleep now. This is your
Tony, I've not been here for some weeks now. Let him talk now.
Thank you.
Tony has been talking.
No, please, I need to talk more. General, at Rosalo to.
Tony,
that's it.
Mike, Tony Koloko. Tony is the last person to come to this, but I'm here before him. So is Kenya and the rest.
Okay.
No. I was here before you. My telephone went off.
Don't worry, we'll give you a long time to tell us about talk. But just wait. Let the people that came before you have chance to talk. At least let's be fair, you know. Baba Jale Koko, do you want to go? You want Remy? Where's Aro? Is it there?
Just about 6 people. Shouldn't be difficult to allocate number.
If Ikena is not talking, that means it's not
I think Aro I came before.
I've been here since 1 a.m. to before the man.
Who's that?
It's Aro Gidigba, me.
Okay. Yeah, you can go ahead then. Go ahead. Sorry, it's your turn.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What do you want me to? How do you want us to line it up? How do you want us to? How do you want me to?
Just pick up the topic. The topics are easy now. Just list the topics for him so that he can pick up from the Benin issue, then the obedience issue.
That Benin issue. We already spoke about that Benin issue earlier on one man.
And those are the topics now. You want to
can you give him the topics?
Let me give him the topic. The Tinubu'S political movement. Then the obedient attack on anybody that seems to contradict.
I think the attack the Okupe.
Anybody that seems to criticize Obi. Yeah, that's one. Then the Oba of Iwo, Oluwo going to Mecca and doing some things that Oba doesn't do in public, exposing his head, eating in public, and
that's actually why I joined.
Topics. Then apart from the Benin, making it the fourth one.
Yeah, that's actually
the Benin one is making it the fourth one. So you can attack it from any side.
Yeah, that's Oluwo's one is actually why I actually joined the show. Actually, that man, that guy is a nuisance, and it's unfortunate that even the governor we have in Osun State is a nuisance as well.
The dancing governor.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, Oluwo is very, see, the problem with Oluwo is a very young king. And I always pray that these people, that they will spend time on the throne.
No,
You know?
we're having young kings generally now, apart from maybe Olubado, that they've been stuck in those their old age
Yes.
geriatric traditional stool.
What of our
Something that will not spend 3 years.
Awujale?
No.
But those are,
He
they've
was
been there
he
for
was young when
decades
he
now.
became king. Now
He was
he
young
was
as well,
young.
26.
He was
He was
young.
26
No,
when he
when he
became a king.
became when he became king, he was young. Now we
Yeah,
are
but I
talking
said he was
about
26 years old when he became king or something like that.
yes,
Some ridiculous
yes,
ages. I think
yeah. So
Oluwo
you
is going
can
to be
go.
there for, he's going to be there for a long time, you know, in the absence of any possibility of him being dethroned or whatnot. So it looks like we are going to enjoy his nuisance for several decades to come. I don't think it can change because it's a situation where someone who just by chance happens to be a prince somewhere, but never in his wildest imagination considered that he would ever become a king. You know, he has come by chance is granted what he's not entitled to as a consequence of his character or as a consequence of his actions. And you're talking about someone that has a despicable. Do you know? I think it was Mirror. The Mirror. There's a newspaper in the UK. I think it's the Mirror. I think it's the Daily Mirror. One of these, the Sun. One of these newspapers. The newspapers that are notorious for doing eat pieces against people. You know, they did something essentially to diminish the Prince Harry and Meghan. And essentially, what they were saying was that they were meeting up with fraudulent individuals that have managed to make it, to become kings in Nigeria. And Oluwo was obviously the individual. His past, his previous actions in America and in Canada are just terrible. He's a criminal, convicted criminal by if a convicted criminal who was actually so well. I mean, there's people that have been convicted before. They've come out and changed their life. But Oluwo is a convicted hardened criminal and repeating offender.
Arogbirigba, take this question about Luo. Don't you think he's trying to satisfy all religion, going to being a Christian, satisfy the Christian,
Yeah,
satisfy
I agree with you, Mr. Thomas, because Iwo is rooted in
It's a
this Islamic
Muslim. Oh
religion.
yeah, that's the first
Iwo
Yoruba
and
town
Ogbomoso,
to become
yes, Iwo and Ogbomoso, they have a strong
yes.
Islamic culture in those
Yes.
communities.
Yes.
Which part of Oba culture?
Please.
Yoruba culture say you have to satisfy every
Please.
religion.
What's BQ? Excuse me, please. Sorry, Richard. Just give me some seconds if you don't mind. What was
All right.
BQ Richard saying? You are saying because he's trying to respect all religion, so he has to violate the culture, the tradition. Because the thing is this, there is a clear separation between the core tradition. That's to represent the core tradition of Yoruba. You understand? So Islamic or Christianity, they are actually foreign to Yoruba culture. So when you are going to that throne, you are swearing to the culture of Yoruba land. So what are we saying? Trying to satisfy our culture?
So those same indigenous of Iwo, which we said they have some quite number of Muslims. Are they not part of that Iwo also?
Exactly.
That they are Muslim.
Can I make a categorical
like
statement?
Yeah,
Can I make a statement? I need to make a statement that is informed by my position. I happen to come from a royal lineage as well. In that same Osun state of importance in no. I'm just saying that because it means that but it just means that I have personal position in terms of how things should be, and I also have the privilege of having seen someone of great importance be able to manage is this Ashawa, Esinwa, and they are distinct. Esi.
But can we separate our culture from our religion?
Yes.
You are getting this thing in a different this thing. Oba in Yoruba.
Well, let that land the point. Let him go land that point so we get what he's saying.
What I'm trying to get at is this.
Understood what he's saying.
Religion, okay, apart from the Yoruba traditional religion, we have to understand that as a consequence of time, and as a consequence, Mike and all of us, we discussed this the other day, the way Western, religion was foisted on a lot of us through education, okay, and now people have taken on religions, okay. Now, you might decide, okay, you've now become a Christian, you become a Muslim, and that is it, Ojoba, that is fine. You might decide that you don't necessarily want to dispose of those, to go absolutely back, and adopt fully the traditional Yoruba traditional religion. Because the Yoruba traditional religion is more than a religion.
So, Aaron Gidigba, do you know Pope and Bishop? Well, especially if you are Catholic. Have you ever seen the Pope remove his cap in the church? Or you see the bishop of a diocese remove his cap in the church?
That's exactly that is exactly where I'm going to. Now, when it comes to tradition, the problem with people like Oluwo, people of his
sorry for stopping your flow, but if only we are deceiving ourselves, our tradition as and culture are intertwined now. Can you say right? Yeah, go on.
You see, the Yoruba traditional religion, I know Mike practices it, and I think other individuals. It is such a beautiful, practice, a way of life. It's not just a religion. It's not like the Western Semitic religions. It's a way of life.
Are you guys there?
Okay. I'm there. I think they're there.
Who is the next person then?
No, let's
finish.
We
were interjecting him. Let him land. Yes, no.
Yes. The problem with Oluwa and in like mind is that they are poorly educated. They are ignorant. And like someone said earlier, they're trying to please different interests, whereas they don't need to. There's ways that an educated individual can manage these things. You see, people like Ajayi Crowther. Ajayi Crowther was a member of the church, but all these people, they did Ogboni, they did all these things without any more defibo.
You said Ajayi Crowther did Ogboni?
Yes, all these people did Ogboni.
Yeah?
More people. Yes.
According to who?
Mike, some of them wear shaki. They wear shaki to church. Do you know that?
They what?
It's loosely known.
They wear shaki. That's Ogboni something that they normally put in their shoulder. They wear it to church.
The Anglicans and the Methodists were notorious. Even some of the main people in the Anglican churches, chiefs, people that are well known in the Anglican, members of the Anglican churches, and all the Baba Egbe and all these things. They did Ogboni, more people. There's nothing. It is the more people. It was nothing, But because
you can't be saying, you can't say categorically that Ajayi Crowther did Ogboni. You can just say it's a theory. That's the thing.
No, it's a theory. It's a theory. It's a theory. I've heard it said by people that I respect enough that themselves have they put a foot into that line of things and said, well, they had every belief that they were involved in this. It wasn't part. Bashin Ronisi, it's not how it was then. It's not how it's like playing on bad game like a member of the lodge. That's how it was then. Like you are doing what they call this thing this thing. It's very popular in the UK and America. I can't remember this. It's not really. It's not.
Fraternity. Are you talking about fraternity?
Yeah. Oh, now there. Yeah, this fraternity. I forget what they call themselves. But people you can be Christian and be part of this. Now, yes, there's people say there's this occultic and this. Not until you get there, you don't know. So that's the thing. There's ways to manage it. You can be Christian and be a king and do it perfectly and still do all the rights that you're meant to do. He knows what he's meant to do, but he's ignorant.
How do you mean he's ignorant? Do you mean he's supposed to come to Saudi Arabia and not remove his cap?
Why can he not?
To Hajj. He will come to Hajj and not remove his cap.
Sorry, I think what
Why
you is that
it's not possible.
Or he should have gone at all.
Or he will
should have gone at all.
For you to circle around the Kaaba, you can't wear clothes. You have to just put on that rope.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
In that case, Koyeko
law. Let me ask a question. BQB, are you saying if Sultan of Sokoto goes to Mecca, he's going to remove his turban? I just want you to answer that question.
Yes, he will.
Give me an example.
He will. That according to their, let me explain.
Do you know where they're going? Who is Sultan of Sokoto in Kaaba?
I'm only asking.
Sultan is the Islamic king now. He's an Islamic king now.
Yes, he will remove everything.
Listen,
nothing will be on you.
When you go to that holy land and you want to walk around that Kaaba, everybody must be in a row.
Yes, everybody must be
remember
uniform.
That when Tinubu went there, he didn't put on any cap. Everything you must remove. But the problem with that Obada Oluwo is that he's not supposed to take any photo to share it on social media.
You share it on social media, exactly.
Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree with you on that one.
It's a private thing.
It should have come and no photo, nothing. Everything.
He's a social media person. So he
likes the thing about is this: even the Saudi Arabians, yes, they can make an exception where they can actually have a private.
No exception.
So there's no private. There's no exception for Sacred Kaaba.
Well, in that case, you don't go. In that case, I don't go anywhere. Then no, because conflict, Belu. Because
it's a trance. It's not a good or bad. Of course,
ignorance now. Yeah, you make informed decisions. Oh, Lonnie, yeah.
But why are you guys shocked now? The guy already said that you can't put all the gods in the museum. And he already made it clear that it's a sultan. It's no longer. It's an Islamic guy. Doesn't believe in.
So
I don't know why we're having this conversation. The man already made it clear before.
We already know he came to the throne. He came to the throne because through the most insidious. It's just terrible. I want to this is a king touching your blow. See, they were doing a meeting in Osun State.
I think the problem with I think the problem with Yoruba tradition and culture is that we have mixed it. Because actually, in the olden days, if you are an Oba, you are not supposed to be a Christian or a Muslim. You just follow the traditional rites. And there's a lot of noise. If you follow all the traditional rites, you don't need to go to any mosque or any church. Just follow the tradition. In the olden days, all bad, you do something bad, you just tell yourself, go and commit suicide, go and kill yourself.
What these people don't understand is that people are now either Muslim or Christian now. Nobody is really practicing the traditional religion again. There's nothing like that now.
So that's
so you either choose one and follow it. Yes,
that's not true. That's not true because Michael is here now.
I'm saying those ones that are becoming Oba Gandhi of Ogumosho now will go to Jerusalem. He's a pastor, so you can't say that he's not going to go to Jerusalem again.
Oba Gandhi is greedy. He is a greedy man. What are you looking for?
Yes.
But when he said this, blame your politicians. You blame it's because the politicians don't know. But okay, look at your state. Yes. Lawyer. The reason to think you're a lawyer is because of the conflict and the political influence.
And this they have an arrangement of age. So why should there be a conflict?
Not Ibadan. Ibadan here, or you alone.
Oh, okay,
I
of
think
course, there will
there's
be politics there. Yeah.
no, it's not that there will be politics there. He's politics there. Much already, but there is any politics there.
And
Politics of
he's only pointing to the fact that there are no gods now in the real sense. See, you say
it's
is God. That's
Telecom.
the point. No, there
I'm
were
just
gods
need
before, but now in the real sense there are no gods. It's those politicians, those influential people are the gods.
No. The problem is that
Yeah, that's the way
our
it
great
is.
grandfather,
There's no God. There's no God that
they
is
didn't
selecting
pass
anything.
that
Yeah.
tradition. They didn't pass that
Eh.
tradition to generation to
No,
generation.
they passed it
And
now. Those people
even if they
selecting
pass,
are still
this
there. Yes,
generation
now.
of what we have today,
See,
see that anything of our tradition is being
Those same people are still there, but they are under
BQB.
influence. Yes, yes, I'm
BQB.
listening.
We have Michael
Yes.
here that can invoke issue, raw energy. So see, when
No,
people
no, no.
speak of something, be very careful. Don't say there are no gods. Don't say there are
I'm
no
not.
gods. Say you
No,
don't know.
wait, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying when I say there are no gods. I'm saying predominantly now our region has been dominated by Muslims or Christians. We know that one. It's not about if you rate in percentage. Our traditional religion is far distant third. That's what I'm saying. It's not that they still do some political oro. They were doing oro in Ojora now, close to my community during the election. They did oro now. All those ones, we know that all those ones are political oro. There's nothing there. So would I
okay.
now say there are no gods? Yes,
You
there
go
are now.
outside there now. Go when they are doing it. And see whether they are
No,
political
just
or
go
I'm
Go
telling you,
now.
it's political
Go
oro.
and face them and
It's
tell
the
them
place
they are
we are.
political.
It's the place I know now. So of course I'm part of them. I'm
go
part
to
of them. So I'm not
Lagos.
going to violate it. I'm not going to violate it if they are doing it.
One voice, please. Too much voice, please. Yeah.
Yes,
Go on.
if I'm part of them and they are doing a traditional right in my area, I'm going to
As
obey it now. I'm not going to violate it now. Yes.
I think let me just that Oluwo situation is just unfortunate. We are going to enjoy him for a lot longer, and I think in 2 months again he will do something ridiculous, and we'll be back here to discuss it. So it's unfortunate, but that's where it is. Unless someone convince the governor.
What are we angry? What are we against him for now? What is it specifically? What specifically? What has he done?
Decorum.
Oh, okay.
Is taking a picture. It can be seen not wearing Kolima Bofo. Even Kolima Bofo, just a small thing, just to use. But decorum really.
Poliwo anything.
Yeah, in that case, it shouldn't be taking a picture, and he took the picture himself.
That's what those sultans will not do. Those sultans will not expose themselves. Yes, they will not expose themselves.
It wasn't even like someone saw you and took a picture of you, while you were trying to be discreet. You weren't trying to be discreet. You took a picture of yourself.
And post it and be praying.
Why are we blaming this king? I think he did something wrong, but your Oni of Ile-Ife, we saw him something similar. We saw him. No. We have to go there. We have to go there.
What did he do?
Similar. What is the difference between is a king? You don't see. You saw him in people's houses. Christian. I'll mention the name. This Ajayi.
Mr. Thomas, let us stop that word. Mr. Thomas, drop it. But if my father is dancing naked in the marketplace, I won't contact him now. But if someone else says my father is dancing naked, I'll make fun of him.
We are not cursing them. We are not
abusing. What it is. Yeah, but no, you can talk about it. Me, I'm my own answer.
I know, yeah, because you come from Idile Oba. Me, I didn't come from Idile Oba.
So, no, you can talk about it. Me, I can't. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I say you came from Idile Oba. Me, I'm neutral.
Why is it that I can't talk about it? Those are just some superstitious beliefs that they've indoctrinated on you.
No. My father can be dancing naked in the marketplace, and I'm talking about
it. Okay, I'm talking about it. Like they said, Oba should not eat in the public. The man was eating and videoing and sending it to millions of people. What happened to him?
Excuse me. Hello.
It's just.
It looks like we're not making no progress. I think it gotta be one person at a time. We're not making no progress.
Yeah, we have been calling you, but you are not around. I think after the guy that was speaking, who is next?
I've not been called.
I think I should rest my case so someone else can go.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The next person can come up. You know, there's some interjections that interrupt most of the flow. That's what
I don't know
happened.
whether
Yeah.
it's me or that I should go ahead. I don't know which one.
Well, I think I've said most of what I want to say about the Oluwo.
Okay, then let me go ahead.
Yeah.
The next person.
Okay,
Who
so
is the next person?
I will start from Shawore. To me, basically, I'm looking at Shawore and his own party. And I think sometimes it does not necessarily mean that even if you don't become a president now, why don't you develop your grassroots party so that you can have people from your party that can contest state assembly, governorship, representative? I don't support him to join PDP or APC because his ideology is totally different from these two parties. So why not build your party that you can have sponsor, bring in more people, give that sensitization to people because politics is local, so that if you have people in the state assembly or maybe a rep or senators.
I mean, sorry for cutting you. Who tell you that people are not being in ACN, people are not going for those offices. They have candidates every time. It may not be all, but in Southwest, couple of people. Let me land, please.
Yes, and they might not be winning the election.
They are not winning. That's the problem.
So
they had
why? Okay, if that is the case,
yeah.
If I were them, why are we not winning election? What is the problem? Are we not playing the politics very well? And I will give you from my own experience. When I was a general secretary of my youth, youth association, we have to travel the way from Ibadan to Jos to see the Obasanjo PDP convention that time. And we already said we are going to pitch our tent for Odufalai. But still, those PDP tower, they came to us that we should follow them to Jos. We were there, we saw what happened. And by the time we come back, my president already changed tune. I don't know, they have already given him money. And he has already convinced
that's the real politics now.
Yes. And before I can say Jack Zero, everybody already changed tune that we must support. I was like, no, it's not going to happen. This is not what we talk about. I was shouting, and I look at my back. It's only me and one other guy. The rest of our executive, they already go for PDP. What am I going to do? Majority speaks more than minority. And before we know it, we're already on our way to meet Stella Obasanjo at the Ibadan. I forgot the name of this hall that time. Because that woman came to Ibadan. And we met the woman, and before we left, they gave us money. That money is that Baruch youth sim, because the money is so much that we started fighting against ourselves. And at the end of the day, that is the end of our story. I did not collect enough money. They didn't give me what I was expecting. And our president just,
how much were you expecting? Sorry, Mr. Remy, how much were you expecting?
I don't want to say.
What so you are part of those people that have been eating Nigerian money?
No, I'm not eating Nigerian money. What I'm just trying to say here is very simple. Politics is local. When you are an activist, like what you have been for all your life in the university, and when you came out, and then you want to contest for the highest office of the land, and then you think that you are not getting what you're supposed to get, look at other people. Because to me, when you mention AAC, the only thing Nigeria will tell you is, sure, that's over. But when you build more grassroots, even if you go to where you are most popular, they really love you. If it's Ondo or Lagos, like if they love you in Lagos mainland or Lagos Island, go there, make sure that at least you get 2 or 3 people, push them, find a way to sponsor them. Because I will not lie to you, my friend. Politics without no money is zero anywhere in the world. If you don't have the money, you get somebody to sponsor you. And if someone is sponsoring you,
Remy, let me ask you this. Nigerian politics, you just mentioned it now. It's money. Money after money after money.
Anywhere in the world, people will buy you by cash or by kind. People will buy.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Remy.
Mike, you don't even let me ask Mike. You don't let me ask Mike.
Okay, go ahead. Finish. Thomas.
Yeah. So, are you thinking Chore is deceiving himself if you think that Nigeria will just know you or they will vote for you if it's not playing the game of money. And I know he doesn't have the money. But
I will answer your
what is the
question
end
this
game?
way. When you
Yeah.
say Showore does not have the money, where is he getting the money for him to campaign throughout in 2019? I remember
That's a
in
chicken
2018,
change
he was
now.
no.
That's a chicken
Calm down. I
change.
know where I'm going. You say he does not have money. At least he went around Nigeria, almost all the 36 states of the Federation. It's not the only one that will travel.
He
There will be
campaigned more than all the parties.
they will stay in
Yeah.
a hotel. They will use transport. So if he want to go for presidency, he know how he's going to source for money to help him, so that he can campaign all around the country. So what about all those people that are following your own party, that they wanted to contest for simple state assembly seat or rep? Why don't you try as much as possible to also, even if it's going to be foreign donor or whatever that is going to help you? Because to be frank with you, if anywhere you are, you need money. And when you talk about logistics, you are talking about money, because you are going to use that money for your logistic aspect. You are going to rent people that are going to stage the stage for you. You are going to rent people that are going to bring a lot of stuff for you, and also refreshment, accommodation, so many stuff. And you're also going to.
So other than that, it's impossible. Is that what you're saying?
What did you say? Can you repeat?
So other than that, it's impossible if we without the money doing all
It's
these things.
impossible in Nigerian context. It's impossible
When
in
you
Nigeria.
look at it in the real.
Now let me ask you this: is there much different between the Nigerian election and all these other African countries? I mean, the voters pretty much have the same mentality. Now let me ask you this.
Yeah.
That's what I'm about to ask you now. You see what happened in Senegal this year?
Yeah.
That young guy has, like, literally, if someone would have asked, will that guy be president? It would have been, everybody has said, man, you're joking. That's even a country where France even influenced the election. You understand? I'm talking about France. Even France couldn't control the situation. The leadership, the elite, all of them couldn't control it. They did everything. In fact, they even put the guy in prison. The main guy, in fact, let me even tell you what happened. The main guy that was running, he's not the one that became president, right? They did everything to stop him. They even accused him of something. They can't run because I forgot what the accusation was. And then they pull his they pull his what do you call it? His candidates, whatever they call it. So then they put him in prison. So now the guy now said, okay, since you guys have disqualified me, now you now find a guy, right? And tell the people that, hey, okay, vote for this guy then that met the criteria. If you vote for him, then that's me. You understand? So it's basically saying, now, did you follow Senegal election? Did you follow it? What happened in Senegal this year?
So I followed, and I want to tell you something that we just, that you already answered the question. This guy run on a national party, because you said the guy that's supposed to run on that party was put into jail, and you now said, this is the guy I'm presenting for this national party.
Oh, no. That guy didn't run any national party. No, he's kind of like your kind of figure. He ran on his own.
No. And I think this guy, if I remember, if my memory serves me right, I think his father was very popular before.
The Senegalese guy?
Yes. The father was a very popular figure in Senegal. And I think he ran on the national party, not just on his.
So was his father ex-president?
I think so. Somebody said something like that before, that the father was an ex-president of Senegal. And he
the guy that won the election or the other one?
Yes, go and check this. Go and check the story. He ran on
I don't think so. I think the guy was not a former governor or former anything or former.
No. Let me tell you something.
Because your argument is always that you can't.
I always repeat it. The politics they will play in Senegal will be totally different from Nigeria.
It's not different, my friend. The whole Africa is not different. It's not different. The people vote the same way. You influence them.
You said the father of the young president.
I'm not sure about that one. No, I'm not sure.
No, that's not. No, that's not true. What happened is that the main opposition candidate was disqualified. And that main opposition is a very popular candidate. So is that main opposition that instructed his followers and people that will have voted for him to vote for this young guy? You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, it's the
So,
same thing.
yeah,
That,
yeah. So it's not that his father was a politician or so. No, his father was never a politician, but the present president represents a activism like Showore. You know, he was
So,
doing
in a
activism.
nutshell,
So they
this
took him
guy
to
runs
jail.
under opposition party. In a nutshell, from what you just said, this guy run under a big opposition party.
It's not big.
It was not big. It was not money party.
His party is a very small party.
The small party. They don't have money.
They don't have money. They don't have anything. But the main opposition that will have, the people wanted to vote for the then administration.
The establishment.
They disqualify him. So is that
because they were surprised how people were just,
they disqualify for the fear.
But it's already the main opposition by proxy then.
No, you can't describe him. You can't say he's a main opposition by proxy.
In short,
try to understand what happened.
I have the information.
Yeah, tell us.
That guy that is the current prime minister was working in I think Ministry of Finance or something. One revenue agency. Was the federal civil servant.
Yeah, it was like the auditor general or the accountant general.
Yes, was pushing for anti-corruption and all those stuff.
Yes.
They started their own party. It's not even. He started a party.
Yes.
Of young people and activists. So this president was part of that party. And so they disqualified him. He was arrested. He was persecuted and everything. That made him more popular. I think he ran against the president before. He didn't win, but he became popular. And now they saw him as a threat or something. So they started putting so many issues around him. He was in jail and stuff like that. So they now presented this guy. You understand? They now presented this guy. So because of that, now all the people that would have voted for that other guy rallied around him. And this guy became the president. And when the guy became the president, he appointed him as prime minister. In short, his party was just like this Showore party. You understand? Just like exactly like Showore. They started their party. And they just felt all these politicians were corrupt and everything. But because he had worked in the Ministry of Finance, so he knew what was happening.
Yes.
So that was,
he was an insider. I mean, the guy that they imprisoned for was an insider. He knows everything.
He wasn't an insider. He was a civil servant. He was a civil servant.
Yeah, of course, he knows the system very well.
No, he didn't know the system. He was a civil servant.
It's just like Showore now. Showore through his SR reporters and the way they gather intelligence and everything. He knows what is happening in all those corruption issues now. Some of these corruption issues we don't know. The guy knows, and he says that.
You need to understand this. A few years ago in Senegal.
No, you don't understand me. You don't really understand me.
No, let me tell you something. Remy, a few years ago in Senegal, those guys, that kind of thing will never possibly happen.
You don't understand. Look at
wait. The reason why it happened now, I'm trying to let you understand something. There'll be a time in the consciousness of the people where something will just shift in their mind. Like, for example, what's going on in those... Hold on. What's going on is like that. What's going on within the Francophone countries, the whole revolution in Mali, all those things. It was kind of... And then the internet, all these things has been going on. So the people's mind just kind of switch to the point where they just like...
Okay,
you know what? We have to eliminate all the... We have to change the status quo. We have to go against it. A moment like that can happen in Nigeria, where everybody will just be like, the only reason why it's not happening is because of this tribal bullshit that we just got going on.
I understand what you're trying to say.
Everybody's just a moment will come where people will just, be like, you know what, let's just go for.
Do you know the country to watch out for now? The country to watch out for now is Côte d'Ivoire.
So what Patosi just narrated about this guy, I understand it, and it does not give a guarantee that stuff that happened in Senegal will happen all over Africa or in
No one is saying it's guaranteed, but we're saying it can happen. Is what we are telling you.
It will happen in Cote d'Ivoire very soon. It might happen in Cote d'Ivoire.
So in Nigeria,
I think Congo elected a new prime minister as well some days ago. A woman.
So I am just trying to see. I am just trying to
Which
see.
Congo? Congo, Brazzaville or DR?
DR.
No, DR. The president appoints prime minister now.
What I'm just trying to say is that
in
the event of what happened in Senegal is not happening in Nigeria now, or maybe in next year or in the next 4 years, we don't know.
It can happen. If it can happen in Senegal, it can happen in
Nigeria. Let me finish, please. What I'm trying to say is very simple. This is a AAC. It's a party. So it's not sure alone cannot be something I want to contest for president. How do you make sure that your party is also winning in state or in the legislature, like a rep or senator? It's also very important because when you become a president of a country, because you want to send a lot of bills to them, you also need your party member to be there also. Not all the opposite, all the seats will be taken.
I mean, it's almost like you have not been listening to us.
Mr. Remy, can I interject?
The way the Senegalese people were thinking. Hold on now.
I don't want to interject you from Mike because whatever you want to say is your own opinion, and whatever I want to say.
Okay, that's fine.
Mr. Remy, Mr. Remy, can I?
I'm not imposing anything on you. I'm just trying to.
Mr. Remy, can I interject for 1 second?
Senegal, hold on. They have only one tribe. Are you saying that they don't have only one tribe in Senegal?
No, they don't have one tribe in Senegal. How many tribes?
So why is it now about? You said the reason.
No. What I'm saying is,
but the religion is predominantly Muslim.
No, it's not even that. That's not even the point I was making. Let me tell you. In Senegal, also before they were just like Nigeria. It's all African. They were tribal. My region, my this, my that. That's the way it was. Yeah, that's the way it was all over Africa. But what I'm saying is, a time came when some events started taking place where the people had to put aside the old tribal thing because this whole wokeism about anti-French, you understand, and the francophone, our French is still colonizing them.
What is the population? Let me hold on, please. What is the population of the Senegal?
Yeah, it's less than a job, but that's not even the point. But what I'm saying is, the people before were just the whole thinking of the people before were always just tribal, ethnic, regional, that kind of thing, which is typical of every Africa and in fact the whole world. But what happened was a event started taking place. This anti-colonial, anti-French kind of thing started going on in the mind. Let me land. This anti-French kind of movement started going on in the minds of a lot of young francophone African youth. And then some events started taking place within the francophone countries like Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, where they are doing anti-French and deposing or overthrowing their French puppet leaders and things like that. So that's what gave birth, came in the minds of those young the voters in Senegal, where they felt like our own leaders are so close to France. So I think we should also get rid of them. So that when that came in place, that's when the young guy capitalized on that moment, on that situation, and just started telling the people like, "Hey, I'm anti-French, I'm different, I want change and things like that." The same way, kind of how Trump kind of capitalized on the things that was going on in the minds of America, the whole race different separation, and then the wokeism, all those things. So what I'm trying to tell you guys is something may happen in Nigeria where Nigerians begin to look at one situation, or just they're all interested in one ideology, and then a guy and an unknown guy, we just take advantage of it and just say, "Oh, I'm in line with you guys." So that's what we are trying to say that can happen also in Nigeria, you know. So Patoski, go ahead.
Nigerian context is totally different. Nigeria have 3 major tribes. Even when you want that kind of wokeism or whatever you call it, is it going to come from the north or from the east?
Dude, forget it, man. Forget it. Just forget it, man.
Okay,
we don't know what kind of wokeism will come, but anything can come. That's what we are saying. That's the point.
Remy, do you know what can cause that change? Is when we have a common cause. Maybe in the francophone now, I used to go to Benin, Togo, all those francophone countries. This anti-French thing is always a major issue.
Yes, I know. Everybody knows now.
In the pub, in the restaurant.
We don't have that in Nigeria now.
Let me let him
finish what I'm saying.
Allow people to make their points.
In the pub everywhere, those kind of things. So they had an issue to rally round. You understand? So all of them are rallying around that friend thing, and that can trigger a change. Nigeria are very soon. One thing that will unite all of us is this oppression, this poverty, this hunger, this corruption where they happen between our political class. It will get to a point when we will no longer be able to bear it. Even those that are enjoying it, they will no longer enjoy it because now they are afraid. They are kidnapping them now because they are the one that can drop money. So it will become so difficult that it's becoming an issue already. This National Assembly, their salary, it will get to a threshold, then it can trigger, and someone like Shore, who is already positioned, can take advantage.
Okay. You well said. It's so easy, and we hope that what I just know is that
that's not easy. It takes time.
It's all right. It's all right. Anything can happen in the life of a nation, but as we stand today, and to me, Nigeria is not Senegal, and Senegal is not Nigeria. So there's a lot of things at play in Nigeria. What I see in this country, Nigeria, that if we get to that stage, I'm sorry to say this, that country will break. Whenever it go to that stage, you can go and write it down. That is the end of that country. That time.
Why will it end the country now?
What do you mean? What do you mean the end? What do you
I mean, that's when the country will even come together.
That's my personal opinion. Okay, that's my personal opinion.
But something that will bring the people into oneness. Why would that thing now bring the country?
Remy, let me ask you a question. You see, there's one thing that we used to say on this platform. When we make arguments and we try to challenge this argument, you say that's my personal opinion. But your opinion should be rational. Your opinion should be convincing and rational.
But your opinion is not convincing me.
Somebody wait now.
No.
Let's do one voice now. One voice.
Mr. Remy, take it easy. Take it easy. Understand what you are saying. If you said the country will go down, what do you mean by going down? What do you mean by that?
You ask me that kind of question.
That's what we're asking you. Don't just say it's my opinion.
Let's let Patowski land that point, and then you guys can come.
Let me land this point. You see, it must be rational. That's why we have come to learn. You understand? When you say that's my opinion, it's like saying, Nigeria is done for. You say why? He said because I said
that's
so.
My opinion.
And you said because I said so. They say what's the reason?
And he has already asked me a good question, and I want to respond to that question.
Let him respond. Let him respond, please.
So it's a very good question he asked me, and I would base my own reason on this factor. First and foremost, Nigeria is not as united when you look at the whole region and tribe as one. Because to me, I see Nigeria as all region is vying for the same position. I want my people to be there, or the other person I want my region to be there. So when you talk about hunger and the rest, what about the underlying factor before the hunger or before this present situation? There are so many underlying factors that is affecting our country. As we are talking today, some region is about to say, I want to get away from that country. I'm tired or sick. And we don't know whether they are the only one that want to go away. Also, from where I came from, there are some set of our people that also want to go away. So when it comes to that shovel or whatever you are narrating now, that hunger will unite us. Even if that hunger unites us, then as we know that an average Nigeria is an opportunist. So it now boils down to the question about who are we going to push forward to be the leader of that country. We have to look at the factor who is ruling you now. And the person that is ruling you, where does it come from? Then when we not get to that position, are we going to push another person that comes from the same region to be the leader of that country at that particular moment? Does the other region of Nigeria will accept because we are different in religion, in the way we are thinking, in the mode of dressing? So many things are different. Are they going to allow it to happen? So I think everybody of us can pander. You all know what I'm talking about, unless you are pretending about it. If we ponder about it.
So all these places that happen, are they not all different religion, different?
Yes, 80% of Senegalese are Muslim.
They have different tribes, and even in Burkina Faso, all these other countries, places where it has happened, people have different ethnic. They have that things that divided them over the years.
They don't have too much divide like that. They don't have too much
They
divide
do.
like
They
that.
do. It's everywhere. People always vote along. In
I
the whole Africa, people always vote along ethnic and tribal line. That's it.
The way the French colonized them and the way they rule over them since they gave their independence, they never let them go at all. If you go to
They never what?
French, they never let them go. It's like, I gave you independence, but I'm still controlling you. That's what they have been doing to them. But it's different from the way UK colonized Nigeria, and they give us a lot of leeway. But for this French-speaking West Africa, most of them, they are still under French.
But really, the point we are making to you is not really the French or how it happened to them. We're just telling you that anything, it could be in a different form in Nigeria. We are not saying it's going to be anti-British thing that will make us do something. That's not what we are telling you.
Yeah, I want to change the topic.
We are not saying it's going to be anti-British thing that will make us.
I just want to move ahead so that others can talk.
Okay, go ahead. Just move ahead. Yeah, we think about your time.
I'll be quick about it. And I want to talk about the obedient, especially anybody that is against them. They will continue to abuse and insult you. And I think a lot of people here have done justice on that, because it continues to diminish the chance of their principle. The only thing I don't like their principle about is that he is playing the politics of, if I cannot get it, nobody from my region will also not get it. I will bastardize this. I will make sure that the rest of the region in Nigeria don't consider any person from that region in the future. So that is one thing I don't like about him. He's a greedy politician and selfish. Although everybody look for opportunity, he used that opportunity to get to that position. So that is why it's different. And people, you already said the truth. A whole region are behind him, but there's no a whole region behind Shawara. So that is why I brought the idea that if you can also start supporting a lot of people from, let us see you in one local government in Oyo or in a senatorial district that this is our senator, push hard. If you get 2 or 3 people into the Senate, into the House of Rep, people will continue to know your party that way. So that's why I continue to push to that until maybe if you are lucky, you get your turn, because Nigeria is a complex country to rule. So as we are talking today now, the North are also gearing up that even if Tinubu spent 4 years, how can we come back quickly? Or if he spent 8 years, how can we come back quickly? So everybody is gearing up so to that. And I think the obedient are not doing a wonderful job. Even the so-called educated one out of them, some of them are also being a disappointment, because the way they relate, you are playing the game of how to say, you are labeling the others, but you don't want them to label you. Any simple thing from Tinubu, you call him all sorts of names. You rubbish his government, you rubbish his governance, but you don't want them to talk about your home principle. That is unfair. So, but whatever I see in it, I don't think he has a really good chance to rule that country. In fact, he is continuing to shut himself on the foot the way he's playing his own politics. And any other one? Okay, I think I will rest my case here so that others can talk.
Yeah, we've talked about Benin.
No, somebody.
Yes.
I don't know the topic.
Yes,
I mean, so I think there is okay.
Remy, thank you very much. You see, the way you have
No,
mastered
they
your
are just
point.
4, basically in number. Now we've said it.
Sorry.
Mr. Mike, let me help you. They are just 4. Hello.
Okay, has he covered them?
No, me, I have not talked. I have not.
No, I'm talking about Remy was
Okay,
asking for the rest of the topic.
I think about the Benin one, I've talked about it, and I have said that the king should have played his game very well, but unfortunately, the way they play, the way they held their Oba in Edo is totally different. To me, I think in Edo State, the Oba comes first. After whatever the Oba says, and according to their permutation, they already said that their governor should come from the Edo Central. But this Akpata is from Edo, north or south. I'm not sure, maybe south. So they want their governor to come from So they want their governor to come from the central. And this guy also lied. He uses the name of the son. He's the son of the king or whatever to campaign. If every one of them say, I'm the son of Oba or whatever, what will happen? And then he also going to that Oba palace and still saying, I'm the son of the... I don't know why. The Oba should have played a diplomatic game, but as they said here, they said the Oba never pretend. He just shoot at his... whatever he wants to say, he just go ahead and say it. And that's what happened. Unfortunately, this is bad news for Akpata. They have already knocked him out, okay? Even before the first victors.
I want a different opinion.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
You know, I'm from Edo State too. You see,
yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's true. Yeah,
people don't understand what is happening in that place. You see, the Oba of Benin is the Oba of Benin. It's not the Oba of
Patoski. Which Edo are you from? You born and bred in Yoruba land. You are just origin of Edo. You are not so your Edo na Yoruba you be. You never live in Edo now.
My mother is an Edo princess.
Historically,
that's why when you say it, I always want to.
If you hear my last name,
you didn't live in Edo, so you are
Yoruba
true and true.
No, did you live in Edo? Did you really live in Edo?
You didn't live in Edo.
No, but how many people live in their village?
No, the question is your father from Edo?
My father is from Edo. My mother is an Edo princess.
It's not enough for you to know what is happening.
Yeah, let's allow the man to make his point now. What's you guys this time? Where is
No.
The guy was trying to make a point as very important.
Hey, Mike, you are just too abrasive. Just allow someone to.
But the guy was on a train of thought. You guys just
Mr. Mike,
derailed him.
That's not the point. Mike, you are unnecessarily abrasive.
Let me finish now. I've not even said anything.
No, now the guy will forget the point he's trying to make because now you guys just derail his entire this thing about where he come from. Does it matter? Who cares about where he come from?
Let me tell you, I'm from Edo, but if people who are not even part of Edo and never lived in Benin are competent to speak about Benin matter, you think I'm not more competent? Have you ever slept?
Don't mind them, man. Guy, make your continue your this thing.
No, Mr. Mike, don't push. Nobody is against him. The same time that
no, the guy hasn't started making his point. You guys already saying he's not from me.
Let me finish my.
You don't understand what they are saying.
Let me even
He's
start
only
my
trying
talk.
to push that his own narrative of the Edo issue is the original one. That's why the question comes
I'm
like
trying
that.
to tell you what
That's
is happening.
That's the issue.
I'm trying to tell you what is happening.
Every other person's opinion and understanding of the issue is not the true
my brother
position.
It is
like
it's
his
my
own
own
is the true position. That's what he's trying.
Well, he hasn't even presented position yet. That's the
no,
thing.
he has said it before now, not now.
I've not said anything now. Okay, what did I say?
You've not mentioned this thing about this particular topic today.
Put forward now?
No, today.
I've not said anything. I just joined now.
But what he's about to say is what maybe something different that he's about to say though. We need to hear that first. That's why I'm like, you guys are lying, you know. Because I wanted to see what he wanted to say, but you guys just took him.
I joined around.
Let him go ahead. Let him go ahead and say. Let him go ahead.
This is what I'm saying. You see, even though I know they for Benin, but they attend Edo meeting now. Tribal meeting, they even for Edo in diaspora, Edo that are living outside Benin. So I can please say something. This one thing about Oba that people don't know is that in Edo, other places have their own king too, even though they don't call them Obas. And even in Benin, an Oba can make you to lose an election, but he cannot make you to win an election. He cannot. He can make you to lose an election if you go against him. But if he supports you, he cannot make you win. That's what I'm trying to make people see. Say if Oba endorse you, that's not true. I've heard Tony saying something close to that before. That's not true. You understand what I'm saying? And one thing about Akpata that he just said, I'm a son of the palace. He's not saying that Oba is my father. Everybody knows Akpata's father now. Akpata's father is very popular in Benin. Justice Akpata is popular. So if Akpata go to Oba Marketman and say, I'm the son of Oba, everybody knows his father. They know he's not saying that Oba gave birth to him or that he's a princess because they know his father. So he's simply saying, look, I'm a son of the soil. I'm one of your children. That's simply what he was saying. And if Oba said no, it does not mean that Akpata is going to lose the election. No. It does not mean that. I think this current Oba is becoming more political than his father. His father was actually the reserve type. His father brought more respect to that stool. That stool has a respect in itself, but the one occupying it brings respect to it, just like Olubushe brought more respect to the Ife throne than the current one. But I believe this current one is still learning.
Patoski, can you answer this question? You are from Edo, and Ola say you never lived there. Can you tell me how do people in Edo hold their king? If in fact, if you talk about Edo king, anyhow, people will fight you. They are ready.
May I talk that one now. You see, this is what I'm saying. Edo, is not only one tribe that's in Edo. This one what Tony just talked now.
Do you know how many local governments in Benin alone? Do you know how many local governments?
Wait now. Benin is one tribe. That Benin area, they are Edo tribe. There's a tribe called Edo tribe. There's another tribe called Afema. They are Edo tribe. Ileha. There's people in Edo North, Auchi, Fuga, Onwa. They are Afema people. Even within Afema, you have another tribe called Ileha. Then you have the Esan people. That's another tribe. If they are the same tribe, then why are they say this person should become king? These people should become king. It's because they are not one now. They are different tribes. And their dialect is different. The language is different. It's just that you can pick some slightly. But it's not, I don't understand Benin language as I speak with you. And Tony does not understand Benin except he lives in Benin. But if the father is from Esan, does not mean he will understand Benin. It's completely different. So the Oba of Benin does not have any control over an Afema person at all. Zero. He does not have any control over an Esan person. It's zero.
Okay, Patoski, I have some news for you now. In Edo State, Edo South, which comprises of the Benin, have 7 local governments. Edo North have 6, and Edo Central have 5 local governments. So the Oba reign in the Edo South, which the Benin are more populated. So if he tells them, this is the way I want you to vote, so that means they are the determiner in this election that
No, they will not vote like that. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
The Oba cannot tell them to vote, but the Oba can cause them to vote against the candidate. If, for example, the candidate becomes rude to the Oba, but not by Oba saying, don't vote for this person. If the person disrespects this tool, they will vote against him, even if the Oba did not say anything. But Oba cannot say, vote this person, and everybody will vote. Do you know that in Benin, you have, I'm sure Benin now is like 25%. Benin is 25% Igbo.
So
you have so many tribes in Benin now.
You are from Edo, but you cannot speak the language. And I'm sorry,
I can speak my language. I cannot speak Benin language. The language of Benin.
You are not from Benin. Okay, this guy is not here now. Tony is not here.
Tony is from Esan. Tony is not from Benin.
He's not from Benin.
That's I know Tony now. I and Tony, they speak offline now. Tony is from Esan.
He's not from Benin.
And that's why Tony is very vocal with this position, because
so what you are trying to say
Tony's
here
tribe
is that
wants to become governor, and the Oba is supporting Tony's tribe. That's why Tony is here. From where Tony is from the same tribe with Ambrose Ali. That's why I say Ambrose Ali people must become governor now.
Okay.
So Tony is doing his own too. He's canvassing for his people. Me, I'm from the same group with Oshiomole and the rest.
I don't know.
The person who can speak about Benin is this guy that is in Japan.
He has his own something.
He's the one that is really that
what peace?
Exactly.
So in short, Atoski, you are trying to say that the Oba of Edo is not relevant in Edo politics.
It's not relevant in Edo North. It's not relevant in Edo Central at all. It's just like you saying that a we of Ado will tell, okay, I don't know how Ado Ekiti is. It's just like saying that in Osun now, it's just like saying Oni of Ife can command people in Ilesha to vote for a particular person.
Do you guys ever or king?
Not possible.
Is that ever? Will that be possible?
Okay.
Because Oni is the most powerful, Oni is the most paramount ruler in Osun, kind of. Oni cannot tell an Ilesha man to go and vote or not to vote a particular person. It's like that.
Okay. So, in your own opinion, just for the sake of accent, who do you think among the three candidates have a better shot?
I don't have that information. I don't have the statistics to be able to give you that.
Because that is why if that word peace is here, so I will also ask him the same
because what peace have some politician on ground. Me, I don't have all those politicians. If I can ask people around what's happening in Benin now, they'll give you. But what peace is politically involved. In short, he has a platform now that is using to because of that Edo governorship. That's why I said it all. So he has more information on the political situation as of today. Me, I don't have real-time information. I have feedback platform that I use as in my people on ground that I'll call and say, because my brothers are in Benin now, my cousins are at home now. You understand? Even if I don't stay home, I don't drop forever. I get uncle, cousins, younger ones, where then they live for Benin. So
that means the statement from Joba is irrelevant at all. It does not make any sense anymore. Whatever is said,
you'll be surprised. Yes, now. And mind you, Tony, Remy, you know, in Benin, you have other tribes now. Igbos are there, Hausas are there, Yorubas are there, Urobo people, all these Delta people. There are so many of them in Benin because, you know, Benin used to be the capital of Bendel State. So some of them don't get there. When they are there, they born them, but now Benin
Sorry. You mean Igbo tribe is an indigenous tribe in Edo State like Yoruba tribe?
No, they are.
Because what you counting
when I mean that Igbos plenty, the way they
of course,
many
now
in
Igbos
Lagos,
are everywhere. Igbos are everywhere. We know that one.
So Oba cannot tell those people to vote for a particular person now.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Oba
But
he can threaten
to throw them in the. He can threaten to throw them in the lagoon if they vote against his candidate.
So
like
I don't know why
my king in Lagos.
This one taking political position unlike his father. It will boomerang. Just watch. You will see.
Okay.
It will.
What political position did he take? I think he just clarified the difference between being the son of the palace and the royal.
No, everybody knows that. You see, everybody knows that. Everybody knows the son of the palace.
I mean,
I'll tell you, the way Benin people have their names and the way they greet, if somebody that is a son of the palace want to greet you, just like Yoruba, if you see somebody who's like a king or like a warrior, you say Karaole. You won't say Ekarosa, Ekaro. You say Karaole. If I greet you and say Karaole, you will look at me and say, this one, Ekaro, Kilode, maybe they are warrior. You understand? In Benin, the king, the prince, they have their own greetings. A particular chief has his own greeting. Different. So, a son of the palace, from their name and from their greetings, you will know them. When the guy say I'm a son of the palace, it's not saying he's from Benin or that his own ancestors are palace people. Because everybody knows Akpata. Everybody knows, just like Obasanjo just saying, I'm a son of Ake Palace. No! Everybody knows Obasanjo is from Owu. But if Obasanjo say,
who told you Obasanjo is from Owu? Oh, Obasanjo is from the southeast. Oh, you don't know.
Pato, you know you're from that side of the country, so you know better. I think the king saying that is to clarify for outsiders.
Madalo,
of the people.
This particular one,
No. I've seen
Edo people disrespected, something that has never happened before.
Pato, my point to you is that you are from that part. For people that are from the outside looking in, when somebody says they're the son of a palace, we might assume that they're from the palace. So I think it was just offering a clarification on what it means to be from the palace as opposed to being an indigenous, a prominent indigenous of the soil. I don't think that, to me, for me or more, but to me, doesn't sound political to me. Just to clarify a position of what is obtained in that.
Babati, don't worry. This Oba, you will soon
hear. Okay, if you say so, but
I hear now.
It's a political move.
It takes some political. It's not.
Anyway, you don't comment them. He used to be a diplomat now, so I mean, he's not far from it.
Pato, if you think it's better, so who do you think is supporting them? Who do you think is low key behind? If that's what he believes he's doing.
No, I don't know, but he's obviously not supporting Akpata.
Okay. All right.
So, but he's not supposed to say he's not supporting. He's not supposed to show that he's not supporting a particular body.
He didn't say he wasn't supporting.
He should say he's supporting everybody. Something like
Pato,
that.
did he say that? When did he say that?
With this statement.
It was offering it. It was clarifying the position.
The point is that what if this guy eventually emerge now?
I don't think there will have been any major issue. For me, after that, maybe just me.
If this guy eventually emerge, he will say, "Well, I'm not your son now." You know, this Oba is having problem with Obaseki. Obaseki is from Benin. Obaseki family is a very powerful and very popular family in Benin. You saw that. I'm sure Obaseki is a son of the palace self. Yeah, from the name self, you will know. You understand? But this Oba is having problem with Obaseki. He's not supposed to be like that. You understand? If now a person will get blockhead like Dia, he go just come out town. It's just that Obaseki does not want to sound like something that has never happened in Benin before. If you remove him, he go remove him.
But Pato, based on what you just said, if the Oba continues with the way you believe, eventually somebody will
be embarrassed.
A governor will come along and will, at least attempt to embarrass him in public because
they might, if you do something where it create problem. Look at Oba. Was it Oba Gbadebo that time? For example.
Or with
all of them. Exactly now. Was it Oba Gbadebo or Oba Demola? That one where come out.
It was Demola.
Yeah. Now they force him now. They can force him.
Patoski, are you saying Obaseki has power to dethrone the?
No. I'm saying, of course, he has power to. He's the governor, but nobody wants to do that. You don't want to be seen as old.
By the constitution.
But by Nigerian law, Mike, Nigerian law, you can remove him if you want. If you want to remove him, remove him.
Wait, we have to look into this law. I don't think that law really applies to every.
It does.
Yes, it does. Every single one.
Let me even make it worse.
Governor
can remove
Pato. Even local government chairman.
Can someone
do something about
that constitution?
Before Abacha, nobody ever thought they could remove Sadana or Sokoto. Before Abacha, so the Sultan is so powerful that nobody ever thought they could remove the Sultan. Abacha removed him.
Pato, can I clarify something, Pato, before you continue? Mike, do you know that in our law, the LD chairman can someone that before the king leaves the palace, he has to write in a letter of approval before he leaves the palace, before he leaves the local government. He can actually, yes, before the king leaves that council, his kingdom, to travel for healthcare, anything else. He has to write a letter to the LG government, LG council chairman to approve for him to leave. That's Nigerian law.
In which state?
In Nigerian constitution now.
Nigerian constitution.
Yes, they have power over the cabis, your bale over there. The LG chairman is actually powerful than the
cabis. LG chairman, they pay their salary now.
So
we have to, no wonder. Yeah, even the gods gonna have given up on the
so
people.
forget governor.
Maybe that's why the gods are no longer involved in. They just allow Israel people to become your kings now.
So forget governor. Even LD chairman has more power than Kabiyesi.
So
Yeah.
here's the deal,
Baba T. You know that's why this Oba they fight. You know what Ologbo at that time. That can it be? You know that time. Ologbo one I ain't gonna call. You know the whole Alake. You know you guys get problem. But Didi Kolo, you just put Ologbo on there. No sense.
You know some people like this guy from Ijebu. Those ones, even though they can do it, nobody wants to that wahala because of their like first class kings. But your ballets, those ones, they can remove them and just replace them overnight, and nothing will happen.
Nothing.
Even your councillor has more power than your ballet.
How did we get to this point, Amati? Like in Africa, how do we get to that point where kings become nothing? Where here's the deal now. So if you want an entity, win election, become a governor or local government chairman, now he has become more powerful than the king.
Yes.
Mike,
how do we allow ourselves to get to this point?
Mike, let me give you an answer. Mike, let me give you an answer. And it's not an answer all of you will enjoy. Okay. The British started it, but most importantly, there are two individuals that are responsible for it. And it went from there. And then Rascals came in, and Obafemi Awolowo and Saldana. Both of them played a part in how this thing started, this tendency started. And from there, governments have come in power from there, and they've just made it worse and worse. And they've just added their own level of ridiculousness to it. But Obafemi Awolowo with the Alafia for you, and the Saldana.
And Olowo.
Yeah, and the Alowo as well. And then the Saldana.
Would Awolowo have challenged the Awujale?
The
Kebuna or Abi?
The way Awolowo
that would have been easier for himself. Awujale would have been easier for him.
Yes.
You guys have to remember that the Jebu and the Egba, they had issue with Oyo. You guys know that, right?
I'm sure Awolowo must have had a hand in appointing this Awujale.
Matoski,
yes.
You guys know that before the British came, Yoruba land was divided. There was a 100-year civil war between the Egba and Oyo. All the kingdoms the Oyo was controlling, they were at war with Oyo and Alafia of Oyo. The Egba, even the Dahomey, all of them.
Did I tell you how we came to this point? This Awolowo explanation is not the reason. You know how it came? In those days, the Obas were powerful because they had traditional power. You understand? Obas were not just people that you could just push aside. The ones that didn't have traditional power among them always lose the throne. Anybody still remove them. Even not governor, even other chiefs.
They would die now. They would die. 3-4 years.
No, but even though even one kuro ni kilo ko ipe bi na.
One into Bagbowo.
But now anybody become governor. If you are an Oba with traditional power, you get power. Tradition no go want remove you now. If you still have power. Now why did they remove the Obas? Which power Oba get to fight back? Not traditional power now. Oba wey dey drink beer, they carry babe. Oba wey dey drink beer, they carry babe. They go party. Some Obas will not eat outside, not because they don't like the food, but because they have gotten so involved in certain things that you must not eat certain food. You must not take certain drink. And they are not sure that what they use to prepare those meals. You understand?
Exactly.
If you now go to a party, you don't even know what is in the food. You just ate it. That means that the Alba no get chichi. That means they don't get anything. So
because go party everything, go party.
No, they don't even get power.
Yeah.
Look at our Onina going to every party now. Does he have anything?
He eats all the food they offer him, which means he doesn't
I
have
will
any spiritual
Babati, Amaja. I've told you all of Emma Soro, Baba
Why not? Party loro káàkiri irú kábíyèsí wo ló party káàkiri every week.
Báwo ló ṣe máa mọ̀? Let me tell you, even people like Obasanjo, when they go out, they don't eat. They'll serve them food there, but they'll just drink water.
And that is why that Baba never died now. Agbára pọ̀.
Ogun pọ̀ now.
You think they are not hungry? No. They'll just drink water and go. Because they know that, maybe they told you, the day you eat okra, you will collapse or you convulse.
Patoski, which one do you think is more is the leader between Soyinka and Obasanjo in the fraternity world?
In the
fraternity world.
Fraternity. What do you mean fraternity?
Ogboni world.
Occultic.
Maybe Mike occultic. Maybe Mike will know between Soyinka and Obasanjo.
I think Obasanjo.
None of them are in Ogboni now.
I think Obasanjo, because Obasanjo told you about different things because of his political journey.
Do you think Wole Soyinka is an Ogboni person?
Obasanjo is an
I don't think Wole Soyinka is Ogboni now.
None of them, they are not. Only Mashawu Bokose, they are not Ogboni.
They are not. I've never seen Obasanjo.
Obasanjo is Shawu Bokome. Obasanjo is just a typical Yoruba man.
Obasanjo is the high chief. So you know what high chief, you know what they already enter before they get to that level.
Is a what?
High chief.
It's a high chief.
Ceremonial chief. Everybody's a chief now.
No. Traditional chief. Traditional new.
What do you mean by that? They can give everybody chieftaincy. Who cares? We're talking about he's not a woman. It's not.
This is Balogun light.
This man is like you say someone is out, for example, and he does not show you anything.
Babati.
Like
Babati, may I ask you something? If you remember, do you know what happened between Akeolugbade and Obasanjo when they were trying to appoint the one Olowu like that?
The last one.
Didn't have a king for not even the last one. Before Dosumu, Owu didn't have a king for a long time. Because Obasanjo brought a candidate, Akeolugbade brought a candidate. Akeolugbade is also very powerful in Owu. Akeolugbade candidate became king. Do you know that guy died in Ikpebi? That Akeolugbade candidate died in Ikpebi. Not long after there was when Akeolugbade himself died. No, Obasanjo candidate died in Ikpebi. So that thing got Obasanjo angry. It was not long after then that Akeolugbade died. So people think say Obasanjo get jazz, wait, take finish the man.
You know,
but who not produce king for years?
Pato, you know, me, I was very young then, so my great grandfather in because my mom is from the Remo side, Remo. I never, even the times we went to the palace, I never saw his eyes. Looking, kábíyèsí máa ń ṣojú òsì dá.
Now, pẹ̀lú adé tó máa ń ní bòjú yẹn.
You never see, when it comes out, ní lójú yẹn. If you become kábíyèsí, if you don't have anything, you just die within 2-3 years. Because it was also always a spiritual battle that people just, all this kind of. So I know what you're talking about. We lost that part of our culture. Authority over around. This is a private, powerful man. But if you're like just a regular person, nobody will respect you now.
They'll remove you anyhow.
Respect to so that is, it's all gone.
So lobby governor láti jọba ni.
So Likpede was respected as a Likpede was very respected. Until he had the Abacha issue. Even this one, right, Bade Boy is very respected. So there's some kings that the guy from Ilaro, very respected. There's some few of them that are very respected, but they built it over time. It didn't come because of the position, because of them over time, of it built it. So if you want to, okay, let me even add one for Mike to know. Mike, on a Nigerian law, your LG chairman can summon the cabinet to his office to report there every day if he wants to, and he has to follow it if he really wants to. So if the guy say Alakio report to my office daily, he has to comply. Nigerian law.
Well, let's just abolish the Oba's kingship, man. Just let it go. I mean, I don't get it. What are they there for, then? What is the point? I mean, it's over. It's over. Just let it go.
So let's
why are we talking about to me, let's just we that are in tradition, let's just follow the and live by doing.
No,
the thing is, this is what I think, Babati. I think we black men, Africans, we are I don't know how to describe us. I don't want to insult us, but it's like we don't have sense. The British, everything the British have done in Africa, they didn't do their own hand. They used the Africans to do it. It was the British idea to turn apart, to pretty much eliminate all these African kingdoms, right? To get rid of it and just have something new.
Actually, contrary to the contrary, the British they use the kings. They use the kings to they use them in terms of as a point of contact.
Let me explain what was going on.
They didn't diminish the throne necessarily themselves.
I don't think they were using them.
It's independence that's actually diminished the.
Well, wait now. You guys allow me to get across first. At least you get my.
Why didn't the throne defeat the British? That's the point.
Did the British dethrone? Hold on. Let me make king the British dethrone.
The British defeated the thrones now.
Lagos State. In Lagos, the Leko, more Yoruba gather Leko now.
Tell me a
they
king.
Defeated the throne, even in Benin.
Leko that down, more Yoruba at least they call Meki Leko.
Oh no. Yes, that's the thing. You see, the problem in Africa is we read the Igbo version of our story. You understand? We don't even look at your own version of your own story. I ask you a simple question. Name a king that was appointed, a king that was crowned by the British.
Crowned by the British.
That was put there by the British. A king.
When they came to bombard Lagos, and then they and they appointed another one that was
favorable. Appointed a king in Lagos.
Yeah, they crowned a priest.
So they did not.
So they crowned the king that was to their own, that they favored.
They didn't crown any king. They never crowned any king. Okay, let's
they didn't crown it, but the influence is crowning. The influence is crowning.
That Lagos story is a little complicated.
Why were the British able to defeat the kings?
Defeating which kings?
They conquered them now. The Oba of Benin, for example, he was banished to Calabar.
No, the Oba left.
The Jaja of Okobo. The Jaja of Okobo. The Jaja of Okobo was banished.
Oba of Benin was banished to Calabar. The British have power now. They came with guns.
Let's focus on Yoruba now.
The traditional power could not handle the guns.
Wait. Hold on. First of all, that Benin story, it was not the British soldiers or the British themselves were doing the shooting. It was the Nigerians, the people of the region that they harmed and you sent to go and bombard Benin.
No, they had a lot of English soldiers. That's why they looted. That's why they looted the Benin city. The English white English soldiers were very involved in the sacking.
They came behind.
The people they rally were those people from the Jaws, all those people.
Mike,
Even the same. Guys, let's talk one at a time now. It's like we can't even land the point that we just cutting each other. Let's try to be on your line. You guys didn't understand what the British were doing back then. When they want to fight one kingdom, whatever, they go to another kingdom, get the people there. Usually there were issues between these kingdoms, and then they harm the soldiers of the other kingdoms or their fighters and use them to go and do the fighting, this bombing or whatever. The British themselves were not doing it. They didn't come in and invade and just shoot everybody and conquer everybody. They didn't do it on their own. It's the Africans that they were using to do all these fightings.
So, Mike, what I'm asking is,
and at the end of the day, another thing you need to understand is when they met with the kings, they were not dictating to them. They made an agreement with them that, hey, we are introducing our civilization to your kingdom. It's more like an exchange. They came to these people with a mind of, oh, we came to exchange, introduce our civilization to you. And then outside those kingdoms accepted them in. And the promise was, after we are done introducing our advanced ways to you, you will leave you have your country. But they didn't tell them that they were going to create a Nigeria. You understand? When they started creating this idea of Nigeria, what they did, the plan they did was took individuals from all these kingdoms and took them to England to go and educate them. And the plan was, when they leave, they will hand over to them. So they took a group of these individuals to England, and also they were creating all these missionary schools, went there, brainwashed them, turned them to these westernized people. And then when they were doing independence, those were the only people they invited and gave the independence to. Some of them, they turned them to soldiers, they took them to sandals, make them the military. So they were building this new idea of Nigeria behind the back of, without letting these kings and all these kingdoms really understand what they were doing. So when they left, this kingdom, how many kings did they invite to the independence ceremony that come, we're handing over Nigeria to you? Or did they even sign Nigeria? They just handed Nigeria over to these soldiers and these new politicians, group of people. And that's how we find ourselves where we are today. So they played us. But when they were there, the agreement with the Obas, the kings, was, oh, we are just here to introduce our civilization to your kingdom. So you are in charge of, the Obas are the one in charge of their people. Now, when the British were there now, the British were just, it was more like partnership. Okay, but the people governing the people were the kings. Okay, it was independent where we started having the new leadership, which was the Nnamdi the Awolowo, all these people.
Okay,
the
politician now.
That's the real context.
I apologize. Just 10 seconds. Let me ask Mike a question, because I know Mike.
I won't be able to ask anything after.
No,
because I've been trying to call me since.
No, just 10 seconds. I think it's like he's going to listen. Mike, you know, you've always been an advocate for returning back to the authorship, and this is the first time I'm going to hear you talk about just scrap the thing. So, what made you change your mind from going?
No, I didn't change my mind though. I'm just saying, I believe in the principle of, if you're going to do something, do it the right way. Or don't do it at all.
Right. Okay. Oh, okay.
That's it. It's either we go to it or just leave it alone. This rubbish we are doing right now, where you are calling yourself Obama, but then the local government chairman is ahead of you. Then you are not. What the heck? It's either we have conversation with the people and say, "Come on, where are we? What are we doing?" And let's do it the way we want to do it. But it's not like you are faking as if you are Obama, you are in charge of these kingdoms when the local government chairman is actually in charge. You are calling yourself the Oba of the people. You are the king, Oba Lashet. Oba is the supreme king. But then on paper, he's actually the local government chairman as the king. So then, get the hell. If you don't want to, then just, it's like you address the issue, or you just leave the throne and just leave it alone. So that's the point I'm making, you know.
Okay, got you. All right. Thanks.
Okay, you see, one thing I've seen Mike and others discuss so far is this. You guys are not too far from each other. The thing is this: there are several ways of conquering the territory. That they didn't carry your Oba and depose and give another Oba does not mean they were not conquered. You see, what British did in Nigeria, they've managed to achieve that one with China when they used Japan and some Western, as some the colonies, the British people they've already conquered, to attack China back then, before they proceeded to the African coast. So now it was very clear to all those obas that these people, they had higher firepower. There's nothing our king or our warrior were going to do better than the Britishers at that time. You understand? It's either you will find a way to beat them or join them. That was just the situation. So it's just like, okay, someone comes to you now, you say, okay, maybe they are armed to the teeth, they were coming with armor tank, every other thing. Now you don't have anything. They say, okay, relax. We are not touching you. All we just want to do, we know you know this territory. We want you to do this for us. We won't touch you. We are conquered because there's nothing you can do. You want to live, and the means of the means for you living is just to obey whatever they tell you. That they be conquered.
Okay, let me respond to you. Do you know there are 3 ways British went around the world conquering people, right? 1, okay, the first one.
Ideology.
Hold on. You mentioned it. The first one is they wipe out the population and take the territory, right? Militarily, right? They wipe out the population. And 2, where they expand their empire. 2, they use the people to agree to work with them in being, claiming the territory or whatever, right? And then the third one, I kind of lost my head. But let me just address these 2. This one I just mentioned. 1, the one about wiping out the population and taking it, they succeeded in North America. They succeeded in Australia, right? Usually when they do that one is when they are interested in the land, because the land is rich, right? Now, they also attempted that in Africa. Until today, they say attempting it and they keep failing. So on that one, they can't conquer us. They keep failing. They're trying to use disease and genocide, whatever. They failed in Africa. 2, you're saying militarily. Now, militarily, let me tell you guys the truth. The British cannot conquer anybody militarily. They can win battles or whatever, but they cannot conquer, because for one, even America today could not conquer Afghanistan. Because for one, you have to occupy the place after you so-called conquer it. The only way you can do it, occupy, is you have to wipe out the population, like they did in Australia and North America and things like that, and then fill the place with population. So they don't have the means. First of all, they didn't have enough the population of soldiers to say they want to come and occupy a whole continent. So this idea that this European conquered us, you guys should get out of your mind. You are the one conquering yourself. Everything they've done in Africa is they use the Africans to get it. The idea that the British had the means, hold on. The idea that the British, first of all, during that time, is not even possible, because for one, they didn't have the road network. They say they want to roll in their tanks or their soldiers to be marching through the jungles and all over Africa to come occupy every tribe. They don't have the manpower to occupy every tribe in their so-called territories in Africa. Nigeria alone is about 7 times. Apparently, the Yoruba land alone is bigger than the whole England. Talking about the whole Nigeria is about maybe 7 to 8 times the size of England. So where would the British find the population to come and occupy all this territory that they so-called conquer to be administering?
Mike. Sorry, sir. I just
it's
woke
not
up
just
again.
hold on, let me land, Tony. It's not only Nigeria, I don't know. They still have other colonies, big, so huge all over Africa. Where do they have? How much soldier did the British have to come and occupy all these territories?
So can I respond to you?
No. Ola, please. Let me just come in.
You are not saying you please.
No, I just woke up now.
You made me talking. I said you please answer.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, man, okay, right on.
So the thing now is this. You think conquering alone is all by the military. When you look at your empire, your empire, Ibadan, Ogbomoso, extend to Dahomey, were under Oyo Alaafin. So all the military, all the soldiers, all the warriors that belong to the Oyo Empire, they were under Are Ona Kakanfo. Now, everywhere Alaafin Oyo conquered, automatically the territory, the soldier, and everything under they become they became the part of the military and the entire empire. Now, the British should see that say they don't have enough to conquer Yoruba or anywhere here. They've managed to conquer area like Japan and some other area that they now extended to use to conquer
when did they conquer?
Let me land now. Define
the word conquer first, and so I understand what we are saying, because there's some things you hold on. Let me say this, because to me, I don't see. Hold on. Me, I don't see you showing up somewhere, bringing something, and people there were interested in what you are bringing, and they decide to partner with you, and it's more like an exchange, right? More like, oh, you're welcome here. We'll work with you, kind of like how the Chinese welcome the Soviet in, right? Because they needed the Soviet. So Soviet now will see Chinese as part of their expansion of whatever alliance, you know. But the Chinese don't see it as being conquered. They just see it as, oh, we're interested in these people being here. And maybe in the past, when the British were going all over the world, of course, they had some things they were bringing, even during slave trade, where they're bringing umbrella and what they call it, Jerome and all these things. The people were interested in those things. So they wouldn't tell the British to go away because they need what they were bringing. So because you're interested in something that they possess and you bring them in and they're having their way, your territory, doesn't mean you're conquered. It's just your decision to allow them in your space, in your midst. So to me, if you're defining that as conquered, as conquest, then we are maybe in our argument, you're right. But to me, I don't see that as conquest. I see that as more of an agreement. Like, okay, hey, you're welcome here.
Okay, Mike, please, Ola, please let me, because I was
talking now. We are discussing things. Let us talk. We will talk.
I know that you guys are just going the wrong way. The Benin Empire, they fought the British. Go to our port where they try to see where that is. Do you know how many soldiers that the Benin army massacred?
Tony dropped off.
So what we're saying is this, Mike. See, there are two ways you conquer someone. Number one, you can conquer the mind of someone, and you change the mind from the way it's thinking to you force the person to think towards your way. So now, if you can't use force, and if you can't use ideology, you use force. Those guys, they were coming, you understand? They were, they were adopting different strategy. Like I was telling you the other time, is this: they use British, they use their colonies because they were not as big as China, obviously. But don't forget, they've already conquered India too. Just imagine someone that has conquered India, and they are using the forces from India and some other colony that they've already gained. They've occupied the territory already to face China. And at the same time, they were using opium. At the same time, they were talking to some of their people, give them some kind of making some people rich that will work against their people. They look at some greedy people, give them incentives to work to their people. And what was the target is that they want to deindustrialize them and keep pushing their own product there for their own economical benefit. The same thing too, they deindustrialize when they conquer India, they deindustrialized India, they were pushing their product to that place. But when they were coming to Africa, they look at the slave they can bring from Africa and whatever they can loot from Africa.
I'll give you 1 second before you continue. When you keep using the word conquer, now you said they conquer India, they conquer China. Now, if you're going to tell the Indian person, a Chinese person that the British conquer them, they will chop your head off. Because
my friend,
hold on, wait. There's a difference
in the Mike, you took 5 minutes to speak, and
okay, go ahead. Finish up. I'll respond. Go ahead, finish up. Yeah.
So the thing is this: I was not born during your those time. As you read your own, the same way I read my own. So if what I read are using the word conquer, then I'm using whatever they are using, because these people are researchers. These are the people in the academia that they put empirical evidence that they put it there. So I was not born then. So the thing is, they conquer them. It has a word used. You understand? They conquer them, and they lose their resources, including their human capital, to develop their country. You understand? The same way when they came to Nigeria, they came with Kano, they came with different things, and it's not as if, they just go to Lagos and say, okay, start giving us. No, it was after some kind of battle, and I will see that there's no way we could.
Which battle?
Who resist?
Battle between who and who?
So they just came to our territory, and they just went.
No. Are you saying the British went to war with Yoruba people?
Mike, this argument.
No, just answer now.
They will just leave them.
Okay, so, now let me respond.
Okay, respond.
Okay, here's the deal. Now, and we just want to frustrate about Africans and blacks when we talk. It's like, that's why I think we should be the ones start educating ourselves right now, our own curriculum, because we are the only race of people that's had an encounter with the British in the past that would describe ourselves as conquered. When I interact with the Indians or the Chinese, all these people, they will never use that word conquered. They will just say, we had an encounter with them. Oh, they took some advantage of us in the past, and that's it. And we are here today. When the people want to describe the people that the British actually conquered or the European conquered, they talk about the Australians and the Red Indians in America. Those are the people people will tell me that they conquered, because conquer means.
Can I help you real quick? You will never hear an Indian described as their
colonial master.
Nobody ever said that in China or India, but we always.
No, India. It's only Africans.
We see that.
It's only Africans, and it's just frustrating. It's like that. Like, self-esteem is completely.
Mike, you are right. England never colonized China. Okay, the only two.
No, they had advantage. They had upper hand. They had whatever at one point throughout human history. One empires, people have had upper hand or make attempt to conquer others, where they had the upper hand and everything. Eventually, they couldn't accomplish it. They moved on, right? So the British, the place you can say they've conquered, what the word conquer means you crushed. You don't exist anymore. You don't exist. Like if you go to when I say don't exist, doesn't mean maybe you are completely physically eliminated, but your control over yourself or your space is gone. That's conquer. That's the word conquer. Like in North America, for example, the Indians, of course, they still exist, but their land, they don't govern their land is owned by different people. So that's what you call conquer. Hold on, let me, Ross, hold on, please. In Australia, the Aborigines, the land is taken over, it's gone. It's a new population that's there, it's a new country, new name, the new people, new faces. Now that's what you call conquered. Now, the British came to Africa, they went to India, they went to China, they beat all these places. But eventually, they had their upper hand, whatever, they left. The people there can look back and say, oh, when they came, they took some advantage, they whatever, they able to steal some things, whatever. But hey, guess what? We're good for them. Where we learn from it, we bounce. But those people will never tell you, oh, the British came and conquered us. You understand? Now, I will use this analogy to help you explain what conquer really supposed to mean and what it doesn't mean.
I see. I'm not.
Brother, let me talk, man. Calm down. Let me talk. Calm down, man.
No. The word conquer now, you are just taking it one way.
Bro, let me get across.
Control. You can take control in a different way. But you are
bros, let me finish, man. Let me finish. In a basketball game, when the two teams are playing, it's not over until the end of the game. Now, if one team is leading by 3 points, 4 points, whatever going on, at the end of the game, who conquered who is when the final whistle is blown, and maybe let's say they're playing the final and the guy that's lifting the trophy and the other team is being eliminated, that's when they are conquered. But you can't tell me during the game, because this team was leading, now he has conquered the other team. No, this is a game of life. We are all still existing. At one point in history,
you are misapplying English.
My brother, let me land, man.
Semantic, all this semantic.
Dude, Ola, please, I'll give you a chance to talk.
You are speaking.
Dude, Ola, will you let me talk? Or you, come on, man, stop this, man. Okay, anyway.
You actually take me to the background because I'm responding.
Well, you allow me to talk now. You have your time. When you were talking, you allow you to talk. If you want to believe you are conquered, that's fine. He left, I didn't take him off, but that's your problem. Here's the deal, and this is very important. I have to talk like this because we Africans, we need to start educating our children better. Because a child that is born that never met a white man, he has no business believing that he's a conquered human being. Because what does that do to his IQ, to his self-esteem? Because now when he sees a white man, he begins to worship him, he begins to see him as his superior, he seems as a subservient human being to that person. That's why a lot of Africans, when they see a Igbo person, they just feel so inferior. Because the day they are born, they start telling them that, oh, you are conquered. You conquered. If I'm living in this era and some other Nigerians that live in another era, are the British people took advantage of them, doesn't mean my story or the way you define me is as a conquered people. The Nigerians that existed before the British came, they were not conquered by anybody. Well, the people that existed when they came, maybe that's their generation, they didn't know how to think or whatever. The British took advantage of them. Now the British is gone. The British is gone. So why should I see myself as a conquered person when my Yoruba land, the only people that occupy the place are Yoruba people? The people that can make decisions, they decide what and what, the future or the present are Yoruba people. So why should I be seeing myself as a conquered person by the British? I don't understand why we think like this, man. It's only us. The Indians don't think like that. The Chinese don't think like that. The Chinese will never tell their children that the British have conquered us. They are conquered. Instead, they're looking forward to maybe one day they will conquer the British. Black people, man, I'm sorry. But anyway. Namati, you there?
Mr. Mike, yeah, we hear you. We appreciate your position, Mr. Mike. But it's a very serious matter, Mr. Mike. It's a matter of enlightenment, and I don't think it's something that can just be done like that. You know,
I don't. So how can you free the minds of the next generation? Because I think the today we are pretty much fried.
Yeah, it's a lost battle for this generation. Yes.
If you notice, the kids of those in power right now, there's this surge of British schools in Nigeria where forget sending your kids to the UK or US to brainwash them because they're going to be in charge in the next 10 to 15 years anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Those countries are now building schools in Nigeria to even bringing them to the UK. We will come to you. So you see all these massive British schools all over the place, and it's the son of the rich that are going to be in charge in the next 20 to 30 years, going to those schools. So they look like you, but they don't reason like you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the mistake we keep thinking. Because somebody has a Yoruba name or an Igbo name, but how was that person raised? How was it trained?
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to be in charge of your banks, your schools, your education, they're going to be in charge. But they've been trained by British subjects. So that's what we do. That's a concern to me.
I don't know. There has to be some very intentional. I don't know. It's almost impossible. I think it's a lost cause, really.
Yeah, we just have to talk about it. That's all. We have all these things. The reason is just the way it is because we don't address it. I appreciate Africa, where we are, especially Nigeria, we have this mentality of let's not go there. Let's not go there. Most of our issues, the reason why it just persists is simply because we don't address it.
Yes, I think one of the reasons it's so difficult in Nigeria is because the English are very, very devious and very subtle in the way they influence your culture and whatnot. They're very subtle, and they have been able to do it over many, many, many years and decades, and millenniums almost. Whereas the French, look at the resistance in the Francophone countries, you know. The French, I mean, the influence of France pervades everything in the Francophone countries. But see what has been happening in the recent years. Those people are turning around and they're saying no, you know.
Okay, Ado, if you don't mind, let me bring this issue up so you can chime in, because I do appreciate your opinion on the platform. I was having a conversation with a doctor friend of mine. He used to work with an NGO in the North. He lives in America now. And he was telling me about, it was explaining to me how this foreign, I mean, I'm sure you're aware, how they use NGOs to fumigate like wars, conflict in areas where they have interest. So if they have any natural resources that go diamond in your place and they want it, they will create chaos for the people to leave. And he gave me an example of IDB camps. That's how you know it was man-made. It was deliberate attempt. And what he mentioned to me was, he actually showed me pictures of his time in Borno. That was when the governor, that is now the VP, was the governor at the time. And he talked about that. Do I know that one of the SUVs, all these expensive SUVs, actually move around in Borno, like a war-torn area? You will see a lot of white people in a war-torn area. And it was telling me that, I actually think about it, a Boko Haram dominated state, but a lot of white people and Asians come in there in their thousands.
But before you even go forward, have you seen a video where the British journalists were interviewing Boko Haram, and the Boko Haram were telling them what they were doing? I'm like, how did you get access to? They were interviewing
Boko Haram is Anglo-France. It's Anglo-Franco machination. I'm still very certain that Boko Haram is a creation of France.
No, the question you ask is, how did the journalists get access to Boko Haram?
Do you know this Zamfara? Where we are talking about banditry and all this in Zamfara and all these places. Do you know the amount of Chinese that are in Zamfara mining gold illegally? Do you know how much amount of gold that has been exported? Gold, raw material being exported from Nigeria every single day in the thousands and hundreds of thousands of kilos. Tons, not even kilos, tons and tons being exported out of Nigeria illegally every single day by the Chinese.
The thing is, Boko Haram doesn't have a face, right? And it's a problem Nigerian government is dealing with. So how did a journalist figure who Boko Haram is?
There was this Australian
to interview Boko Haram.
There was this Australian man that the Boko Haram were using as kind of like their negotiator for a long time. I think it was even like a pastor or something, an Australian pastor or something, that there was the main negotiator, the Boko Haram, for especially when they were abducting foreign and all these some of these NGO workers. He was the one negotiating the Boko Haram for years. This Australian, I'll go and I'll go and find it.
Yeah, but Aro, the point I was trying to bring up to you is that what it was telling me because it worked for them, it was telling me that all these NGOs are pretty much intel gathering networks.
Yes, of course, yes.
They care about
there's no doubt about that. Yeah, and that's one of the things that upsets me about DSS. The DSS and what's the other one? DMI. They are so political, and a lot of the individuals that are employed by the DMI become so political that all their activity is all focused around political. There's this politician, this opposition. Let's see how we can undermine them. Whereas what has happened is that the French, the English, and the Americans have been able to install a lot of their spy network, into West Africa. And what they do with the spy network is this: they control, all these fighters. they'll have an handler, okay, that controls the leadership. And what they do is, let's say the Nigerian government wants to do something, a project that undermines their own interest. They will get the handler, okay, to influence, let's say, one of these militant groups to kick up trouble. Okay. And then what happens is the Nigerian government was to be so busy trying to bring, some resolution to that conflict that they will not be able to do what they want to do, their intentions. And look at how much the Nigerian government has been distracted by Boko Haram conflict.
Yeah, but our
agriculture has been undermined. They've been able to loot raw materials, gold, uranium, platinum.
Arrow, hold on. Do you trust our vice president? Remember, he was hiding some terrorists in his
I think that's a false rhetoric, because that was during the Jonathan government. He was indeed rising terrorists. They would have.
Okay,
Jonathan would have buried him.
No, I'm only asking the question because the reason that guy even brought it up to me is because he said Ogun State is a target, and when he said that Ogun West area, the Jebu side, they have a lot of resources that has not been tapped that they are finding out. And if you notice recently that there's going to be a move from the north to relocate people down there, they're going to move there in their thousands, and over time they will create conflict, displace people in that side to get what they want. And it was
it's not people we're not that worried about when it comes to conflict. It's the Chinese. Okay?
Right.
We should keep an eye on the Chinese.
No, Arrow, when they come close to home now, it hits a little bit different for me now. Because I cannot imagine being.
It's the Chinese you need to worry about, and there's already thousands of them there. They're already involved in illegal activity. Okay, look at the Ilesha Ife axis. Do you know what is going on in the Ilesha Ife axis right now?
People are already displaced in the Benin Ogun border now. They have something going on in that place too. Remember, people are displaced in Ogun State. People don't know that.
Oh yes, yeah, I know that.
It's because of going on. It's not because of some Boko. It's the resources in that place.
Of course. And that's the other problem we have in Nigeria. There's a lot of foreign individuals who are involved. Okay, look at Ibadan. Look at that Ibadan explosion. It was illegal mining in the end. It's already at home. Let's not deceive ourselves. Already in Osun State, we know of the Ilesha Ife axis, all the way to
people from the southwest. If it doesn't affect Lagos in their divisional mind, we are okay. Lagos to them is all southwest.
It's very, very serious. It's very, very. It's not a joke. The whole Ilesha, the illegal mining going on in the Ilesha Ife axis is very, very serious. And people have been shouting about it. And dancing governor Ade Dancer has done absolutely nothing. If you almost, and to be frank, I think that is involved. Okay, he's involved. Okay?
Yeah,
a lot of these governors are involved.
Yeah, but
they are getting kickbacks from it, and they are closing their eyes to it.
Arrow, the one that happened in Lagos West, close to the border. I didn't even know that there are Nigerians that live in Ogun State that don't even
displaced for years.
They only speak French. That they are so removed from
IDP.
all that to go to school.
Yes,
public.
IDP.
Because there's no federal presence there. There's no state presence.
We are deceiving ourselves, though. We are under siege, silent siege, and many of us don't know.
So people like Sunday Igboho, apart from the Yoruba Nation thing, when he was doing the security thing, that's the reason why I was like, at least listen to what they had to say.
Even the guy too is involved. There's a lot of nuance to a lot of things.
I know.
I don't
wait. I'm not discussing its politics now, but based on just security, like this invasion on that part of that, on that point, he had a point. But I'm saying,
of course,
I didn't realize that it was a international conspiracy against Nigeria. That I was thinking maybe it's like a local conflict going on. I don't know that it was a bigger play here.
No, it's a bigger play. It's a bigger play.
Nigeria only, but now
it's a bigger play. It's a bigger play. The problem is the politicians are so greedy, and that's the problem. The politicians are so greedy. They are busy doing politics, trying to secure their position. That's some, and then because some, and the other problem is they've managed to secure they've secured money. They know that if it kicks off, they will put their kids in a private jet, and they already have a house anyway in London. They already have a house in America. They already have a house, scattered. They have houses. They've already established, resources outside Nigeria. If it kicks off in Nigeria, they'll put their kids on the plane and they'll fly out. That is how the average politician, that is their reasoning. It has come down to that. They are willing to bail out anytime it kicks off.
It seems like every African head of state seems like it's almost like they have citizenship of their former colonial country. Am I right? I mean,
no, Mike, it's just the mindset of a black person. They don't think about tomorrow. We are thinking about yesterday. You know what I'm saying? You see the white people, they are thinking 1,000, 2,000 years ahead. You see the Germans at the start of this Ukraine war, they went and built like 3 refineries to refine the gas system, the gas product that will be coming from Africa if this Russia stops supplying them. And then they are already preparing for the people that will be born in Germany for the next 200 years. What will be their energy needs? But an average black person and black man, black woman, it's a pity, Mike. Remember when I joined your show here? Remember that was the battle between me and some of you. Okay, you are my brother now. We're always in alignment when it comes to issues like that. Where one man will be stopping me. You remember? Once upon a time, I was banned from this platform because they said that, why should I say that the black people are somehow inferior? We're inferiors. You see, we're inferior. And if we don't accept that point or that fact, rather, and then do something about it, we're already gone. In those states also, there is some IGP, IG, this internally displaced people also, around between Ore and the Benin City, where they have some resources there. You know what I'm saying? So all over, Akoko Edo is totally owned by the Dangotes and this Bohana. They are digging gold and everything. The cement company there, they have taken over. Oh, Mike, it's a terrible thing.
Do they have gold in Akoko Edo?
They have gold in Akoko Edo.
They have limestone.
Let me find
limestone and gold and everything. Oh my God! What are you telling me?
Let me find this link that let me find that link again and I'll bring it up. There's a chart for all Nigerian states that tells you what they have on the ground, and you'll be amazed.
You'll be very amazed.
I know, Babati. I get you now. And then the black people, we are so stupid. Like one guy just said now, the guy that was just speaking, like sending their kids abroad. You know what I'm saying? And people will come here and start to talk rubbish about Awolowo. Remember? Like people like them are Dewale and then Patrick. You know what I'm saying? I always have problems. I was just listening to you guys the other time where they were just rubbish Awolowo, then bringing me to their point that Tony, we have been telling Tony that Awolowo, how can you? For me, Awolowo is Nigeria God. If you want to know, go and hang the.
It is Simba and Co.
Yes, thank you very much. Then I think when he came, woke up to help me out. Okay, Remy, remember?
I remember now. What they are doing is not.
Remy.
What does Simba have against Awolowo? Simba is a.
Don't mind them. Somebody that went to England saw a good thing. I came back home to replicate us, replicate them for our fathers, our grandfathers. And even I talk to them Bruce this time and all this Bolaji time, to our age group also. If you are 50 years already, you know what I'm talking about.
Tony,
so I don't.
Tony, can we move the conversation forward to the point I'm trying to make?
Yeah. Thank you, Babati. I'm listening. I'm listening.
Hold on. My point is that every state in Nigeria has at least a minimum of 2 things: natural resources in commercial quantity.
Yes, sir.
So the argument that people make that, if we truly practice true federalism and we can't share the money for oil, we will not survive.
Don't mind them. They are crazy. They are crazy.
You don't need the oil.
BT, those resources are already being exploited.
Anyways,
in Zamfara State, the former governor
in abundance. They can't.
The former Zamfara, one of the former Zamfara governors, has been fingered as one of the.
Forget about the northerners. Let us consider the southern countries. The old western region,
even in the southwest, the governors are involved. Okay, you want to tell me I did dance is not involved?
I believe you now. I believe you now. I said South. Thank you, Makinde. All of them, they are involved.
They are involved. They are involved. They are getting kickbacks.
They are the traitors. They are the traitors. And they were told that we cannot drive away those northerners because of the federal army. You know what I'm talking about? And right now, Tinubu is there. Can you guys tell me why Tinubu can't just change the system? No, I mean, 1 year it's gone.
System. He cannot tell what the governor should spend with the allocation. He can't. He can only appeal to them. That is the way Nigerian constitution.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. No, I mean that we were hoping that why do we?
Remy, that is not with respect to mineral resources. Tinubu has the power. You understand? It does not just
federal government has power.
It is his responsibility.
Yes. All right. All natural resources come federal government.
Exactly.
The state government has the right to the land, but the natural resource underneath the ground belongs to the federal government.
I was reading a report recently that the Minister of Solid Minerals, Alake, they sent about 1,000 troops from NSCD or that one to mine some of our mineral resources. Because some of the Oba and the governor, they are just exploiting the state, okay?
Thank you. They are the ones selling, they are even selling lands to the northerners.
Not just northerners, forget the northerners, I'm talking about the Chinese. If you know what the Chinese are doing in Nigeria, you fear God.
You shed tears. You shed tears, my brother.
Okay, Tony, hold on. Let's do it this way. So we are saying that the federal government, like Patoski just clarified, that they have control when it comes to natural resources like gold, diamond, and silver. I'm saying that on record, every state in Nigeria has a thing or two in commercial quantity that they can survive on. So now this is the question: how come the federal government, knowing this for a fact, that every place in Nigeria as a state has something there, maybe Tinubu's government have not moved into actually putting laws where they say, you know what, let's have a conversation about these resources where we can find it, because it's unfair to people in Calabar, in Bayelsa, for you to be sharing their own resources while you keep your own.
Because they don't.
Babachi, sorry. Let me just chip in this. Do you know that the refinery in Benin, they can't get oil to refine? Even though the oil is coming from the same local government.
Tony, please, please.
You know why that's happening, Babati? You know why? Yeah. Because of political interest. For example, maybe you have like governors, powerful governors, or former head of states mining gold in Zamfara, mining gold in Ilesha, or you have big companies, multinationals, maybe like Julius Berger, or you have big company like Berger, maybe some other company that all these leaders have interest in. Mining all those gold. So he doesn't want to tamper them. They will create problem for him.
But he needs to step on toes. He needs to step on toes.
Or better still, he also just wants to join them.
Thank you. They're making money. These people are making millions, billions. Yeah, they're exploiting.
Are they not going to die? Are they not going to die one day and leave all this money?
They don't think about that one.
Tinubu never serious.
I'm saying that, Pato. I'm saying that, like you're saying, and like I was saying, they have these things in commercial quantity, right? That means they can take care of their people with that resource, right? And the federal government knows about it, like the governors do. Are they in in cahoots together to share the resources.
Yes, they are.
They rather share it. They rather share it than take care of people with it. So he's also complicit.
They are complicit. Babati, the license for mining, they give them in Abuja.
Yes.
You get? Those people will just land in one village out of nowhere, and they will come with army people. They will land in the village, they will bring mining equipment, and they will start mining. The chief in the village, he doesn't know that they are coming. You just see that some people have invaded their village, taken over their
And they will
village.
leave the environment devastated.
And then after a while, those people don't see army people coming. They'll start leaving the village now. They don't know what is happening. It's like they're under siege. Either that, or they'll use bandits to chase them away and start mining. A lot of the banditry going on in the north is really just displacement of people so that they can actually invade the village, so they can do illegal mining. That is really what is going on. Banditry and illegal mining are like 1 and 2.
My brother,
in
Nigeria just start insecurity. Any country that does not take control of its mining has opened itself to insecurity.
Yes.
Patoski, can you blame the Chinese? Is it not?
No. You have to blame. We have to blame Tinubu because we all rooted for Tinubu here. Hold on. Can you imagine that Tinubu will stand aside and be watching his people? In a situation where you see whereby that. No, hold on, please. No, please, Patrick, hold on. That the top of yam can no longer be afforded. But but an ordinary Nigeria, they have to cut tubers of yam into pieces before poor people can afford to buy them.
Chief Tony, you guys stay on point. Look at the bigger issue here. It's about finding solutions to the problem. I get the yam, I get all that. Yeah. I'm saying that the money comes from resources that you have on ground. Now, like I was talking about earlier, we're discussing states. Now, he's saying that it's junior law, it's even federal level. And he gave an example of big resources and stuff like that. So, yeah, go ahead.
Babati, what I think all this our diaspora should be doing, we are not doing it. We are fighting for politicians. Instead for all this platform all over diaspora to be telling all those people in our state, these are the resources you have in your state. That resources will belong to you people. First, if the diaspora were instigating the people at home, instead of talking about abuse,
Remy, the only solution is that we have to be going back home in batches to occupy that country.
No. Apart from
to occupy the country. You cannot speak to your.
Relax. Let me finish. What I'm trying to say is very simple. There's a lot of platform all over the world. Nigerians are everywhere.
Who will listen? They don't listen.
Listen.
Tony, wait. Let's hear what
they can change the narration. We can change the narration. Instead of us talking about supporting all these big politicians that when they get there, the system will not even allow them to perform. Why don't we continue to tell our own people at home, you have these resources in your state?
People that are trying to leave the country, people that are preparing to leave the country with their passport.
Let me finish. Because that is what I see is that no matter what happens, all those countries, they are also coming to Europe is also saturated. They are even begging for people to come and work. So all those things that you are talking about, the white people plan for 100 years, their own people are not as hardworking as before. Again, things have changed also. It's a control economy. If there's anything happen to one aspect of the economy, it affects a lot of them. It's not easy as people thought before. So we are still in a muddy, Nigeria is still in mud. Where there's still a lot of mud, there's a lot of opportunity there.
The Germans are open up their visa. The Canada said Nigeria doctors come, Nigeria mechanics come.
Please, guys, I beg of you. This is very important to me.
Let's
stay on that natural resources.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, but I'm saying that I think our exposure or what we should be exposing to the public is what we have in each of our states.
Yeah.
So if I say, we have A, B, C, and D is here, and there, then I keep talking about that over time. That's used to be about a debate about. I think people don't even know what they have in their own. They don't even know what they have.
Babati, there's a state in China, they call it Shandong province. They have a lot of limestone and marble. If you go to their state capital, everywhere, the roads, everything, they use marble a lot. In your state, we have huge availability of marble.
They make the best marble tiles in the world. In
I don't know why
I'm telling you,
state governor will not look for investors.
Even in Japan, they make good tiles there.
Yeah. Mr. Remy, Mr. Remy and BT, I think there's something that you don't understand. I'm trying to get to you that you don't understand. They already have investors. They're already involved in it. They're already mining it. The only problem is they are doing it for their own personal gain.
They're mining it illegally. That is not
illegally.
Not supposed to
so
be
don't
like
don't have this option
to their own pocket. To their own pocket.
That's the one. Okay, that's the one we can even see. But I'm saying that there are hundreds of other resources that have been mined that we don't even know. That we see them moving around. We don't know what they're doing in those villages, in the forest, all those things. How come we don't talk about those things more?
Let me give you some example. Yeah. I'll give you some example. Okay, mahogany, for instance. Iginio. Do you? I mean, I think some of Nigerians don't even appreciate the value of some of the things we have. Trees, some of the most expensive trees in terms of wood,
in my state. I know good state. I know. I know now. There are no good state.
All those trees like 300 years old. My God.
Mahogany, ivory, ebony, all these things. Okay, they are extremely priced. They are priced wood. We have them. Our forests are literally being devastated.
Oh my God.
Now,
now, if you cut one, you plant two. That was what the policy was before. Until this guy came, someone came and just F the whole thing up. But go ahead.
Not only him, that one was so big head. Just continue to cut that. They ruined that country.
But one thing that we think that it's just by coincidence. These individuals are involved. These governors, these politicians, they are involved.
Yeah.
They are the ones getting the licenses. Okay, then what they will do is they will then bring maybe a Chinese partner, a technical partner from China or from India.
Babati, you know
and
that
then they'll be involved.
Nasarawa State, they started with their lithium now. When you now, in the next 5 years, that state will be more richer than even the so-called Southwest state. I'm not talking about Lagos, because they are bringing investors, and sooner or later they will start producing solar panel and lithium battery there, maybe in the next few years. When you look at the Southwest, look at our Ogun State, we are just full of mineral resources everywhere. We have huge quantity of limestone. We have fertile land for agriculture. We have people that are highly educated. I'm not talking about education as in just go and do philosophy. I'm talking about people that are engineers, doctors, lawyers, people that are in the high. I don't know what we are just looking for. Nigeria is supposed not to suffer at all. It's a country that was blessed all around, everywhere. Every state you go in Nigeria, they have resources. The Chinese are in Sungeru Dam now. They are building that dam that is going to give us about 10,050 megawatts of electricity. They are the one repairing our Kanjin Dam as we are talking today. They are improving the electricity capacity to around 3,000 megawatts. Maybe by the end of this year or early next year, it will be ready. That will improve generation. But I don't know about this transmission and distribution. As we're talking to the Imo State, we commissioned their integrated power plant soon, even surpass that of Abia. So if you are hearing this, don't be surprised. Maybe in a few months, Imo can even have more better light than you guys in Abia. So I don't know what is our Southwest doing.
No, we already had two in Benin that are linked to national grid. They can't. Benin City.
National grid,
we don't know, but that's
that was the law that time. That was the law. They didn't allow them to. That was before Tinubu came. Now that was before Tinubu came and.
But I think they are making law now that you can generate. You can just.
Yes.
They said the law is the old one. The governor is conniving with the federal government, with the Chinese or whoever.
Don't link it to any stupid national grid now. Just use your electricity. It's
two. Oshemo and then Azore. Two. And that is where Abia State copied from. The Abia put the to Benin to say, okay, thank you that they copied from Benin. But the Benin City is in total darkness. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's because of availability of gas. Because now Nigeria is no more exporting that flare gas. That is why the price of gas is crashing in Nigeria.
But gas is there in Benin City there with oil. You can't even get the oil to refine in the Benin refinery, the modular refinery that is built in Benin. I think they have to also.
Is it working or not working?
They are working already, but they don't have oil. The people they are complaining last week on social media that
you mean they cannot get oil from NNPC or what?
The crude oil is right there, about 10 kilometers from the site, but they don't. They will take this oil to the north first. Well, you know, those oil they said are discovery in the north. Don't you think that the oil they are stealing from the south, or the oil where they steal from Benin?
I think the problem they have with oil is the pipeline vandalism. So because of the pipeline vandalism,
what about the refinery that is in a place where oil is,
let me explain now. So they've stopped. A lot of the companies stopped investing in maintenance of the pipelines.
Yeah, what about those ones that are closed? That have the the comparative advantage, like Benin City.
Yeah. Well, they should repair the pipelines. But I think now that
the oil had to be given to Kiari to a northern affairs before they can allocate again to Benin.
Yes, and then there's the issue of the fact that NNPC before this Tinubu came into power.
Yes.
NNPC and CBN, they were doing some dealings.
Yes,
balancing the sheets, and literally most of the oil has already been sold before it's even left the ground.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is like it's like you have a oil wells. Hold on. Let me just give you a typical example. Like you have the oil well at LA Water Works, okay, and then the refinery is at Jericho. For those people that knows Ibadan here, but between that distance, you don't need that long pipeline to transport it. But no, if you produce the oil in LA water, it's a riverine area there, you have to take it to Kaduna first before they will come allocate again.
The refinery in Kaduna is not working, so it's not even that. What I'm trying to say.
I'm not giving that example, but they're taking to Niger, to Nigeria.
Yes, no. See, they've already sold it. The oil that they are okay. I think we are doing about 700,000 a day.
No, we are doing about 1.7 million now.
1.7 now.
And then we are losing 400,000. We are losing 400,000, and there's some country that will have 20,000.
What are we producing? Is it not 900,000 or 1 million?
900,000. But that 1.7, yes, is already been sold. They've already sold it in deals.
Right. Is that not bad? Is that not bad enough?
They've used it to borrow money already. They use it to borrow money already.
So it's too crazy. It's too crazy. The situation is too crazy.
Wait, how do you think CBN were and NNPC? Okay, now the federal government they still hold NNPC money according to NNPC.
It's just too complicated.
Listen carefully. During the 8 years of Buhari, we borrow a lot of money for infrastructure projects. Nigeria is not generating revenue like before. And so we make a deal with all these people that borrow us money that, okay, we will sell crude oil to them. So we make.
What did they use that money for?
Listen first. That forward contract means, okay, borrow me the money today, but in the next 1 year, I will be giving you so oil. For
advanced supply of natural resources.
Exactly. So some of the, I will tell you what they use the money for, so that you yourself, you now know that we are not serious in that one. The fight we're supposed to be fighting, we are not fighting. First, they are using money for recurrent expedition. They are paying salary from it.
Yes. 30 million naira for these rest members and senators.
Not even rep. What about your state governor? Are they not collecting money from the federal allocation?
Security vote.
It's mostly recurrent expedition. And your state governor think that they just sit down there and wait for the money at the end of the month. So a lot of them are lazy. And when they bring in the money,
and subsidy, subsidy. They use some of the money for subsidy as well.
They will not go to MFLA. Now, out of the money, they will go to MFLA. MFLA will not give them a discounted dollar. They will change it to dollar. They will not take it back to America and Canada. Go and hide. The rest, they not to, oh my God. Those leaders.
It's too crazy. It's too crazy. Like look, a major oil exporting country talking about subsidy.
I think what we should be fighting for, immunity for governors should be removed.
Yes.
And then everybody in the state, you should hold your governor accountable. Not
who you want fight? Who you want fight? Who want make those laws?
Mr. Remy, I will say this thing. If we held the governors accountable,
yes,
the president would behave himself.
Okay.
Yes. I can't remember.
Okay.
I can't remember. Someone said something. Let me finish this sentence. Someone said something that's the most powerful person in Nigeria. It's actually not the president.
In the world.
It's the governors. No, in Nigeria, it's the governors that control the president. People think that the president is actually very powerful, but a lot of the things the presidents do is to satisfy the governors, because the governors can upend any president any day, anytime if they come together.
Yes, so even Obasanjo, as wicked as this, he bend down for the governor.
Can we? Remy, can we do this? Because you keep talking about holding governors accountable. Can you please define what that even means? So I know what, because we don't, what does it mean to hold them accountable? What, can you please explain that, please?
There is no way.
If you are a citizen of your state now, you people should not be docile. You should speak out more. Talk to your governor. What are the resources do we have in this state?
Speaking from abroad.
Yes, if you are, let me tell you this. Let me tell you the truth. Those people that are shaping Nigerian politics in terms of political, they are those people in diaspora continue to spew rubbish online every day. So even things that their eyes did not see. They are the one controlling all those dummy heads in Nigeria also. Hey, go and vote for this. Go and do this. If you don't give, I don't give money. They are the one that is controlling.
Babati, let's separate the country. You know, and then let's keep the. Hold on. We keep the politics local. Then they will know each family. Anybody who's a governor, we can go to him.
Tony, you gotta stay on conversation. Stay on point, man. You gotta stay on point.
He asked me a very good question. And the people at home and abroad, we should go to our state assembly, send the bill, change the bills, change a lot of things. First,
they cannot change because of the money they are getting.
No, if the pressure is too much, if there's a lot of pressure from people from the state, they will change. They will not change.
I don't think
for them for election, they will change it. What are you telling me? The people are very powerful. But if you are now looking at it is Tinubu or Buhari, everybody in Nigeria just go and hold your president. The government
who's
maybe they want to say something.
So Akini, why do you put your Babati now? I mean,
no, what is it?
Why is it funny? Is it funny? What's funny there, Babati? What's funny? Why is it funny now? I don't know. See, the thing is this. See, where we talk of restructuring, this is why we talk of restructuring, because the type of structure we have in the country today shift the attention away from the governors. We've been shouting this thing over and over because when someone decided to make us a unitary system, since that time, we've not been able to get out of that wood. Now, education, to start with, was not the duty of the federal government. It was the duty of the regional government, even the state government to some extent in the Second Republic. So all those agriculture, it was purely the business of the region. But the federal government hijacked everything in an attempt to hijack the resources. So we've concentrated too much on those things they shifted to the central, and that is why we can no longer. So those people that now know how to play the politics now, everything now focused on the president. If we really want to hold the governor responsible, the federal government needs to take hands off what is not supposed to be their responsibility. You can help the states in making policy for agriculture. Fine. Take your hands off agriculture. Take your hands off healthcare. You can have some kind of national health scheme, but you allow the state to decide. Don't grab the money. Don't grab the money in the name of Federal Ministry of Health or whatever jargon you want to say. Allow the state to control as many things as possible. You focus on the military, you focus on foreign policy, and you focus on how to settle dispute between state or regions. So the citizen now will now know where to channel their energy to. The problem we are having today is just because there are so many resources at that center. You are the one that want to control NEPA. You are the one that want to control Streetport. Yeah, you can control Streetport because that one is a security thing. You understand? You can still allow the region that has the sea to have their own control, but you can still put the Navy and you can still put your military there just to make sure to protect the country against external aggression. So when in so doing, the citizen will know where to face. So as we are now, people are confused. They don't even know that their governors are supposed to do some things. No, because everything is about rotation. It's going to this place, but your governors are cashing out every day. And in so doing, they managed to shift your attention to the center. So we need to restructure, and that is what we are not facing today. Even the mining we are talking about, the federal government is not supposed to have business with issuing license for mining. That's the problem.
Okay. If it's the state, Lam, I want to ask you some questions. Who is in charge of our forest? Who provides security for our forest? Yeah, forest, our deep forest, like where they have a lot of trees and animals and the rest. Who is in charge?
It is supposed to be the state.
Yeah, it's not the state. It is the state. It is the state.
It is the state.
And because they know they're supposed to provide what we call forest guard. When I was little, I know a man that came all the way from.
Wait, right? The land use as said, the land belongs to the state, right? Get that? Look at it. Look at it.
So what we are discussing here before you came here, I think you have been listening, of course. We are talking about natural resources. And we know that some of these resources are being mined by these politicians in connivance with foreigners illegally to take it away and siphon the state money. What we are trying to say is that instead of us in diaspora, instead of us to channel our effort to better our state, we are always in just talking about all these big politicians that at the end of the day.
Remy, let me give you this point. Okay. Those mineral resources you are talking about, everybody here knows by standard. I'm an anti-exploring our resources. Our resources should be reserved for the future generation. What we are doing now is that we are just too lazy to go back to do the right thing. We are destroying our land.
What should we do if we are not exploring the land? What should we do?
Baba Nisuru, now I will prove it to you.
Use your state as an example. If you are not exploring the land,
they have nothing like it, so we can't use the state now, of course.
Yeah, all of them. So Remy, the thing is this: look at our GDP today. Oil contributes less than or about 10% to our GDP, right?
Yes, you are right. But because non-oil sector contributes more.
Wait now, but the same oil gives government over 65% of the revenue. What does that tell you? Right?
No, they are not collecting 65, Baba.
Farabale, listen to my statement. Listen to my statement carefully.
Okay.
Oil contributes about 10% or less than 10% to our GDP. Hear me out. But it's the same oil that is giving us over 65% of the country revenue and give over 90% of forex.
You are right.
Understand? Now, what does that tell you? It simply means that other sector of that company or of that country that is not giving us that revenue is underperforming. It's underperforming.
What is the solution? What's the solution?
Solution? You are asking me for solution again. I've talked about
I will ask you for solution because that is why I want you to break it down. So if you break it down, people will understand more. Use your state as a case study. So that we can know.
Before oil, agriculture, manufacturing, and services were the thing we dwell on. Now, Babati was telling, Babati is saying there's nothing in Ekiti. And I put it to Babati that Ekiti and the entire Ondo state, we were the largest cocoa producer.
No. Ola, leave Ondo alone. Just speak for Ekiti alone. Don't pick the back.
When we talk of Ekiti was the largest cocoa producer.
You are clear for a long time.
Remy, Ekiti was the largest cocoa producer in those days. And that was why Ekiti has some grudges that Obafemi Awolowo University was supposed to be in Ekiti due to our contribution.
Yes, you are late. I mean, you're
No, wait now. They actually gave us Obafemi Awolowo University in the name of old Ondo State University. It was actually Obafemi Awolowo University. It was by Commander Bandele Otiko, a military man that was playing politics, that removed that name. You understand? Because
at the end of the day, you have Federal University of UNA, which is better than the one in Ondo now. So,
Baba, leave that. Let us continue. So the thing I'm talking about is this: our carpenter today, they are supposed to be rich. Our mechanic today, they are supposed to be rich. Even when people like us were growing up, we used to have farm settlements. We used to have some kind of tractors that we attend. So the thing is this oil we are talking about, we are talking of the revenue to the government, but how are those revenues going to the government affecting common people? That's the point. So we are supposed to talk of collective ways. You want your cocoa producer, the one that is planting cola, the one that is planting yam cassava. You want everybody to be ready so that they will pay more tax. You will see that the taxation we are getting from all revenue today will have just be a child play. That's the point. So the thing is this: our soil, our land, they are destroying right from Ijero to Ilesha to all those areas. Those are the land that were supposed to be meant for cocoa those days. The land that was supposed to use to plant rubber, for us to grow. So when you destroy all this land and you are not finding a way to replenish, we are thinking of today. What will happen to us maybe in the next 100 years? Assuming some of us are here now, the 100. So all the pits, okay. Have you ever tried to see the land of those where they are doing mining in Nigeria? Some of them, if you put 20-story building there, it will swallow it.
So what you are saying in nutshell is that we should go back to agriculture and service industry.
We should preserve our natural resources and should go and do other things like manufacturing. All these natural resources we are mining.
But if we are manufacturing, where are we going to get for example, let's talk about cocoa you mentioned. And if the scale of cocoa, I mean, the value down the chain.
Chocolates. You mean chocolates, like manufacturing chocolates.
So many stuff you can turn it to, right? So that is a very good example.
But that's where Ola was. That's where. I mean, that's where Ola was rooting for true federalism or restructuring, which we were expecting. Expecting Tinubu to have done this last year.
It's not easy like that. Everybody knows.
I know, but at least he should make the attempt. He should step on those toes. Those so-called owners of the.
I think he's going to do it.
Remy, assuming I'm the president of Ekiti today now, assuming the country is we are practicing true federalism, you know what? I will start making sure that nobody will be building bungalow in my state again, because I will make sure that where you are supposed to extend to, I will convert all those ones to.
Meaning I do it alone, no, not those small towns. What do they need high-rise building for?
Wait now, Farabale. Even
this not be joking time.
See, even in all those small villages you see, if you have 100 building there, if the story building that we build will just be like 4 buildings, I will go and do that, because we have small land. I want to use my land for agriculture and hand over the land to the future generation. I don't want to give pit across Ekiti land to the point that people will no longer, maybe in the next 100 years, they will no longer have land to
Can
plan.
I ask you a question before you go on? Do you, with all this, you want to hand your land to the people? Are you going to control population growth? I mean, control birth? Because the way your people are having children, hey, it's unstoppable.
No, but it's going to build the skyscrapers. Hold on, like China did. You know that Chinese
just pack them inside apartment, right?
Let me tell you. Do you know why we give birth anyhow? Do you know why we give birth anyhow? Because we are not working enough. Let me tell you one thing. You where you are now, maybe you don't even have just one job is not even paying your mortgage. That you are doing 2, 3 jobs. That the wife will go out in the morning and maybe you and your husband, you won't even see yourself for more than 2 days in a week. Where will you even meet for that kind of all those? So
yeah, of course
that's why the poor people are the one giving birth to. Mostly they are the one giving birth to like 10, 40 children. But the rich one, they don't have that time. They'll be thinking of bankruptcy, or they will be thinking of how they will no longer become poorer. So they are always active. You understand? It's just because we don't have enough to do. That is why we have enough time for ourselves to do rubbish. Although I'm sorry to use the word rubbish. So to me, that population we are saying we want to control, like I said.
Babati want to know what is the solution now to this our natural resources, and then how we can restructure according to IO also. Ola.
Did you get my whole point? I'm saying if we restructure Nigeria, if I were the governor of my state, I will not focus on natural resources. I will focus on you as a carpenter. What can you do to send out? Because natural resources is not extending to everyone. No.
You are right. Manufacturing, I mean, setting up industries at least, whatever.
Carpentry, textile, corrugation,
more rubber plantations.
It will spread across everyone. So mining will not take care. Mining is just for government to meet some kind of emergency. So
environmental degradation also. Environmental degradation. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Exactly. We are already poisoning our environment.
We are in a serious mess now.
Yes.
So what we are talking about, want to know is that first and foremost, apart from all these governors that are exploring all these resources illegally with their foreign counterparts, what can we do, or what can the people in each state, what can they do? We know that we cannot just rely totally on federal government. Give us resource control today.
Babati said that all the states can sustain themselves.
Remy, I say, let us go through federalism. Let government see.
That's
it.
You
see what federal government is doing. You see what federal government is doing.
You are right, but we all know that time is not of the time is of the time.
I don't want to be right. It's my opinion. I can be right. I can be wrong.
You are right. We need to start somewhere, from somewhere, towards that achieving that truth, that restructuring. That should be the what is
so
to be.
What we are talking, we are already in this year. We are talking about. I support 100% for federal restructuring.
This is what I'm saying. Federal government should answer all those mineral resources, because federal government will come and take your resources when they see gold. I say, as a matter of fact, there should be national emergency that should stop mining all those stuff now, because we are talking of mineral resources. Just look at the situation where they are now mining in all the 36 states of the country consecutively. Honestly, it won't take us 50 years to destroy our entire land.
But Ola, we don't have any government, any established governmental institutions to cater for that. That is the problem. We don't have any institution like police.
We do. The problem with Nigeria is that it's not that we don't. It's the fact that those institutions are deployed to the advantage of the corrupt individuals. Yes. So we always talk about, and that's why we always over legislate sometimes. Some of the laws that they pass sometimes, those laws are redundant.
Someone paper.
Those laws just fall on their feet as soon as they are signed, because it's over legislated. Okay, the problem in Nigeria is not the lack of laws or the lack of institutions; it's the lack of desire.
They even pay the lawmakers to legislate for nothing. You know what I'm
it's
saying?
the lack of desire. There's no desire. Everybody's corrupt. Everybody's involved
the
in
German don't use paper here. They don't debate. They don't debate
everybody's
too
involved
much.
in self-aggrandizement. That's what's going on. So the fact that the Nigerian, there needs to be, and that's one of the reasons why I'm so upset about this obedient movement. Because one of the things that the obedient movement did was it diluted the message.
Yes.
This 2023 was the opportunity.
Sorry, I apologize. The energy was not being channeled towards the right direction. If you notice, the majority of that group at the initiative was supposed to be the anti-establishment movement.
Exactly.
That was where the voice of the people were. I think it was more of maybe she would have missed the opportunity than it went to Obi. But Obi did not see. I think he is leading the wrong group of people. They need some like a revolutionary kind of.
Showore is upset. Let me tell you something, because what I live in diaspora, and I have some friends. I'm a bit more social politically active, and I've always been, even as a teenager. But I had friends that they don't do politics. They had no club on Nigeria. They never, we had friends. We never went to Nigeria. And, we don't care about Nigeria until maybe when all this Afrobeat started coming up, and everything they knew about Nigeria was not beyond Wizkid and Davido. That's Nigeria for them. Okay. Now, when this Showore first started coming out, Showore, there's a thing they used to say that time. They had their slogan, and this was 2019, and all these people were Showore people. What happened around 2022? These people became obedient. Yes, and Showore is upset because he wasn't able to continue to
Arrow. Especially the Edos. I knew they were like a huge show.
Yeah, the Edos that you want. I know
that. Even the Ekiti and the Ondo people that I know, a lot of them were Showore people. And even look at even the student body, all of the.
Honestly, I'm sorry. I think the only place where Showore had a crowd was Edo. I'm sorry.
No, Showore he had a crowd of people that were hungry. But what I'm trying to get at is Obi stole this fire. Because what happened is Showore built a momentum in 2019. Okay. He got some votes. Because I think he came third. He came third in 2019, right behind Atiku and Buhari.
Now they came fourth. There was one northern person. I don't know if it was a lady or something.
No, Showore came third. Showore came third in 2019.
When you said he came third, you may be exaggerating. Mention the number, because there's a difference between coming to how many.
It was a distant came third. But what I'm trying to get at is
it's very far.
I think it was when he started that revolution thing that killed his
revolution. Now, exactly. That's that. So now the problem is this: Obi stole his fire. Okay, Obi has taken a lot of the people.
Obi didn't steal his fire. So
Obi didn't take his fire.
Obi didn't steal his fire.
I think if Obi didn't come on board, if Obi didn't come out, if there was no Obi, the Obi Showore would have impacted more in this 2020.
No.
Let me tell you.
No, when he started doing that revolution, that's when he started losing people. He even lost himself.
It is patronizing of you to Showore to say he came third. Showore came nowhere. You understand? When the second person has like maybe 10 million and you have like 20,000.
Oh, you are from Edo.
He didn't come third.
Edo vote came. Also, a vote came from Edo that time.
You are from Edo, like you say, like you claim that you're from Edo. Why did your people turn their backs on Showore, including
Showore?
But we Yoruba going.
Let me give you a question. Let me give you something. In 2019, did Showore win Edo? Did he win Edo?
No.
I say Edo people supported.
But that was not an election. That was a rigged election.
No. He didn't win it.
I crave your indulgence, please. I need to say something. Anybody that said that Showore came third in 2019, that's not true.
That's not true.
A rigged election.
So
who came third?
Some people wait now. Felix Nicholas came third. He got 110. Yes. Then there's Obadiah Malaika. So in fact, it was not even the way I'm looking at this thing. I think it was in the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think it was
Really?
the first time.
Oh, but I last year I got more than show.
It's a regulation. It's a regulation.
No.
The way that guy was shouting, I thought he actually did much better than that.
Showore came 10th in that election. 10th.
And he was shouting like up and down.
For anybody that is saying he came third, is a
But
misinformation.
everybody, let us also consider that Obi have the back.
Okay, let's hear from Yakubu if you can just like the guy just.
Okay, Yakubu, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Baraka is allowed.
Baraka
is Salah.
Sorry. Quick question. How you guys would think Showore can win election in Nigeria? The head of Southeast people cannot afford to have an agent in all police units. So where Showore is going to get money to have a party against all police units in Nigeria? Showore can never win election in Nigeria now. How is that possible? Yeah, that's what I just on the channel.
That's a given now. He can't win. Everybody knows his character doesn't even support him winning.
No, I won't say that totally. If he continues the same way, he might not. But if he changes his way tomorrow, like Buhari was not going to win the election.
Yeah. We all know how Nigeria election works. You need proper funding. You need every funding to win. Why do you think Tinubu win the PDP don't have party? That's where they do their this thing now.
No, that's what I'm saying.
That's now.
Okay, look at Buhari. So, Buhari was doing Agidi in 2003. In 2007, he was doing Agidi. In 2011, he cried. He said, I will not do it again until Tinubu brought him on board. Someone might as well bring Showore on board tomorrow. That's why I said, I can never say never, never. Because Showore may change tomorrow.
Ola, but Buhari brought something to the table now.
12 million.
Yeah. He just needed more of Tinubu to win.
Patoski.
Yeah, that's where the
if APC gave you their primary their presidential ticket in 2023, you will win that election. That's the difference. So what I'm saying is that if someone do godfatherism for Showore, he may win the election. But if he continues the way he's doing now, no way. That's what we are saying. If he just continues,
that means we are in the same channel now. Now, you need a proper funding. You need the every funding to win an election in Nigeria.
I agree with you totally. I agree with
you. Every funding. If you don't have money, you can't win an election in Nigeria. Even in the 2019, sorry, Patoski. That 2019 election, why are you supposed to lose that election now? It was Tinubu that used money to buy that election. And we all see that. We all see the Bolon family body on. So if you don't have money in Nigeria, you can't win even local government election. You can't
How much is the money inside that bullion fund that will buy the whole election of them?
No, that is the only one we can see now.
I'm telling you now. Wait.
That is the only.
You just made the statement.
It's because they know it's out. That's why they went.
Wait now. You just made a statement that is unfounded. Because will you allow me to say something too?
How?
Wait now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because you saw a bullion van in Bodilon, and then Tinubu must have used that money in Bodilon to pay voters and to buy the election in Lagos State. So does it mean he bought all the election in Nigeria? Does it mean Buhari does not have his own constituency? Let me give you. Buhari had enough votes, but it just needed small of Tinubu election vote to win. Then the vote that brought Buhari in 2015, a major part of it came from Buhari, not from Tinubu. A major part of that vote came from Buhari, not Tinubu.
No, Patoski, what you are missing is
Patoski, hold on.
They bought the delegates. Without the delegates that they bought, Tinubu.
We are not talking of delegates
Buhari
now.
will not
We
have
talk
people
of
made
election.
Wait now.
We are talking of
without
election.
the delegate, the boss.
You are talking of primaries now. We are talking of election, national election. Don't just
that is
make
what I'm saying. You have to be marked from the major party before you can even face the national election.
Let me engage Patosti. Hold on. Let me engage Patosti. Patosti.
I can't hear you. Is it only me?
No, network.
Yeah, let me ask you a question, man. Do you think Shore should have played ethnic politics and like maybe get Yoruba people behind him, kind of stuff? Because he had the opportunity during a Yoruba nation kind of thing. He should have kind of play a little bit of ethnic.
He doesn't have it.
Because
the problem with Shore is that for you to get Yoruba vote, you have to show that Omoluabi.
He was even telling us that he was not even Yoruba.
You cannot be arrogant like that and asking for their vote. Like
the one that was abusing the cabbage, don't abuse your new people.
You know, Babati, you know what's even funny? He tried to play he tried to get an ethnic, he tried to hold on, let me say he tried to get ethnic group behind him, but now he chose the wrong ethnic group. He started doing he started going to court with Nnamdi Kanu doing I support Biafra. I'm like, guy, that's it.
Mike, you know, I asked one question the other day. I said, where exactly is Shore from? I asked for you. If I am a Yoruba man,
Shore belongs to the fourth largest ethnic group. No, Shore is an Ijaw man.
I don't think it's Joe. I think it's him and rational mind. Rational mind is brother.
Shore is an Ijaw by ethnic school, but if
rational mind from Abia State, man.
Rational mind.
Mike, you
Rational mind. You people don't know rational mind. Me, I know him from 2 years ago. He must get on this platform. The guy was speaking Igbo to one guy here. You say you guys from Ondo started deceiving you guys.
You gave him one name. What's the name you gave him? His name. What's his rational mind's name?
We don't know. His
name is Ifuna Ikemefuna.
Let me ask you guys a question.
The only people we know their name here: Mike, Remy, myself, Patoski. Others, they just answer anything they like. No, really simple.
I'm using my own name. Ola.
But Yakubu Agbado Tinubu, that's what we did.
Because I'll be Tinubu's son now.
But Mike Olawale, we know Mike Olawale. We know. We know Patoski. Where
you don't know my real name.
But Mike Olawale is what you are using, so I will assume that's your name. Maybe you accept to tell me it's not your name.
Hold on, please. Let me quickly address Patosti. Patosti, sorry, you are saying Buhari. We are talking about figure. We are not talking about the spread. Yeah, Buhari have the figure now. We all know that. We all see that. The contesting. Where does that figure take place?
That's what I'm saying now. I think he has. You are talking as if it was Tinubu that as if he didn't bring anything to the table.
Yes, now because this is a man that run 3 times, cannot win election.
No. Why did Tinubu need him to run? He knows that alone Tinubu couldn't have won. Alone Buhari couldn't have won. What I'm saying is that in terms of vote, what Buhari brought into
Patoski, then you are not getting me right.
No, Yakub, I think Patoski is correct. It's not as if Buhari is coming with empty hand. No, he hold his own side very well.
I'm not saying that.
He just needed someone to compliment him.
That's not what. Yes, now, and that's what happened to Shore too. Shore want to do it all alone, and it's not possible.
He doesn't even have any.
Look at Obi now. Obi managed to put how many millions? If Obi now managed to join with other people tomorrow, if they bring in his own voting block,
the Obi saga, we know what play out now. We all know what went through now. We all know that now.
What played out?
Yeah,
people voted him now.
Yes, now.
Voted him.
And the religious aspect. So
now those are
all know
people
that now.
That's what we are saying now.
That is the same thing. That is the same thing happening.
Showore people did not even vote him.
Now.
Showore people did not even vote him.
The Fulani people supported him now.
Okay.
Who's Showore people that didn't vote him?
Let me ask you.
Do you know that?
Do you know that if you remove Godfather, let's say there's no Godfather in politics, you put Showore and Dino will beat Showore.
No.
Showore does not understand politics. Showore does not
understand politics. I support you in that.
Do you know that couldn't win?
I support you.
Let Showore go and contest for governorship. Let Showore go and run for governorship in Ondo State and see whether he will win.
But here's the deal, though. Patoski, the only way Dino winning is Dino is running under PDP because they already have that structure. But if Dino is running as independent, same with Showore, both of them, Showore will defeat him.
Because, let me tell you, with Dino experience and connection, he will be able to install a structure faster than Showore will.
He already has PDP now, but I think you have. If you say you already have friends,
that's what I'm saying.
But those PDP people will turn against him now. If you go and,
can I tell you? Can I say one reason why Showore is failing with the structure? He wants to centralize the country. He wants to centralize
the money
structure.
Now.
He wants to centralize the structure. Showore is still the chairman of their party. He's been their candidate for the last 2 cycles. You cannot centralize the structure, okay, and then have success. And like you said, yes, Dino will win him because Dino can put the structure down faster than Showore. Showore does not understand the game yet.
Well, how is Dino great structure?
Dino is come on,
Dino is a politician.
How will he? If he doesn't use PDP, how will he create great structure?
He will use his friends now.
Who is PDP friends? We follow him
all over.
No, it's PDP friends. First of all, he'll be running against PDP. His PDP people will not follow him. He's like
saying just Dino and Showore running, just 2 of them.
Don't let us forget, they both started from the same thing. They both started from student activism.
And look at what Dino has made of
himself. Now, the difference between Dino and Showore is this: Dino knows how to play rough, he knows how to play dirty, but Dino knows how to galvanize the base. Showore's galvanization of the base is all freedom now, democracy now. You get?
It cannot consistently galvanize
it. You cannot consistently galvanize it. You have to that democracy now, freedom now thing. You have to. It's something that you have to continue over a long time. You get? And you also need to have you have to have
you guys don't understand that these things cost money. You have to pay.
In 2019, they had a lot of diaspora contribution.
Let me give you
another. You have to put your structure on payroll,
Mike,
all over the place. You have to be paying some people to be.
Let me give you another idea. The one thing that people should think about: if you give Showore the same amount of money as you give to Dino. Give Showore and Dino the same amount of money. Give them the same amount of follower, immediate group or team. And say, 2 of you go and organize party and run. So Dino will still win Showore.
I agree with you that I agree with you that a politician will always defeat Showore at this time, this kind of time because they think hold on. The politicians they will lie to the people. As long as Showore will not want to do that, they will lie, they will tell lies and stuff like that. He's not going to do that. So the kind of people we have in Nigeria, definitely someone like Showore will never win election with them right now, unless they change their thinking.
Let me add another variable. This variable you are just brought in. If you give 2 of them the freedom to lie and say lie is not a sin, let Dino lie, let Showore lie.
Dino will still
beat him.
If Showore start lying, trust me, he will defeat almost.
Showore does not have political sense. That's what I'm telling you. Showore has no political sense.
Patoski, that means you are saying what I'm saying too now.
Showore does not have political sense.
Patoski, can you hear me?
Dino can prostrate for anybody.
Patoski, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, so We are on the same channel now. That's what I'm saying. Ashore can never win an election.
Yes, I agree with you on that. I agree with
You
you.
can never. Even
Not
if
in
we
this
go
country.
to, you can never win an election now. You know.
The guy should be contesting for the House of Representatives.
He cannot win. He cannot win.
Anybody
He cannot
that
win.
have that.
Take him to House of Rep. He cannot win. That's what I'm telling you. He cannot win.
Even his ideology self cannot win an election in Nigeria. The northern people will not agree for him.
Guys, I don't see
His
anyone that doesn't
ideology,
have
all
a
those
region behind it.
social whatever ideology can never work in Nigeria now. All those northern people, they will not agree for him. You know, they will say, "Oh, you want to be giving our own people money, so we won't be able to be controlling them." They will kick him out. It's not going to work in Nigeria. All those social programs that he's talking about can't work in Nigeria now. You know.
Hey, but this Sonny guy won in Kaduna now. At least he did
Which
one
guy?
time. Sonny, that guy that has bushy hair. If he's a socialist now.
But what happened to him? Does he win the second?
But that was a refine now. Left to
He's not that now. He's not that. You know that during the time he won that election, those people don't understand what it meant. They don't know, right? They don't know. You know, these are the people who are the northern. Sorry to use that word.